Are you looking to learn what microservices are, or are you trying to get started and gain some real-world hands-on experience with .NET Microservices? My name is Brookain, and welcome to .NET Mastery. If you have not subscribed to the channel, make sure to do that right now. That way you do not miss any free content that I upload in the .NET domain. Microservices is one of the buzzwords in programming. If you look for a new job, microservices is one of the key features that is coming up more and more often. Every time a system is lagging or it is getting too big, someone will have a suggestion that maybe we should look into microservices. But it is critical to understand what exactly it is and how to implement it correctly. That is my motivation behind this course. My goal is to introduce you to the microservices architecture while giving you a real-world project to see how microservices communicate with each other and what are the problems that we encounter and how to solve them. Microservices is made up of individual API projects in simple terms. But in reality, there is much more to microservices than that. But as microservices are composed of individual APIs, we will be spending quite some time in building small APIs, and then we will focus on the key concept of how individual API communicates with each other and how the microservices architecture comes together. We will be building multiple small APIs in this course, including one API that will be responsible for authentication, and we will do that using .NET Identity. Once we build the APIs, then we will see how API communicates with each other. If you are excited about what microservices are and you want to learn by building a real-world project in microservices, this is the course you are looking for. I hope you will join me in this exciting journey of microservices, and let me show you what we will build in this course in the next video. Let me give you a quick demo of what we will build in this course. We will be building multiple APIs. In the services here, you can see we have 5 API and we have a web project that consumes all the API endpoints. Let me run the project here and I will run all the APIs and the web project. Perfect. Let me open the web project here and you can see we have an e-commerce application for a restaurant. I have already logged in here as the admin user, but if you log out, we have login and register buttons. When a user registers here, they can select a role. So that means we have role-based authentication on admin and customer, and based on the role, we will have different functionality. Let me log in here as an admin role. And once we log in, we will be redirected to the home page where we can add products to our shopping cart. Perfect, we have toaster notification here. Let me add few products here. And we will have a shopping cart where we will store shopping cart for each user in database. I also have coupon codes. If you apply them, the order total is reduced as well. The order total gets updated. Right here in the shopping cart, it is calling the coupon API to retrieve the coupon code and apply that coupon when we hit the button. On top of that, we have a functionality of email cart. When we click there, it will not send an actual email, but it will trigger asynchronous microservice communication, and then the log of the shopping cart will be added to a database of a different API endpoint. If that sounds too complicated right now, do not worry. When we progress with the course, you will understand the complete architecture and the reason behind email cart functionality that I have added here. On top of that, we also have content management as an admin user, where they can manage the coupon, or they can create new coupon, edit or delete any existing coupons. With that quick demo, let me get started from the next video. Now on the APIs here, we will also have a role-based authorization. A customer user cannot create a product, only an admin can create, delete or update a product. There is a lot to cover in the course. Let me get started with all of that from the next video. Before we move forward, this will be an introduction to .NET Microservices. If you want, I have a more detailed course where we will take the complete application that we will build in this video, and I have covered that in the full course as well. On top of that, there is about 10 hours of more content where we will build many more microservices, integrate them together, and I will also show you how to implement that using RabbitMQ. You can find all the details on .NETmastery.com, and there you will find the complete course with all the topics that are covered. That being said, on YouTube here, the course will give you a basic introduction of microservices, so do not get disappointed. You need to understand the basic fundamentals first before you add more features to the existing application. Let me try to answer the big question on why microservices, or what advantage does microservice brings to the table. Microservices are independently deployable. What that means is if in a project there are multiple microservices, we might be working on one microservice at a time. Or it could be possible that each team has one microservice that they are working on, and they can be deployed individually rather than deploying the complete project with all the microservices. Because of that, we do not have dependencies on the other working pieces of the application when we are working with an individual microservice. When we work with monolithic application, there is typically one big application and the team works on that. So when a deployment has to happen, the complete application has to be deployed rather than small application or a small microservice. But when we work with microservice architecture, each microservice can be deployed by itself. Microservices are great when it comes to scaling as well. In a traditional monolithic application, we typically have one server and we might scale that out to multiple instances. But when we have to scale up, we have to scale up the complete server with the complete application. But when we work with microservices, we can increase the resource on the service that needs them rather than increasing it for the complete server. As an example, if there is a microservice that is responsible for handling the bulky exports of our website, and if we want to have 5 instances of that way the downloads are super quick, then it would be much easier to scale that microservices and not touch any other microservice. But if it was a monolithic application, you might have to scale out all the instances of the main server to have multiple instances up and running. You can see because of that, scaling is much more efficient when it comes to microservice architecture. Microservices do not typically have bulky code because the complete application is broken down in multiple microservices. The code base of each microservice is smaller as compared to monolithic application because we are breaking things out with microservice. Now that does not mean that microservices will always be small. The only thing that you should remember is microservices. The only factor that you should remember is one microservice would typically be responsible for one functionality. Lastly, there can be many microservices in an application, So it could be possible that one of the microservices goes down, but the other microservices will be up and running because all of them are hosted individually. Debugging and making sure that the microservice comes back online will be much faster as compared to a monolithic application. And because of that, it will reduce the downtime of our project. These are some of the basic benefits that microservices brings to the table. Let me walk you through one of them with an example here. We have a front-end application and we have 4 microservices. We have a microservice that will deal with loading all the products and managing that. We have one for managing the shopping cart. We have one to manage the order. And we have one microservice that is responsible for sending out all the emails in our project. Now let's say for some reason email microservices fails, but all the other microservices are up and running. In that case, when a user registers or places an order, a message will be sent to someplace in a message broker. Because the email API is not running, the message will be stored there. Let's say after a few hours, when the email API is back up and running, it will start processing all the messages that were supposed to be delivered and then send out the email. But even if the microservice for email was down, the other microservices were up and running. Similarly, let's say if the order microservices goes down, everything else will be functional, so at least a user will be able to browse the product, add that to the shopping cart. They will not be able to place the order, or they will have to wait for some confirmation. That depends on how we design the application, but main thing that you should remember here is with microservices, if one microservice goes down, the application will still be up and running. That is way different if we have a monolithic application. If in monolithic application the server goes down, the complete application goes down. I am giving you a 10,000 feet overview right now to introduce you to some of the advantages of microservices. But if some things are not making sense right now, or if you have questions about that, please hold on to that. As we progress with the course and start building the microservices, add communication between them, everything will start making sense. Microservices is an architecture where there are multiple microservices or APIs which are loosely coupled, and they are independently deployable services. They work in conjunction with each other to produce the complete final solution. When we compare this architecture to monolithic application, this is different because in monolithic application, there is one big solution. Inside that, everything is coupled together and it is tightly bounded. In the diagram here on the blue and gray boxes, you can see individual microservices. Each one of them is responsible for its own functionality. Like in an e-commerce application, we will have a product microservice, we will have a coupon microservice, a microservice for shopping cart, order, sending out emails, and a rewards API that will be responsible to track all the rewards a user gets by placing order. We also have a .NET Identity microservice that will be responsible for authentication and authorization across all the other microservices. Because they are not tightly coupled, they might use different technology, like one microservice can use SQL Server for database, while the other one can use MongoDB or NoSQL, any other database, or even different programming language. Like one can use C#, one can use JavaScript, one can use Java, or any other programming language. It is not required that microservices should follow the same technology stack because they are loosely coupled. Microservices then communicate with each other with a combination of REST API calls or message brokers. Like in this example, you can see we have a service bus in the center with the yellow color. One thing that you should remember is business requirement will divide the microservices, and each service will be responsible for its own functionality. Let me take a look at this with a better example. We will first understand how a traditional monolithic application would look like. If you have a big shopping cart application, you will have products, shopping cart, order management, and all of that will be in one architecture. And all of that will be in one project. On top of that, there will be one database, and there you will have all the tables. You can use entire architecture, create folders, get fancy on how you organize everything, but still everything will fall under one project, and there will be one central database to hold all the data. Now there are few advantages of this architecture. A monolithic application centralizes all the data, and also all the code will be in one central place. If a developer has to make a change, he can run the complete application, and all the pieces of application will run together, so it might be easier for a developer to debug an issue and fix that. Most of the applications are monolithic application, and that works absolutely fine. But once the application starts to grow and you get more and more components and data added, that is when the actual problem starts. In the monolithic application, there are tight dependencies. So later on, if the project grows, then getting rid of these dependencies is a nightmare. That being said, let's take a look at how the same application would be implemented in a microservices architecture. In this case, you can see all the components that we had, like shopping cart, product, and order component. They are now individual .NET Core applications or API. On top of that, you should notice all of the three applications also have their individual database, and they do not share a common database. There will be a separate application that will interact with the individual microservices. And with this architecture, maintaining all of the services are now quite easy. Each of the service can be implemented in a different programming language or have a different type of database depending on what the requirements are, and then they can communicate with each other. Now, of course, if all the microservices are in one project, you should technically keep the technology stack same unless there is an advantage, because always remember that if you have more technology, then you will have to spend more time and effort in maintaining them or updating their versions rather than updating the same technology stack. One thing that gets easier is, let's say the order component needs more computation time. You can easily scale that one database if it requires more space, and the other database you can keep them smaller. That way you can scale one instance or one database and not toggle everything else. With that, you should have a brief overview of how architecture is different from monolithic as compared to a microservice architecture. In the gray box here, you can see we have different microservices for product, coupon, shopping cart, order management, email, and rewards. Each one of the microservices will have their individual database. We will have a .NET Identity microservice that will be responsible to provide the JWT token for authentication and authorization across all the other services that we have. We will also build an MVC application that will interact with all the individual microservices to bring everything together. There will also be a gateway. MVC application will interact with gateway, and gateway will redirect the request to the individual API. When we have to work with communication within services, like shopping cart here, you can see communicates with the product service, communicates with the coupon service, and so on. Those communication will be synchronous communication. We will see how to accomplish them, and then you can see dotted lines here that are using service bus for communication. Those communication will be asynchronous communication, and we will see how to pass message to the service bus, how to extract them, and process all of that. I have also written port number that we will add to the different API endpoints right here. So you can take a picture of this architecture, keep that on the side. That way you will always have a rough idea of what is the architecture of our project that we are building in this course. Let me walk you through on what will be all the tools that will be needed for this course. First thing will be Visual Studio and .NET 8. Right now .NET 8 is in preview, so if you are using Visual Studio, you will have to download the Visual Studio 2022 preview version. If you want to follow along the same course in Visual Studio 2022, then you will use the .NET 7 and not .NET 8. For .NET 8, you will require the preview version. Next thing, for the database, we will use SQL Server. Now make sure to use SQL Server and also install SQL Server Management Studio. You will have to install both of them to get SQL Server Management Studio up and running on your local machine. Finally, you will require an Azure subscription. We will be using Azure Service Bus for communication between the APIs that we will build. That will not be a free service. I believe it will cost about $10 for the whole month, but that should be sufficient to learn microservice architecture. If you have never joined Azure, I believe they give $150 to $200 in free credit to try the Azure services. But these are the tools that you will require for this course. Before you move ahead with the course, let me clear some things here. I want to cover what this course is not about. When someone hears microservices, they right away think about Docker. That is a misconception. Microservices and Docker are not related. You can have a monolithic application with Docker as well. Docker has its own advantages and why you should use that, but when it comes to microservices and learning the fundamentals behind how APIs communicate with each other, what are the pitfalls there, we do not want to add any other complexity rather than what is needed for microservices. If I add Docker onto the course, it will make the course way more complex for someone who wants to learn microservices. Because of that, I want to make clear that Docker will not be covered in this course. Next thing that I want to clear is with microservice architecture, one advantage that we have is when we have different API endpoints, we can use different technology. Like in one API, we can use the .NET API. In the other one, we can use minimal APIs. We can even use a completely different programming language for other API. And same applies for database. We can use SQL Server. We can use MongoDB. Sky is the limit when it comes to multiple API endpoints because they are not related. But if someone is getting started on learning microservices, that is not the route that you should take. What I will rather do is I will be using .NET APIs, I will be using Entity Framework Core, and I will be using SQL Server in all the APIs that we will build. That will make sure that you do not get stuck in multiple technology stack and you understand the main concept of what is a microservice, how microservice communicates with each other, and how the architecture comes together. Once you understand that, if you have to implement the same API in different programming language or different database, that is not a big deal. Let me walk you through on what are the prerequisites that I expect for someone taking this course. You should have a basic understanding of .NET Core. What I mean by that is you should be comfortable with MVC programming language and how web applications are built with .NET Core. On top of that, we will be using Entity Framework Core, so you should have a basic understanding of CRUD functionalities using Entity Framework Core, and then finally microservices is basically small API endpoints. Even though I will build everything from scratch, I expect you to have a basic understanding of the .NET APIs with Entity Framework Core as well. But if you are not familiar with these functionalities, I have free course on .NET Mastery that will walk you through all the fundamentals that you require for API with Entity Framework Core as well as .NET Core MVC. Make sure to get those courses from .NET Mastery before you proceed further if you want to get a refresher on the basic introduction. Throughout the course, you will require some project resources, or if you want to access the PowerPoint presentation or images that are used, you can go to courses on .NETmastery.com and navigate to the course here. We have .NET Core Microservices. If you go to the Details tab here, I have the link here for GitHub code that will take you to the Git repo. Then make sure to download the course content because that will have all the content that you will require, like snippets, images, and so on. If I open that here, you can see there are two folders. I have the content for old course if you are taking that, but that will be removed in December of 2023. The current course is .NET 8 course, and that is what you should be doing. There I have all the images, and in snippets folder, I will have the code snippets with HTML that we will use during the course. Make sure to download project resources before you continue in the next video. On top of that, I also have free content on .NET Mastery that you can check here, and many other courses if you are interested. But with that, let me continue back to microservices. I will open my Visual Studio here, and we will go to File, New, Project. Now we need to select what type of project we want. We know we are building a microservices architecture, so it makes sense to divide everything in their individual folders. But right now, we do not have anything with an empty solution. It was there in the templates before, but for some reason it has been removed. So let me create an ASP.NET Core empty project. Project name is not important, but the solution name here, let me change that to be Mango. I will be deleting this temporary project. I only want to create an empty solution to get started. Framework will be .NET 8, that looks good. We do not want to use the top level statements. Let me hit the create button. Perfect, it has been created here. Now like I said before, we do not want any project. Let me delete this project. Let me right click, open that folder, and I will remove the web application 1. We only have an empty solution. With that configured, let me create folder in the next video. Rather than creating everything in the solution here, it is better if we organize that in a folder structure. We will right click in the solution, add a new folder, and I will call this the front end folder. Here we will be placing our front end application which will be the MVC web application that will call our microservices. Next folder that we want will be a gateway folder. When we work with microservices, initially we will be invoking the microservice directly, but down the road we will learn some advanced concept with gateway, and that we will place inside the gateway folder. After that we will have something called as integration, and that folder will have something that is related to messaging, which I will explain later on as well. Right now these are only empty folders, but as we add projects in this folder, everything will start making sense. The final folder that I want will be the most important one, and that will be services. Inside services, we will create all of our different microservices, or rather the API endpoints. We will get started with creating our first API endpoint. That will be a coupon API where we will be creating coupon codes that we can apply to our product. So inside the services folder, we will create a new project, and that will be an API project. We will search for API here. We have the ASP.NET Core Web API. Project name, I will call that mango.services.coupon API. That looks good here. We will be using .NET 8 and we will be using controllers. We do not want minimal API. That looks good. Let me create the project. With that created, let me run the application here and see how that looks. We need to allow access. That is okay. And perfect. In the background here, you can see it is running on localhost 7123. Now when we are working with the microservices project, we can use port number that are closely assigned rather than something random. If I switch back to the presentation here, you can see for the coupon API, we were planning to use port number 7001. We can go back to our code and we can update that. Let me stop the application here, and that will be inside properties, launch settings.json. Here we have 7123 for HTTPS. Let me make it 7001. Let me switch back, and yep, that is exactly what we have for coupon. Save that and run the application. Perfect. That looks good. We have created our coupon API. That API will be responsible to perform CRUD operations on the coupon model. We do not have that yet, and for that in the coupon API, we will create a new folder for models. In there we will create our model, which will be a class file. I will call that coupon.cs. When it comes to creating a coupon, you can be very fancy. But I am going to keep things super simple. We will have a coupon ID, a coupon code, a discount amount will basically be how much discount they will get, and if there is any minimum amount after which the coupon should be applied. That will be the 4 properties that I want in my database. Right now we only have our model, but now we need to think about adding that to our database. But before we go into the database logistic, when we are working with an API, this will be the core model of our database. Let's say there was also some other properties like date time, and we had last updated as well as created date. Now those properties, when the front-end application is consuming, we do not need to pass that. They are only for the logging purpose. So it is possible that every time when someone is accessing a coupon, we do not want to pass all the field. For that, typically in an API, we do not return the complete object. We rather return something called as a DTO, and that will have all the properties that we want. Now right now, to keep things simple, I am going to make DTO and coupon class the same, but that is a common scenario that you will encounter whenever you are working with an API. In the model folder here, I will create a new folder for DTO, and in there I will add a class that will be coupon DTO. Like I said before, the properties will be same for now, so let me copy and paste them here. One thing I would also like to point out is you can see based on the project, I have different tab color. Right now I only have one project, so everything is in one color, but if you want to enable that feature, you can click on the gear icon here, and there is colorize document by. I have project selected. That will give you the same colorful tabs like I have. But this looks good for the coupon DTO. How we will do conversion from coupon to coupon DTO and other concept we will cover when the time is right. We have added the coupon model and we also added coupon DTO, but we need something to convert coupon DTO to coupon or vice versa when we have that requirement. We can do that manual mapping, but it is tedious, and rather there are many packages that we should use to enhance our speed and make code more elegant. One of those packages is AutoMapper, and that, as the name suggests, is responsible for mapping one object to other. So we will add AutoMapper to our project, and we need to store our coupon in a database. I will be using SQL Server for that, and for that also we will have to add NuGet packages to configure Entity Framework Core to access our database. In the Coupon API project, we can right-click, Manage NuGet Packages. We will go to the Browse tab here, and the first package that I want is AutoMapper. AutoMapper, let me install that one. And we want to use AutoMapper using dependency injection. For that we will require automapper.extensions.microsoft.dependency injection. Perfect. We added both the project for that. Now we need Entity Framework Core. You can see IntelliSense is already displaying me those packages, but if not, you can search for them as well. Right here we have the SQL Server. Let me install that package. Perfect, that looks good. Next package we want is the Entity Framework Core package. And we have Microsoft.entityframeworkcore.tools. We will be using the tool package to add migration. So let me install that. And here if you notice I have the include pre-release selected. Because of that I am able to use .NET 8 Preview 3. If you uncheck that, then the version you will see is .NET 7. We want to use .NET 8 for our project, so make sure that you have this checked and then you install the right package version. One thing that I will point out right now is if you are using Preview 3 and let's say Preview 4 or a next version is released, keep using the same version in that microservice. If you have a different microservice, you can use a different version there, that is okay. But inside the same microservice, if you use different version, things might not work. So always keep that in mind when you are adding NuGet packages. Along with that, IntelliSense is also displaying authentication.jwt barrier. We do not have security in our API right now, but later on we will be adding API. We have that package here, so why not install that in our API as well? If I go to the Install tab here, perfect. You can see all the packages that have been installed. With that, let me continue from the next video. We need to create a database using Entity Framework Core. We have already added the NuGet packages for that, so all we have to do is add something called as a DB context. I will right click on the project here, add a folder for data, and in that data folder, I will create a class file, call that app db context. or sometimes I'd like to call that application DB context. When we have to configure Entity Framework core in our project, this class must implement the DB context class that is inside Microsoft.Entity Framework core. Along with that, there is one more configuration that we have to do is whatever we get in the constructor here as DB context option, we have to pass that on to the base class that is DB context. What we have here is a default setting that is required for Entity Framework core. And with that, when we have to create our coupon table in the database, in the DB context here, we have to create something called as a DB set for that class file. So DB set here, that will be on the coupon class, add the using statement, and what do we want to call that table in our database? I will give that a plural name, and this coupons will be the table name in database. Then if we go to the coupon model here, we can add some data annotation like coupon ID will be primary key of the table. Then coupon code here, make that required. Discount amount, we will also make that required. With that configured, we have created our application DB context file, but we need to create database. For that, we need to do some configuration inside program.cs file. We need to configure DB context inside the program.cs file. That file is basically the main file of the application where you will configure all the services and the request pipeline. Right now we want to add something to our services here, and that is application DB context. We have to tell our application that hey, we will be using Entity Framework core for our database, and we will be using SQL Server, and the app DB context, or rather the DB context for that, is inside the file app DB context. We need to define that right here. So on builder.services, we have the add DB context method, and there we have to define the class that implements DB context, that is app DB context. And here we have to define some option. That option will basically tell that hey, we will be using SQL Server for our database. So option dot we have a method use SQL Server. You can see that is inside Microsoft.Entity Framework core. And then we have to pass the connection string. Now we can hard code that connection string right here, but that is not a good idea. What we should rather do is inside the app settings.json, we can define connection string right here. Now in production, you can use the Azure keyword, but we will not go into those complexity. We will be using app settings for now. Right here, we will define a section, or rather you can see there is a predefined section for connection strings. We can directly use that. We can give it a name. Let me call that default connection. And there I will write or rather define the connection string. First we have the server name, and for that we will open SQL Server. There when we hit the connect icon, we have a server name. Now whatever server name works for you, you can copy that. I will copy this because you can see when I try to connect, I am able to connect there. For many of you, if you add a dot and try to connect, it might work. I do not have that configured on my machine, but I have the local DB, MS SQL local DB. So I will copy that, paste it right here. After that, we have to define what will be the database name. So we will add a semicolon, database, and then let me give it a database name of mango_coupon. After that, I will add couple of more fields here for trusted connection to be true and trusted server certificate to be true. With that, our connection string is looking great. But how can we access that connection string and pass it on right here? If you notice in app settings, we have default connection in a section with the name of connection string. Because of that, we have a special method that will only work for a section with the name of connection strings. If you had that as connection string or anything else, it will not work. But because we are using the default one, on builder.configuration, we have a method getConnectionString. And if we go there, you can see it retrieves the value with specified key from connection strings section. And that is exactly what we have. In there, we have to pass the name. Key name, if we go back, I can copy default connection, paste it right here. We need the closing bracket here, and perfect, that looks good. That will retrieve the connection string and pass that to use SQL Server. Now that we have application DB context configured here, how do we create our table and database? It is simple. We will be using something called as migration. For that, we will go to Tools, NuGet Package Manager, and Package Manager Console. Now, if you don't know about migration or how Entity Framework Core works, I have a free course on API on my YouTube channel, so make sure to take that course to get more familiar before you proceed on the course. Because even though I would love to start from scratch, I want this course to be focused more on microservices and not on API and how the nits and grids of API work. So next we need to add a migration. Let me say add migration, add coupon to DB, add that. Perfect, migration is added here and it is creating the coupon table. When we need to create this, all we have to do is run the command update database. But when we do that, you will see our first error message. You can see keyword not supported, trusted connection. I want you to Google the error and find out what is the solution. I hope you were able to figure that out. I intentionally introduced an error while pasting it here. This must be trusted_connection. If there is any mistake in the connection string, when you try to update database, you will see error message like this. After you fix that, if you run the command update database, you will still see an error message, and this error message might go away when you are programming. The error that you see here can easily be resolved if you right-click on the project and select Edit Project File. Invariant globalization, when that is true, that is when we see that error message. I have already reported that to Microsoft, so by the time you are taking the course, this might already be fixed. But once you disable that, if you do update database again, it will work. And perfect, that works. If I go back to SQL Server and refresh the database, we have mango_coupon, and perfect, we have the coupons table. We have 4 columns there, so our table is created successfully, and we were able to push our migration. We have created our coupons table in the database, but we need to populate some entries in there. What we can do is I can seed some database directly. That way we do not start with an empty table. Seeding database is very simple with Entity Framework Core. Right here, we have to override the on model creating, and in there they have a default model builder. Before you seed any record on the base class, we have to pass the on model creating with the model builder that we receive in the parameter. If you do not add this line, things will work right now, but later on if you add identity, it will not work. So it makes sense to add it and forget about that. You can think about this as a basic configuration that is needed to seed some record in the model tables. After that, to seed something, we can use the model builder.entity on coupon. We have a method hasData, and there we can pass a new coupon object. That will be the record that will be created in your database. We can add some dummy record there with the coupon ID of 1, coupon code, let me call that 10 off, discount amount and minimum amount. The next one, let me make it 2, I will call that 20 off, $20 discount and minimum amount, let's say $40. Perfect. Now how do we seed our table? If you open the Package Manager console, and if you add a new migration, call that seed coupon tables. Perfect. You can see it is calling a method insert data and it is inserting 2 records. That looks good. Now rather than updating database, what I want to do is if there are any pending migrations, I want when I run the application, it should automatically apply those migrations. That way we do not have to write the command update database. Doing that is super simple. Let me close all the tabs here other than appdb context. Well, not appdb context. I wanted program.cs. That is the configuration file. Here let me create a method. I will call that apply migration. What exactly do I want to do that? I want to get the application DB context service here and check if there are any pending migration. If there are, then I want to apply them. For that we will have to write a using statement and I will create a variable with the name of scope app.services. We will create a scope there. That will basically get all the services. Now from this service, we only want the required service of application DB context. So I can say variable underscore DB is equal to scope dot service provider. There we have a method get required service. We want the service of app DB context. That will give us the application DB context here, and on that application or app DB context, we can check if underscore DB dot database, there is a method get pending migrations dot count. So if that count is greater than 0, that means there are some migrations that have not been applied to the database. In that case, we will say underscore DB dot database dot migrate. That will automatically apply all the pending migrations to the database. We need to invoke this method. So in our pipeline here, we can add apply migration. And with that, whenever the application is restarted, it will check if there are any pending migrations, it will apply them. If there are not, it will ignore that. When we run the application, it should have applied our migration. Let me switch back here and perfect. With that, we have added the logic to automatically apply any pending migration. Our database and model setup is looking great. Now we can finally add a controller in our API. We have a default weather forecast controller. Let me delete that along with the weather forecast model. I will add a new controller here and it will be an API controller, empty controller, controller name. Let me call that coupon API controller. Default route here will be API / and we have the coupon API, that is the controller name. First endpoint that I want to implement is retrieve all the coupon and display them. In order to retrieve our record, we will be using Entity Framework Core, and for that we need appdb context using dependency injection. So I will have a private read-only appdb context here. Let me call that underscore db, and inside constructor appdb context, I will call that db, and underscore db is equal to db. Now the endpoint here will be an HTTP GET endpoint, and let me call that public. Return type, let me keep that as object, and here it will be a GET request. In there we will add a try catch block. Inside the try logic, the return type will be an IEnumerable of coupon. Call that as obj list. We have to retrieve that from _db.coupons.toList. We will retrieve that using entity framework. That looks good here. And finally, we will return the obj list here. If nothing works here, we have exception. We will return back null. That looks good for get all. Let me run the application and see if that works. And perfect, we have the endpoint using our Swagger documentation. If we try that out, perfect, we can see both the coupon here, so that looks good. I can copy this endpoint, paste it here. Next endpoint will be if I want an individual coupon based on the ID. Here, route, I will have to define that we expect an integer ID. If you do not write it, then things will not work, and let me show that. But based on the ID, we need to filter here. So we can say first here, where u goes to u.couponid is equal to the ID, and return that back. It will be a single object and not a list. Save that, and let me run the application. The Swagger documentation will display an error message. That is because when Swagger is looking at the endpoint here, it will basically think that, hey, both of them are a GET request. It is not able to differentiate that, hey, this GET request requires an integer ID. If you want that to be explicit, you have to define a route here, and in that route, I have defined here that ID will be provided, which is an integer. With that, if you restart the application, now Swagger will be able to tell difference between both the endpoints. And if we try that with an ID of 1, that works. If I add an ID of 3, you can see we do not receive any response back because that is an invalid ID. So perfect. As long as ID is valid, we will get that back. With that, we have the get all and get individual coupon endpoints in our API. We have 2 endpoints, and in those endpoints, we are returning different things. But what if we want to have a common response for all the endpoints in our website? Like right now, if there is any error, we cannot return that back. We are returning the coupon DTO. If we want something to be common for all the API endpoints in our microservices, that way whenever an API or rather multiple APIs are being consumed by an application, it can be sure that okay, the response that I will get from API will always be in one object format. And that will be a great architecture for our API response. What we will do is in coupon API DTO, let me create a new class. I will stop the application here. Let me add that. I will call that response DTO. When it comes to any response here, what are some things that are needed? First is the object itself. It can be a coupon. It can be an IEnumerable of coupon. If you add multiple other tables, it can be those objects. So we will not know exactly what will be the return type. So I can call that an object, and I will call the property as result. That will have the final response like a list of coupon or an individual coupon. Along with that, we will add a Boolean flag, which will denote if the request was successful or not. And I will add a string here. That will be message. So let's say if there are any errors or if there is any success message, we can display that in that variable. These three properties will be sufficient, and that way we will have a common response for all of our API. Now we need to return response DTO in the coupon API controller. Let me create a private response DTO, and we can initialize that in constructor. When we are returning here, we can set the underscore response.result. That will be the obj list. And at the end here, we can return back the response. The return type here, we can modify that. We now know it will be of the type response DTO, and that will apply for both the endpoints. If there is any exception here, we can set the isSuccess to be false, and message will be the exception.message. One more thing that we can do is inside the response DTO isSuccess, default value we can set that to be true, and for message we can make it an empty message. And perfect, that looks good. Let me scroll down and modify it here. We will have underscore response dot result. We will have an obj here. Let me rename that, and in the catch here we will copy and paste that. Return will be underscore response. Perfect, that looks good. Let me run the application and validate to make sure everything is working. In the ID here, if I enter 2, perfect, we have result is success is true. If I add something invalid, perfect, the success is false here, and message we have sequence contains no element. Let me try the get all here, and that looks good. With that we have added a common response DTO, and that will be the return type for anything that we will return from our API. Right here on the top you can see it is basically clustering all the main methods, but I do not like it that much. I prefer to keep things simple like it was. But they have modified that with the new version of Visual Studio. I hope there will be a setting to turn it off, but right now you might have to deal with that. So fingers crossed if they update that. But next thing that we want to work on here is when we are returning something here, you can see we are returning the coupon object. Like here we have a list or IEnumerable of coupon, and down here we are returning the coupon itself. We have added DTOs in our project. We should not return the coupon or the data object itself. We should return the DTO. What you might have to do here is you might have to do a manual conversion. Like here you can say coupon DTO is equal to new, and then you can map the individual, like coupon ID is equal to obj.couponid. Next one, coupon code. Then we have discount amount, and we have minimum amount. Once you do the conversion, you can return back the coupon DTO. Right now it is looking ugly. Think about if you had to do that for all the endpoints in all the microservices. That will be a nightmare. Thankfully we have AutoMapper, and for that inside the project I will add a new class file. Let me stop the application. You can do all of this mapping configuration directly in program.cs, but I like to separate it out. That way the program.cs is not too clustered. I will call this file as mapping config here, and there we want to add the configuration for AutoMapper. We will add a static method here, and return type will be mapper configuration. That is inside AutoMapper. Let me give it the name of register maps here, and inside there we want to add a mapping that hey, if you get a coupon DTO, you should be able to convert that to coupon and vice versa. Now with AutoMapper, it is pretty smart. As long as the property name are exactly the same, it will automatically do the mapping. And you can see we have the exact names in coupon and coupon DTO, so that should work. We will create a variable here, mapping config is equal to new mapper configuration, and there we will define the option. So config.createMap, there we have to define what is the source and what is the destination. We can say coupon DTO will be the source, destination will be the coupon object. We can create the other mapping where we want to map from coupon to coupon DTO. Finally, we will return the mapping config. That way we are telling AutoMapper that you might have to create a mapping from coupon DTO to coupon and vice versa. With that, we have one more thing. When we add the mapping config, we have to register that in our services. So right here, we will be creating iMapper object. Call that mapper is equal to, on the mapping config, we have the method that we created, register maps. On there, we have to create the method createMapper. Once we create this mapper here, we will have to register that to our service. So builder.services.add_singleton, that is the lifetime, and we will register our mapper there. Finally, we want to use AutoMapper using dependency injection. For that, you will have to add the line builder.services.add_AutoMapper, and there you have to pass the appDomain.currentDomain.getAssemblies. That is the basic configuration that you have to do to add AutoMapper to your services. But with that configured, now you can easily inject AutoMapper in your controller. We will do that using dependency injection, create a private iMapper, and we will have iMapper here. Call that as mapper, and underscore mapper is equal to mapper. Where we have to do the mapping here, we will say underscore mapper.map. What is the return type that we want? That will be the coupon DTO, and here we can pass the obj. We will cut the result here, paste it here, and perfect. What this single line will do is it will automatically convert the obj that is of coupon type to coupon DTO and return back. Pretty smart. We need to convert an IEnumerable of coupon to an IEnumerable of coupon DTO. We can use mapper here, .map. What is the return type? That should be an IEnumerable of coupon DTO. Add that here. And we need to pass the source that is inside the obj list right here. Perfect. With that, if we run the application, everything should work the same. Let me try that here. And perfect. You can see the response is valid, and with that we have added AutoMapper to our project. We have added two endpoints. When we typically retrieve coupon, we might have situation where we want to retrieve coupon based on the coupon code. We will leave the ID here, but we will add one more get configuration where we want to get coupon based on the coupon code. I can switch back here. Let me copy this HTTP get method, paste that one more time. The route we will have to update that, so let me add a new method name here, get by code, and there we will expect a string which will be the coupon code. Let me modify that here. And rather than first here, I can do first or default. It might be empty. We will say .coupon code .toLower is equal to code .toLower. That way coupon will not be case sensitive. Once we retrieve the object, we can return that back. If I save that, hot reload will kick in, and perfect. Let me try that. If I enter 12, the result is null here, but let me try 10 off, and perfect, it returns back. Now if the obj is null here, if obj is null, then we can set the isSuccess to be false. With that, if I go back, and if I try 12 here, success is false, and that looks good. If you do not want to add this, you can only use the first here. It will throw an exception. We are catching that, and that should also work. Let me see that. Perfect. You can pick whatever route you want. Get is looking good here. We need to add a method to create a new coupon. Copy and paste that again. HTTP post to create. We do not want any route there. We can rename the method here to be post. When we are creating, we will receive something in body. So from body, and we will receive a coupon DTO. When we receive that coupon DTO, we will have to convert that back to a coupon. Only then we will be able to add inside the underscore DB. Let me show you that. If on underscore DB.coupons, there is a method to add an entity in entity framework core, and here if I pass coupon DTO, it will not work. You can see it cannot convert from coupon DTO to coupon. So here we have to pass the coupon itself. We will have to convert that. So coupon obj is equal to underscore mapper.map. I need to convert that to a coupon object, and we will pass the coupon DTO. When we create, we will pass the obj, and with entity framework core, when you create, update or delete anything, you have to save the changes. If you do not save the changes, then this will not work. In line 80 here, we are telling entity framework that, hey, you have to add this record in coupon table. You have to add this record in coupon table. But on line 81, when we save the changes, at that point it will go to the database and create that record. So it is important to save the changes. Once you do that, when we return back, we will return DTO and not the coupon object, so we can map the obj back to coupon DTO. If I save the changes, I go back, hot reload kicks in, I do not have to restart the application, and that is great. We do not want the get here, we want to try the post. Let me add some dummy discount amount and minimum amount, post that, and perfect. You can see the success is true here. If I go to database, great, that coupon was added. After that, I quickly want to add two more endpoints, one to update a coupon, which will be HTTP put here. Call that as put. We will receive the coupon DTO. After we convert the object to a coupon object, rather than add, in entity framework core, we have the update method, and that will do everything for us. It is pretty smart. Based on the ID in the obj, it will find that coupon record and update all the other fields that are provided right here. After that, let me copy this, paste it one more time for HTTP delete. Rename that to be delete. When we are deleting, I do not want the complete coupon. I can only get the ID that user wants to delete. Based on that ID, we will have to go to database underscore db.coupons. dot coupons dot first, and u goes to u dot coupon id is equal to the id. We retrieve that coupon, and on coupons with entity framework, we have a remove method that will remove the object. We save the changes. We do not want to return anything back here. That looks good. Let me go back. Our application is already running. Let me try to update first. The coupon ID is 3. Let me make sure. Yep. I will update everything to be 33 here. Let me go down. That works. If I double check here, perfect. Let me try delete now. Delete the coupon ID 3. Success is true. And let me see here. Great. With that, all the CRUD functionality for our coupon endpoint are working as expected. Now we want to work on a front-end application that will be consuming the Coupon API. We have created a folder for that. If you right-click, add a new project in there, that will be the web project. When we are working with the front-end project to consume our API, we can go with Razor project or an MVC project or even Blazor project. For this course, I will be using ASP.NET Core web app with model, view and controller. That will be MVC. For name of the project, let me call that as mango.web and let me create that. We do not want any authentication type. Keep that as none and let me create. Perfect. With that, we have created our web project where we will be consuming the Coupon API. We want to consume our API in the web project. But when we consume any API, we typically have to write few things like what is the type, is it a get, post, put, delete, and then we have to specify the URL along with some data if you are posting some record. Like in the API here where we have the Coupon API, you can see sometimes we can pass the ID in URL, but sometimes we have to pass the object in from body. And for that, similar to the response DTO that we added in Coupon API, we will have to create a request and a response DTO in the web project. I can copy the response DTO from here and paste it in the models folder. Well, let me copy and paste that again. That did not work. And then if you open that, we will have to change the namespace here to mango.web.models. Now based on the tab coloring, I can see that yellow one is the web project and the blue ones are the API. Again, I have enabled that right here, colorize document tab by project. You might be thinking that, hey, we have a response DTO that is common in two projects. Why don't we create a third project where we have all the common models? Now that might seem okay for the course that we are doing, but when you are building a real-world microservices architecture, all of the project might not be in the same solution. Like if you have 7 different microservices, the services might be in their own solution by themselves, and at that point, sharing the common model folder is not something that is common. And because of that, even though we will have to copy the models from API in the web project, I will do that manual approach because that is the real world scenario which you will encounter. Because web project will have a different models that are inside that project, and Coupon API right now, even though it is in the same solution, but in real world it might be in a separate solution by itself. So keeping the models isolated to their corresponding project is important when you are building microservices. Now we have the response DTO that we will get when we call an API. But we need to create a model here which will be request DTO, and that will have everything that is needed when we are sending a request. Right now let me add four properties in there. First one here is API type that defines if it is a GET, POST, PUT or DELETE request. Then we have the URL, and data will be populated when we are posting or updating some record. Finally, we have added a field for access token, but we will not be using that in this section. Later on, when we add authentication and authorization, we will see how to use access token. Now, rather than having a string for API type, let me create an enum for that. In the web project here, let me create a new folder for utility, and inside there I will create a class file, static details, and there let me add an enum. I will give that a name of API type. We will add GET, POST, PUT and DELETE. Save that here, and then the type here will be API type. If you press Ctrl dot, we can add the using statement, and the default one will be API type dot get. That way we will avoid any mistake when we are using an enum. But with that we have request DTO and response DTO in our project. We have the request and response DTO. Let me close all the tab. From the web project, we will be calling the coupon API. When we add more APIs in the project, that particular service will be responsible to call all the other API endpoints. And for that, we have to make it more dynamic. In the web project, let me create a folder of service, and in there create a new folder for iService. Where we have the interface, we will add a new item. The interface name, let me call that iBase service. And let's think about what will be the method that we will create here. Let me call that method as sendAsync, and when we will be making any API calls, in the parameter here we will be passing the request DTO that we created. That looks good for the parameter. But what will be the response that we will get back from the API? If you remember, in Coupon API, we have all the response that is aligned with the response DTO. We want to make this method asynchronous. Let me add task there. And that looks good. And with that, the interface is looking good. Let me implement this interface in the next video. We need to implement the interface for our base service. Inside the service folder, I will add a new class, call that base service. That class will be implementing the iBase service interface. Let me do that here, and I will add the async keyword. When we have to make API calls to, let's say, Coupon API this time, we need the HTTP client. Previously, what we used to do is in the constructor here, we used to inject the HTTP client, but with the newer versions of .NET Core, they have moved away from HTTP client, and now the preferred route is using iHTTP client factory. So let me inject that. It will be a private read-only field, iHTTP client factory. We will get that with dependency injection. Now right now we have not configured our application with the client factory. I will do that later on, but right now I have directly injected the client factory, and let's say it will give us the correct implementation of what exactly we want, and the only thing that we want to focus on right now is writing the method to make that API call using the client factory. From the client factory, we have to create a client itself, and that will be on HTTP client factory. We have a method create client, and there we can give it any name. Let me call that Mango API. When we are making a call, we will be using the HTTP request message, and we can provide or configure options on that message. One of the important aspect is on message.header, we will say that we are accepting application /JSON. Now in future, when we add authentication, we will also have to add that token here. So let me add that in a comment. Then on message, we have something called as request URI. There we have to specify the URL that we will invoke to access any API. If you examine the request DTO, we have that right here. How that will be populated, do not worry about that right now. We have to assign that right here. So new URI, and I will pass the request DTO dot URL. Then if it is a GET request, we are okay. But if it is a POST request or a PUT request, we need to serialize the data that we receive here and add that to message.content. We first have to check if the request DTO.data, if that is not null, then we have to serialize. For that, I will say message.content is equal to new string content, and there we will use JSON convert. We will have to add the NuGet package newdensoft.json. Let me add that. And then we have serialize object there. I will pass the request DTO.data. When you are serializing, you can also define the encoding. So we can say encoding UTF-8, and that is application /JSON. That looks good for the data. We have the request message. When we send that, we will be getting a response. Let me create a variable to hold the API response. Now one thing that we have to set here is in the request DTO, we will get the API type. Based on that, we will have to configure the message.method. So if it is a GET here, we will configure that and so on. Rather than if-else condition, a switch case would be a better scenario. So on request DTO.API type, we will be adding case. We have that in static detail. So if that is a GET here, let me remove this and add a using statement. Perfect. If it is a GET here, we can say message.method is equal to http method.get. But get, let me keep that as the default one. So let me change this one to be post here. That looks good. We will add a break condition. Copy that and paste it about 4 more times. We will have the delete here, change it here. Next, I will have the put request. And finally, if nothing is defined, we will have our default case here, which will be the get request. And I should have left the break command there. Perfect. Based on the API type, we are setting the message.method. Final thing that remains is to send this and get a response back. Response we will store in the variable API response, and to invoke or send that, we will be using client.sendAsync, pass our message inside there. When we get the response back, we know from the API we will be getting a response DTO. We can always deserialize that. But before we do that, we can check the status code of the response that is received. So let me add a switch condition here. On the API response, we have something called as status code. The first case that I want to handle here is HTTP status code .not found. Right now we will handle all the exception or error cases first, and let me add the using statement. If it is not found, we want to return a new object, and that will be of the type response DTO. We will set the isSuccess to be false, and we can set the message here to be not found. Copy that and paste it about 3 more times here. Next status code that I want is forbidden, then unauthorized, and internal server error, which is 500. We will also add the corresponding error message here, and that looks good. But if it is not in one of those faulty scenarios, we will add the default condition. Inside there, we have to retrieve the content from API response. So we can say variable API content is equal to await API response dot content dot read as string async, and then we will deserialize that to a response DTO. We will have a variable here. Let me call that API response DTO is equal to JSON convert dot. Now we will be deserializing the object into response DTO. I will pass the API content there, and whatever we deserialize, we will return that back. That is perfect for our condition here. We can add this inside a try-catch block here. And if any exception is caught here, we will basically return a new response DTO. We will set the message with the exception is success will be false. I believe with that the method that we have to send async is looking good. The only way we will be able to test everything is once we wire up all the service for coupon, then we can see this in action. We have the base service right here. We need to call our coupon API, and for that we will be creating the coupon service. In the service folder, let me create a class file. It will be an interface. I will give it a name of iCoupon service. When we are working with the coupon service, we need the coupon DTO, because if we are getting all the coupons, what will be type of that model? That will be coupon DTO, and like I said before, we will not be sharing project. We will rather create the coupon DTO inside the web project. So let me copy coupon DTO from the coupon API and paste it where we have the model right here. Modify the namespace to be mango.web.models. That looks good. After that, we have to work on the coupon interface right here. What will be the return type when we invoke the API? That will be response DTO, and it will be async method. So let me add task there, response DTO. Let me make that nullable. First one, let me call that get coupon, and here we can get that based on the coupon code. Copy that and paste it few more times here. Next one, let me call that get all coupons. And let me add the async after all the methods. When we are getting all the coupon, we do not need any parameter. I can close that. And let me copy this, paste that few more times here. I will have get coupon by ID here, where we will pass the integer coupon ID. Next, we need to create or update a coupon. So we have create coupon async. When we are creating or updating, we will pass the coupon DTO. For update as well, I will pass the coupon DTO. Last one will be delete coupon async. When we are deleting, we only pass the ID. If you are confused about what will be the parameter here, you can always open the coupon API controller, and you can notice that when we are getting all, we do not have any. Getting individual, we have the ID. Get by code, we need the code here. When we are creating, we have coupon DTO. When updating, we have coupon DTO. And delete, we only have the ID. Let me make this a put request, and that looks good. With that, we have created the interface for our coupon service. We need to create the implementation for iCoupon service in the service folder. Let me create a new class file. Give it a name of coupon service. That will implement the iCoupon service. And here we need the base service because that is the main class that will be responsible to handle any HTTP request, and it does not matter whether it is a GET, PUT, POST or DELETE. This will be the base implementation for all of our services. If I go back to the coupon service here, we need to inject that using dependency injection. After that, let me implement the interface and all the methods. Right now we have not added the base service or coupon service in the startup, or rather the program.cs class file. We need to inject that first, only then dependency injection will inject that base service when we are requesting it in any other class. Now when we configure the coupon service, we need the URL of our coupon. I can hardcode that in the program.cs, but an ideal approach is to have that inside app settings, and I will create a variable to store coupon API base that will have the base URL for coupon API. Then where will we store the URL? That will be in appsettings.json right here. Let me create a new section with the name of service URLs, and there the first one that I want is coupon API, and we need its URL. To get that URL, we can either run the project or we can go to launchsettings.json in coupon API, and we have that right here. Make sure you get the HTTPS one, paste it right here in the app settings of web project. Next question is, how will we populate this particular coupon API base with the app settings that we have? We will do that inside program.cs of the web project. Yellow color is the web project, so that way I can easily differentiate that. Right here we need to populate static detail.coupon API base. We have builder.configuration, and there we can define the key name. Key name, if I go back, first we have the section name, then we have to write a colon here, and we can pass the key name, which is coupon API. That will retrieve the value and assign it when the services are being configured. Next thing, if you go to base service, scroll up here, we are injecting the iHTTP client factory, but we have not registered anything in the services. In order to register the HTTP client factory that we are using with dependency injection in program.cs right here, we will be adding builder.services.add HTTP context accessor, but the main thing here is the add HTTP client. Once we add the HTTP client here, then we can configure that coupon service will be using HTTP client. For that, we will say builder.services.add HTTP client, and the interface is iCoupon service. Implementation is inside coupon service. That looks good for the configuration. But right now we have only configured the HTTP client. We have not configured in our application that, hey, when we are looking for an iBase service implementation, you need to get an object of the base service. And same applies true for the coupon service. To add that, we will have to register on builder.services, and we have to define the lifetime, which will be scoped. We have the coupon service, and before that, let me add builder.services.add scoped. I want to add the iBase service. With that, we have registered both the base service and coupon service, and also configured the HTTP client right here. With all of that configured, what we have to do next is implement our coupon service. we need to implement the coupon service. First method that we have here is create coupon, but let me start simple. We have the get all coupons right here. For all of the methods here, we need the asynchronous keyword. Let me add that before we proceed further. Perfect. Now where we have the get all coupons, we will add the return statement, await. On the base service, we have the root method, which is send async. There we need to configure the request DTO with the correct parameters. We will create a new request DTO object here, and we need to populate API type. This is a get request, so st.api-type.get. Next parameter here is the URL itself. That is inside static detail. We have the coupon API base, and after the HTTPS, we need to add the API and coupon. Now let me go to app settings here. You can see we do not have a / after the port number. That is why right here we will have to add a /. But with that it will get all the coupons. That looks good. Let me go to get coupon async. There we have to pass the coupon code. When we are getting the coupon code, let me open up the API controller in coupon API, and where I have that, right here I have given a special name, get by code. We will copy that, go back to our coupon service, and right here after coupon, we will add the get by code, and then we need to pass the coupon code. We will add plus and the coupon code. When we scroll down, we have the get coupon by ID. Let me copy and paste it here. And that time, we do not need the custom name here. We only have to pass the ID there. We have update here, but before that, let me copy this, remove the extra semicolon there, and we have delete coupon. For delete, the API type will be delete here, and the URL, if I go back, where we have delete, we are passing the ID. So what we have here is perfect. Now what we are left with is create and update. With both of them, we have to pass the coupon DTO. It will be either HTTP put or HTTP post. Let me copy one of the return statement here without the extra semicolon. Paste that for create. The API type will be post there. And next we have something called as data. That data is nothing but the coupon DTO itself. When we go to the base service, we are already serializing that, so we can directly assign the object here. We will serialize that before we send the request. URL here, we do not need any ID. We only need API and coupon. Looks good. Let me copy and scroll down to update here. And the API type here will be HTTP put. That looks good. With that, we have implemented all the endpoints for the CRUD operation in coupon service. We want to see our coupon service in action. But let me close all the tabs here. And when we are working with multiple projects, if I run the application right now, it will only run the coupon API. I want to run both coupon API as well as the web project. We will right click on the solution here, and we have configure startup project. We will select multiple startup project, and we will start both the API as well as the web application. With that configured, let me hit the run button. And perfect, it starts the API, and in the background we have the web project. Right now by default, if you click on the hot reload icon here, you can see hot reload on file save is enabled. Because of that, when I save anything, it will automatically reload the application. If this is not checked, make sure to select that. It will help you when you are testing or debugging few things. But before anything, I want to change the default Bootstrap theme that is there in the web project. I will be using a Bootswatch theme, so let me search for that here. And if we go to themes here, and if you scroll down, you can see we have multiple themes right here. For our project, we will be using the Slate theme here. So let me download that. And once you download, let me open that file, copy that. We will go back to our project. And in the web project, www root folder, lib, we have the Bootstrap default theme. Let me overwrite what we have. So delete everything in bootstrap.css and paste what we copied. If you scroll to the top here, you can see the theme is Slate here. And then if you go back to the application, nothing is updated. That is because if we go back to the project and if we open the master page, that is _layout, you will notice we are using the minified version. We updated the .css, so let me replace that and go back here. Perfect, things are getting different. Before we fix the header here, I want to add a drop-down. So let me search for Bootstrap 5. Go to the documentation here, search for navbar. And we have the drop-down here. Let me copy the li element. Go back to our project. Paste that right here. Perfect, looks good. Let me save that. And if I go back, great, we have the drop-down. You can notice here is drop-down is in blue color. And that is because in _layout, we have a custom CSS behind that. Where we have added a color for anchor tag, we can remove that. If you are not aware of this custom CSS, it is basically a CSS that is bounded to the layout page, and you can see the name is exactly the same. We can remove that, and if we go back after that, perfect, we do not have that blue color anymore. Let me make the header dark here. We will go back to _layout and let me see. Where we have the navbar light, I will make that navbar dark. Remove the background white and border bottom. Save that. Let me see. Perfect. Where we have the text, we will remove text dark. Because we have the dark background, we do not need that anymore. Looks good. Save that here. Perfect. Much better. Lastly, the footer here, let me modify that as well. We scroll down. We have the border top. Let me remove that. And right here, I will add Made with Love by .NET Mastery. Perfect. Now while we are here, let me add Bootstrap icons. Typically, I used to love the font awesome icons, but with the ease of Bootstrap icons, these are becoming my favorite. If you scroll down here, we have the CDN right here. You can see there are many icons that are available to use in our project. It is simple to get started. All we have to do is in _layout, paste that CDN right here. Then if we go back here and if we search for an icon, let's say heart icon, and we scroll down, we have the heart fill. Copy that. And let me paste it here. Go back to the browser. Great. Our footer is looking great, and the header and navigation, everything is aligned with the dark theme. With that configured, we will shift our focus to consuming the coupon API. We need to call our coupon API right here. Let me go back to the application. And right here in underscore layout where we have the drop down, let me change that to be content management. And the first link that we have here, rather than href here, we will go to ASP controller of coupon controller. ASP action will be coupon index. We have not created that, but we will do that very shortly. Save that, and if I go back here, perfect, that looks good. Let me create our first controller. We will do that in the controllers folder. I will have to stop the application, add a new controller. Now this controller will be an MVC and not an API controller because we are working with the web project. I will give it a name of coupon controller. We will go with the empty controller and configure everything right there. In order to invoke the coupon API, we have that in the coupon service. We have already configured that in dependency injection. So let me consume that right here. We add that in the constructor here, and then the index action. If we go back to underscore layout, I am calling that coupon action. So right here, I will rename that to be coupon action. And what will be the return type? Coupon service, if we go there, they are asynchronous method. So here we will add the async keyword, task of I action result. That way, the action method can use a wait keyword. For this particular view here, we want to display all the coupon. We will have list of coupon DTO, and let me call that list is equal to new. We will be getting a response DTO from our coupon service. Let me call that as a response, and that will be await underscore coupon service. Dot we have the get all coupon async. That should retrieve all the coupon. Once we get the response, we can check if response is not null. And we can also check the response dot is success. If that is true, then we can populate list from the response dot result. If we do F12 here, that is an object. We will have to deserialize that object using the JSON convert. We will say JSON convert dot deserialize object, and what will be the type? That is a list of the coupon DTO. Let me add that, and from where we will deserialize that. Before we deserialize, we will have to convert that to a string. And inside there, we will pass response.result. Once we do the conversion, if everything is successful, our list will be populated, and when we return back to the view, we can pass that list. We have done quite a few things. We have added base service, we have added coupon service, and then we added the coupon controller where we are calling the coupon service. Now let me run the application, but before that add a debugging point and let me see if this actually works. Now right now I will tell you it will not work because I have intentionally introduced a bug there. If I press F10, in the response here, you can see the message not found. I want you guys to debug and find out what is going on here. Why did we get the is success to be false and the message as not found? I hope you were able to figure that out. What I did intentionally is in coupon service, you can see the route is API/coupon. But if we go to the endpoint, which is the coupon API, there when we look at the route here, we have the controller name. Controller name will be coupon API and not coupon. To fix that, what we can do is right here, we can append coupon API and that will work. But I do not like that approach when we actually have to give a route name. If you give it a right name of coupon API and then fix the coupon service, that is okay. But rather than giving it the controller name, I like to give it a hardcode name of the route like this. That way what will happen is in future, for some reason, if the controller name has been updated, then you will have to notify all the client application that, hey, my route is updated. If you do not do that, you will have to remember to change the route to be the coupon API right here. But to avoid all of that, when you start the controller, you can always define a hard-coded route. That way that route never changes even if you update the controller name. I will call that API/coupon, and that is what we have in the coupon service. You can see in all the places we are using API/coupon. With that configured, if I run the application, it should work. If it still does not work, we will debug and see what is going on. Examine the response here, and great! Success is true here, and we have the result. Let's see if it deserializes that, and great! We can see both the coupons and the coupon index is working as expected. Now before we do anything else, we will have to create the coupon index view to display all the coupon. We need to create the view for coupon index. Right click on that action method. We have add view. It will be an empty view. Make sure to give it the same name, that is coupon index. Add that. Now rather than typing the HTML and CSS, I have provided all of that in snippets right here. Make sure to download them from .NET Mastery, and once you download that, in the snippets folder, section 3, we have the coupon index view. Copy that and paste it right here. If you save that and run the application, let me show you what we have by default. We go to coupon here, we go back to the view, and perfect. You can see I have a table layout here, but there are no records. We need to add a for each loop, and we have to iterate through the model that we are passing from, where is that, the coupon controller. Right here, we are passing the list here. For that, we need to define the model of our view. That will be a list of coupon DTO or an enumerable. So right here, we first have to define model. That will be an enumerable of coupon DTO. Next thing, we scroll down. We have the T body here. We need to add a for each loop and iterate through our model. We have the header here, but in the body, we will add a for each loop. We will say variable item in model. When we are using the model at the top here, it will be a lowercase, but anywhere else it will be a capital M. We will add the closing bracket here. That looks good. And right here, first let me see what we have, coupon code. So item.coupon code. Next TD, we have the discount amount. We need to convert that to a string. So item.discount amount dot to string here. Change that to the currency format. And let me add one more bracket. Perfect, looks good. We have the minimum amount, that is also a currency. Let me add that here. Perfect. If I save that, hot reload should kick in, and perfect. We can see both the coupon. And with that, our coupon index is looking great. Next thing that we want to work on is creating a new coupon. We will go back here, and if I scroll up, we have the anchor tag right here. We need to create an action method in the coupon controller. Let me close the coupon API and everything else. It gets confusing super quick. So make sure to keep your tab up here, super simple. We will add a public async action method that will be task of I action result. Name of the method to create a coupon. I will go with the model name, which is coupon, and what is the method responsible for, that is create. By default in the get endpoint, we will return back to the view and keep things super simple. We need to add this view, stop the application, right click, whoops, add view, empty view, name will be coupon create. Perfect. If we go back to our snippet, we have the coupon create view. Copy that and paste it right here. Now what will be the model of this view? From the controller we are not passing anything, but we know we will be creating one coupon. So right here the model will be coupon DTO itself. We will be working with only one coupon, so we do not have an IEnumerable there. After that, let me modify the view here. Let me run the application to see how that looks. When I go back, coupon, if I click create new coupon, I need to redirect there. So right here we will add the ASP action, and that is coupon create. I am not adding the controller name because we are in the same controller. Hot reload should have kicked in, and yes it did. We have the create coupon and that looks good. We have a padding here, but that will be used for label that we have right here. First one, let me display coupon code. Scroll down. We have the discount amount and we have the minimum amount. If I save that, whoops, I have a spelling mistake there. Perfect, that looks good. For validation, we will be using validation scripts partial. That is right here. We have the jQuery validation. We will scroll down at the end here, add a section script, and we will use the partial tag with validation scripts partial. Make sure the name is exactly the same or else it won't work. Then let me go back up here where we have the input. Let me add ASP for. This one is for coupon code. That looks good. And then let me add a span for validation. ASP validation for will be coupon code. Class will be text danger. I will copy both of them and let me paste it in the other two places. We have the discount amount. Copy that. And we have the minimum amount. Copy and paste that. Perfect. Let me save that. And if we go back, hit the create button. Perfect. We have the validation. Our view is looking great for create coupon. Back to list is not functional. Where we have that, we want to go back to the action, which was coupon index. If I save that, perfect, it is functional. In the next video, let me work on what should happen when we populate fields here. It's a number and hit the create button. We need to post our form. What I can do is in the form here, I can define ASP action will be coupon create. That is where we want to post the form. We need to work on the post action method for coupon create. Copy the get action, paste that one more time here. This will be HTTP post. When we are posting, we will receive a coupon DTO. We can call that model, that's also fine. First, what we have to check if model state dot is valid. We have the client-side validation right here, but we should also validate on server side that all of the default validations are good. If they are, then on the coupon service, we have the create coupon async that we need to invoke. Let me copy this, paste it here. Method that we want to invoke is create coupon async, and we need to pass our model. If that is successful, we can redirect them back to the index action. Rather than magic string here, let me use the name of coupon index. And if the model state is not valid, let me return back to the view with the model. With that, let me save all the pages here, go back, and let me try to create. Great! It redirects us back to the index, and coupon was actually created successfully. And if I switch to SQL Server, Mango coupon, let me see, we should have 3 records. Great! With that, create functionality is looking great. Next thing we want to work is on the delete functionality. When we work on the delete functionality, we need to pass what particular coupon user wants to delete. So the route will be something like coupon delete, and then maybe the ID like 12, 2 or whatever it is. Let me go back to the application in the controller here, copy this coupon create, paste that again, rename the action method to be coupon delete. In the parameter here, we will receive the coupon ID. Now how do we pass this coupon ID from the coupon index where we have the delete icon? Well, in the anchor tag here, we will define the ASP action, and that let me copy the name coupon delete, paste it there. When we are calling this, we want to pass the coupon ID. For that, we will be using ASP route tag helper. With that, we can give it any name. The variable name that we expect here is coupon ID, so that is what we will write right here. And that ID is inside item dot coupon ID. With that, let me copy this, add a debugging point here, save all of that. If I hit the delete icon, perfect, we get the coupon ID. We do not have the view, so let me add that. But before we do that, when we are loading the view to delete a coupon, we need to display all the coupon details. And for that, we will have to get coupon by the coupon ID. We go up here. Well, I can copy this right here. Not this. Let me copy where we are deserializing the object. Paste that here. And the method name will be getCoupon by ID async. We need to pass the coupon ID there. If we do get a response back, we will deserialize that, but this time it will be of the type coupon DTO. Let me call that coupon DTO, call that as model, and if we retrieve that, we will return back to the view with that model. If we do not get anything back, we need to return a not found. You can have a 404 view and return that, but we will keep things super simple for now. Let me copy the action method name and create that view. I will stop the application, empty view here. Now this view will be exactly same as coupon create. I can copy everything, paste it right here. Model will be the same. Change that to be delete coupon, and the action name will be coupon delete. We do not want any validation here, and all the fields will be disabled. Let me add that. Back to list looks good. Here it will be delete. We can display BT and danger. Perfect, we do not want any validation. And that looks good. One thing that you can add here is in the input tag ASP4, we can have the coupon ID as the hidden property. Perfect, I believe that looks good. Let me run the application and see if everything is functional. We go back to the coupon, try to delete this one, and great, that looks good. Now we need to work on the delete action method. Copy this, paste it one more time here. This will be HTTP post here, and we will get a coupon DTO. When we are deleting, we have delete coupon async. That time we only need the coupon ID. So let me pass coupon DTO. Dot, we have the coupon ID there. If that is successful, we can redirect back to the index action method. Copy that line, paste it here. If that is not successful, we can return back to the view with the model, which is coupon DTO. With that, I believe everything should be functional. Let me hit the delete button, and for some reason it is redirecting me back, and you can see it is not working. Now we need to debug and find out what is going on. When we are trying to delete a coupon, it is not working. Before we debug that together, I want you guys to give that a try and see if you can figure out why that is not working. I hope you were able to figure that out, but if not, let me do that together. Whenever something is failing, rather than adding a debugger here, I will add that in the base service. That is where all the magic happens. We have the switch case here. Let me add it there. Try delete, and let me press F10. This is the get, that is okay. We hit the delete icon. It should go to HTTP delete. That looks good. Let me examine the response. Well, we have method not allowed. You can see the URL it is going to is API, coupon, and then the ID. Let me see what we have in the coupon API controller. We scroll down to the delete. We have the ID, but we do not have the ID in the route. That is why it will not work. Right here we need to define that, hey, there will be an ID in the route, and that is of type integer. With that saved, let me remove the debugging point here, continue, and it deleted automatically thanks to hot reload. Let me try one more, and if we delete that, perfect, you can see that is functional now. With that, the CRUD operation are functional with coupon, but I have not implemented the update functionality. If you want, you can implement the update functionality. It will be straightforward, but I do not want to do that right now, and in the later videos, you will understand why I did not add the update functionality for coupon. Right now, what we have for our coupon is looking great. Before I end the section here, I want to implement Toaster in my web project. Toaster, if we scroll down here in the demo, you can see it displays a nice Toaster notification. I want to add Toaster if something fails or if something is successful. Adding that is super simple. We need to add the CDN. So let me copy that, go back to my project here, and let me close all the tabs. We will do that in underscore layout in the web project. I copied the JS first. I will add that right here. Script src, paste that here. And let me scroll up. Next, I will be adding the link rel style sheet href. Let me copy that and I will paste it. Perfect. Toaster has been configured. Then rather than adding all the toaster notification in individual places, let me do that in a main underscore layout. I will create a new partial view. Whoops, not what I wanted. Let me go back and bring that back to what it was. In the shared folder, stop the application. I need to add a view. I can copy the validation scripts partial, paste that again. I will rename that to be underscore notifications. For notification, I like to use temp data. Temp data is something where you assign a value and that only stays for one request. To show you an example here, if we go to coupon controller, here the response is successful. In the else part, that means the response was not successful. For that, we can add temp data here. In success, well, this will be of error type, and there we need to display the message. We have that in response.message. We can use that. Let me add a null check here, and I will copy this else condition, paste it in the other places. Perfect. So if the response is not successful, we will assign the message in temp data of error. In here we can check if that is not null, then we can display toaster notification. We will add the if condition and we can check temp data in the view as well. Let me check the error here. If that is not null, then we will need jQuery and toaster.js before we display the toaster notification. jQuery is already included in your project, so you can add that here. And then where we added the toaster, let me cut that and move that right here. We will add a section for script here. Type will be text, JavaScript, the default one. Add the closing script. And within there, we have toaster notification. Let me go back and see the usage right here. Copy that, paste it here. We have the error one, and we need the message here. That message is inside temp data with the key of error. Let me copy this, paste it one more time. If temp data of success has some value, we will display that right here with success. That looks good. In order to test that, where we have the coupon API, I can change the route here to something else and let me see what happens. We will go to coupon. That did not work. Let me see why. In the coupon controller, where we have the coupon index, let me debug that. It did set the temp data. Whoops, I think I know why it did not work. We added the underscore notification, but we did not add that in underscore layout. Where we have the render body, we need to add that partial view. Name is equal to underscore notification. That way on all the pages, we will have support for toaster. With that configured, let's go back and whoops, refresh is not working. Let me restart. And it will be notifications. I noticed we have plural here. Let me make sure the spelling. Yep, that looks good. I need to save everything here. Go back. Coupon. And it still does not work. If I press F12 here, we have the toaster is not defined. And that should not be the case. Let me go back here. Whoops, they have an invalid JS there. We can go to CDN.js directly and try to find out the toaster. There we go. Copy that script tag. And we need to paste that right here in both the places. That was odd that on toaster.js, they had the invalid CDN. But with that, let me go back to the web project, refresh, and great. We see the not found toaster, and that is looking perfect. So with that, we have configured toaster in our application. But before you forget, make sure to go back and change your route back. You can also add more toaster where you have the success route. Like, let me copy this. In coupon create HTTP post, we can set temp data of success here. Coupon created successfully. Copy that for delete. And coupon deleted successfully. Let me see if that works. We will try to create a new coupon. Well, we already have one. Let me try to delete. And great. Our toaster notifications are working as expected. We have Coupon API and that is working as expected. When we think about a microservice architecture, we need some kind of authentication to make our API endpoint secure, and only the allowed user with correct credentials can access our API endpoints. And for that security, we will be using .NET Identity, and we will create a new API in our solution. Let me close all the tabs here. In solution, where we have our services, let me right click, add a new project. It will be an API here. I will call that mango.services.auth API. Let me create that. Perfect, our project has been created, but before we do anything here, we need to install NuGet packages because we need the .NET Identity and authentication packages. What I will do is we have few packages that we have installed in the Coupon API. We can right click there, select the edit project file, copy all the packages from there, and we can paste it in the project file of Auth API. Remove this and paste all the packages. Perfect. That way, if we examine the dependencies, we have all the basic packages with Entity Framework Core and AutoMapper in the Auth API. If we examine the .NET Identity, we are using the port number 7002 in our architecture. Let me add that in our project as well. We go back here, Auth API, launch settings.json, and rather than 7015, we want 7002. Perfect, that looks good. Now the .NET Identity is a package that will create all the identity related tables automatically with Entity Framework Core. But for that we need to set up Entity Framework Core and DB context in our project. For that we need the app.db context, and we can copy that data folder, paste that in the Auth API to save some time. You will have to open the app.db context and we will change the namespace here. This will be Auth API and not the Coupon API. We do not need anything with the coupons here. Let me remove all of that here. And perfect. Now typically when you are working with Entity Framework Core, we only needed the DB context. But here we will be using .NET Identity. In order to use identity for authentication and authorization, you will have to implement from something called as identity db context. If you press Ctrl dot, we have to install the NuGet package of Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.identity.entity framework core. That package has been installed, but if you right-click here, Manage NuGet Packages, I do not believe it will be .NET 8. I was correct. We will select Include Pre-release and update that to be the same version. Perfect, that looks good. Inside the AppDB context where we added the identity DB context, we can define the duser right here. You can also see the default user is identity user. So let me write that for now. Perfect, that looks good. Next thing that we have to do is configure program.cs file. Let me copy that from Coupon API to save some time there. We do not want AutoMapper right now. We only want the DB context. Let me paste that here. And we scroll down. Where we have apply migration, let me copy that. Paste it down here. And I will execute that. Perfect. Now we know the Auth API is responsible for authentication and authorization. So in the pipeline, before authorization, we have to add use authentication. When it comes to adding in the pipeline, authentication must always come before authorization. If you add it after authorization, things might not work. We have the AppDB context here, add the using statement, and perfect. Right now we have only configured the DB context in our project. But in this project we have something special. We have to tell Entity Framework Core that hey, we will be using the .NET identity and we will be using Entity Framework Core where we have the DB context with the .NET identity. That is how it will know that okay, I have to use the DB context to create all the identity related tables. Defining that is super simple. On builder.services, we have something called as add identity, and there you can define two things. What is the default user? That is identity user that comes by default. On top of that, you have to define the role. We will be using the default identity role for now. Do not worry about the complexities. I am using whatever is default right now. When we modify things, I will point those out, but right now we are setting up the default identity. On there we have to add the entity framework stores, and we have to define the DB context. That will act as a bridge between Entity Framework Core and .NET Identity. Finally, we will be using add default token providers there. With that, we have configured identity in this API project. But now you might be thinking, what exactly will happen because of this configuration that we added inside the program.cs file? In order to see that, let me open Package Manager console here. And the default project will be Auth API. I will write the command add migration. Well, before I do that, let me show you something else. Where we have the on model creating, let me comment this out for a second and then try to add a migration. Call that add identity tables. The migration here will fail and you will see that error pretty soon. Perfect. You can see the error unable to create a DB context of type identity user login. It requires a primary key to be defined. Now you do not need to go into these complexities. If you want to remove that error, we are not using this method. We can remove that and that error goes away. But if you are seeding some data right here, then all you have to do is add this one line that I said before. Once that line is there, If we try to add the migration again, the migration will be added successfully. Perfect. You can see here it is creating quite a few tables. We have ASP.NET Roles table, ASP.NET Users table with many columns here. We have the Role Claims table, User Claims table, User Logins, and much more. All of these tables are related to the .NET identity. That way we do not have to worry about the heavy lifting. .NET team has provided this out-of-the-box solution that we can use, and that is pretty solid. We have the migration here. We can hit the command update database, but I might see the error message with invariant that is there. Edit the project file, remove this, and if I run that again, we will see one more error message. Perfect. You can see the connection string property has not been initialized. I want you guys to figure out what exactly we are missing. If you said connection string, you are spot on. In the coupon API, let me copy the connection string. We will paste that in the Auth API. We forgot that. The database name, I will change that to be auth here. And let me execute update database. It should work this time. Even if you did not run the command update database, if you started the project, it would automatically apply migration based on the code that we have inside program.cs. But you can see the migration has been applied successfully. Let me switch back here, refresh the database, and perfect. We have the mango_auth, and it has quite a few tables related to .NET identity. Now, right now in the default implementation of identity, if you examine the ASP.NET Users table, you will notice it has quite a few columns. It has a column for name, it has a column for phone number, and that's about it when it comes to user details. What if you want to capture more details from the user, like name of the user and street address, anything else that you want? How can you configure the .NET identity tables and add more properties on there? The way identity has been designed, it is pretty extensible, so let me do that. We will go back to the project here, and inside the Auth API, let me add a folder with the name of models. In there, I will create a new class file, call that application user. Now we want to add more properties to the ASP.NET users. If we examine program.cs, the default user is identity user. So basically we can say that application user will extend the identity user and add the using statement. When we do that, application user will have all the properties of identity user. On top of that, let's say we want to add name of the user. Now when we do that, we have to define the change in the DB context. Let me close all the tabs other than this. Open the DB context of Auth API, where we have identity user. This now will be application user. When we were working with the coupon API, we used to create a DB set. So let me do that for application user. And with that, we have to modify the program.cs. When we are adding the identity, the default user now will be application user and not the identity user. With that change, we have added a DB set in the application DB context. So you might be thinking that it might create a new table with the name of application users. But it will not do that. Entity Framework Core is smart. The .NET knows that application user is extending the identity user. Because of that, it will add one more column to the ASP.NET users table. Let me show that. Let me add a new migration here. I will say add name to ASP NET users. And perfect, you can see here it is adding column name and it is adding that to the ASP.NET users table. If you run the project, we do not have that as the startup project. In the multiple here, let me select Auth API as well and run the project. It should automatically apply migration. Let me go back and perfect. We have the name column right here. So with that, you can see adding new columns to the built-in tables of identity is not that difficult. Now we want to work on the Auth API and we need to create endpoints in the Auth API. We have the default weather forecast controller. Let me delete that. We do not want that, as well as the model. In the controllers folder, I will create a new controller. That will be an API empty controller. I will call that Auth controller. Well, let me call that Auth API to be consistent. The route name here, I do not like controller. I will change that to be API/auth. Right now, what will be the two endpoints in this controller? First one will be to register an account and next one will be to log in. Let me create HTTP post there. Give it a name of register and it will be a public async task of action result. Call that register. Right now we can return OK. That is fine. Copy the register. Paste that for login here. And perfect. We have two API endpoints that we added in our controller. Let me set the startup project here to be the Auth API and run that. Perfect. We see both the endpoints. We have the endpoints for our Auth API where we have register and login. We need to think about what will be the DTOs or models that we will need for all of the endpoints. One thing that will be common when it comes to Coupon API is the response DTO. Let me copy the DTO folder here from Coupon API, paste that in models. I will delete the Coupon DTO. We do not want that. Response DTO, we need to make sure to change the namespace to be Auth API. Now with Auth API, we will be working with user. Application user will have many properties that are not needed when we typically work with user. Like if we go to database, you can see application user has lockout enabled, access failed count, concurrency stamp, security stamp. All of those are not needed. In the DTOs of Auth API, let me add a class for user DTO, and in there I will add the critical properties that we care about user. The main four properties here will be user ID, and user ID will be a GUID and not an integer. Because of that, it will be a string. That is the default type for user ID in .NET Identity. Next, we will have email of the user, name of the user that we just added, and there is also a default property for phone number. Then first, we want to think about all the models that are needed when we register a user. At that point, we will require name, email, phone number, and on top of these three, we will also require password that a user wants to set for their account. In the DTO here, let me add a class here. I will name that registration request DTO, and we will copy the three properties. On top of that, I will add password right here. Let me correct the spelling of registration, and that looks good for the registration request. Similarly, when we have to log in, we need a DTO for that as well. I will call that login request DTO. And let me correct the case here for DTO. And the user DTO as well. Perfect. That looks good. Let me go back to the login request DTO. When a user wants to log in, they will typically send username and password. So here we will have two properties. First one will be username. Next one will be a password. If a user is able to log in successfully, we will return a user DTO of the logged in user. On top of that, we will have to return something called as a token. That is the basic security where we return the JWT token to validate that okay, you are logged in and this is your special token that will prove that you are logged in successfully. In the DTO, let me create one more class and I will call that login response DTO. There we want two things. First is the user DTO. And next one will be a string. That will be token. Perfect. With that, I believe we have added all the DTOs that are needed for authentication. When we work with authentication, we deal with creating JWT token that is used to validate a user that is logged in. You can see in the login response DTO, we added a string for that token. Now that token is generated with the help of a secret key, and there are a few more settings that you can configure. I will add all of the settings in one place, that is appsettings.json. Here, let me create a new section. I will call that API settings. In there, we will create a section with the name of JWT options. And there we want three key value name. First is the secret key that we will use. And you can make up your secret key. I am adding a placeholder here that this is used to sign in and verify JWT token. Replace it with your own secret. Next thing is an issuer, and this will basically be like who issued this certificate or this token. We can hardcode that to be Mango Auth API here. And then we have something called as an audience. Audience will basically be that okay, this token has been generated, but it has been generated for certain audience. And we can give that a name of Mango client. What that will do is if some other audience tries to pass the token, it will treat that token as an invalid token. Now we have added these settings inside the app settings. If you want to access them individually, you can get the configuration object, but there is other way of accessing that in your API. What we can do is in the models here, let me create a new class with the exact name that we have here. That is JWT options. And in that class, we will create three properties with the name of secret, issuer, and audience. We will set all of them by default to be string.empty. Next, what we can do is in program.cs, when we are configuring the pipeline, we can configure that JWT option. All of these properties should be populated with the values from app settings. For that, we will say builder.services.configure, and we want to configure the JWT options. That will be configured by builder.configuration.getSection. Inside there, we need the key name. If we go back to app settings, that is inside API settings. We will add a colon, and we have JWT options. That will basically configure the class file, and using dependency injection, we can access the settings that we have right here. Now when the time is right, we will access that, but right now we have configured that in our container. Now we want to add services to our Auth API. In Auth API, let me create a new folder for that. To organize everything in a better way, we will create service folder, a new folder for iService there, and we will add our first interface in there. That will be iAuth service. Think about what will be the endpoints in this interface. We will have something for login and register. When a user is registering, what will be the return type? That will be user DTO. Let me call the method as register here, and what will we receive as input parameters? That will be the registration request DTO. Let me call that the same here, and that looks good. Now when a user is logging in, the return type, we have that as login response DTO. Method name will be login, and the parameter that we will receive will be login request DTO. Then we need to implement the auth service. In the service folder, we will add a class file, auth service, and it will implement the iAuth service. Let me implement that interface, and perfect. Now you might be wondering that when we register a user, we have to create a record in this table, maybe some other tables related to identity, and the password hash that we have here, we will have to hash the password and do all the complex security. That will not be the case. With .NET Identity, they have given us many helper methods to automatically create the user, secure the password, assign roles if we have to, and much more. To access all of those helper functions that we have with .NET Identity, we will have to inject some things with dependency injection. Now first, when we register or log in a user, we will be updating our database, so we will need the application DB context. So read only, we have the app DB context, call that _DB, and then we want to inject the helper methods. First one here is a user manager. If you write user manager here, we have to define the duser. We are not using the default user, we are using application user, and I will call that _user manager. When we have to work with the roles in the user, we will be using something called as role manager. That will be a read-only role manager, and you can define the default role. Now we will be using the default roles of the application. So right here, let me write identity role and role manager. I have to inject all three of them with dependency injection. Let me do that here, and we will say _DB, _user manager, and _role manager. These helper methods are injected automatically, and we do not have to do any other configuration. With that injected, now we can implement the register and login functionalities. Let me work on register right here. When we receive the registration request DTO, we get few properties. We need to create a new application user with these properties. So application user is equal to new, and there we can assign username, which will be registration request DTO.email. Email will also be the same, and we have something called as normalized email. That is basically email, convert that to uppercase. We have the name property, assign that, and we have phone number, assign that as well. Perfect. With that, we have created an application user based on the information that we receive inside the registration request DTO. The register functionality, let me add that inside a try catch block here. Perfect. We will create a variable result, and now we will be using the helper method in user manager. If you write _user manager, there is a helper method with the name of create async. You can see it expects an application user. We have that in the user. And then if you add a comma, there is an overload where it expects a password. That password we have inside registration request DTO dot password. What that will do is it will automatically create the user. It will add entry in the database. If there are any errors, the result will display them. But all of the heavy lifting like hashing the password, everything is done by the .NET identity. What we can do here is we can check if result dot succeeded. Well, I forgot the await keyword here. It is an asynchronous method. So we will have to await that. And then if result dot succeeded, that means the user registration was successful. If the registration was successful, that means we can access application DB context and retrieve the user based on the email. So we can say variable user to return is equal to _DB. We have application users that we added as a DB set. Use that, and we can use first, where we will say u.u goes to username is equal to the request DTO dot email. It will retrieve the user, and based on that user, we can create or rather populate user DTO. Let me do that right here. Once we populate that, we can return the user DTO. Perfect, that looks good. And if there is any exception, we can return a new user DTO without any detail. Perfect. So our register functionality is looking good with our Auth service. Right now we are returning the user DTO when the registration is successful. But I think a better approach will be to return a string, and that will be empty if the registration was successful. If it failed, we will return the error message. You can see we have result.succeeded here. So if that was not successful, we can populate that error message. But if everything was successful, we will return empty. In the else part here, we can say return result.errors.first.default because that is a list. And this errors is basically the identity error that has code and description. We will take description that is more meaningful. For some reason, if it catches an exception, we will return error encountered. That looks good. In the Auth service, when we register, we will return a string right there. With that, the Auth service looks good. In order to consume that, we will do that in the endpoint that we created. Right here, we need two things. First, we need a response DTO, and then we need to inject the Auth service. Let me inject the Auth service, and let me add the response DTO. In the register here, we will say variable error message is equal to await _auth service dot we have the register. Right here, when we register, we have to pass the registration request DTO that we will receive from body. Let me add that. When we receive that, we will pass that down here. And then we will check if the error message is not null or empty. That means that there is some error that was encountered. _response dot is success. We will set that to be false. and we will set the message to be error message. Finally, we will return a bad request in this case, and we will return underscore response there. Perfect. But if the error message is empty, that means everything was successful. We can directly return back the response. With that configured, let me run the API. Perfect, we have the register endpoint here. Let me try that out. And for dummy purpose, we will use the email string@string.com. Keep the same name, phone number, and password. We will see an error message because password is not strong enough, but we forgot to register the auth service. We have to do that right here. Builder.services.add-scoped and auth service. Implementation is inside auth service. Perfect. Let me try that once again. We will change the email to be string@string.com and execute that. Perfect. We see the error message. Password must have one alphanumeric characters. Now with the default .NET identity, they have many validations for password. So let me keep something secure. Admin123 *. That should work. Let me execute. And great. We get the message empty and success is set to be true. Let me switch back to the database here. And if I execute this, great. We have created our first user in the ASP.NET users table. That is exciting news. With that, we have the confirmation that our register endpoint is working as expected. If you try to execute that again, we get the error message. Username is already taken, and that is perfect. We have registered our first user. Next, what we can do is using the same credentials, we can implement the login functionality. First, we have to do that inside the auth service. Based on the login request DTO, we will get the username and password. We will first retrieve a user from database based on that username. So application users.first.default, and we will say u goes to u.username. Convert that to lower is equal to login request DTO.username.toLower. If that username is valid, then the user will be populated. If a user is populated, then we can check their password. For that, we will have a boolean. Let me call that is valid. And in order to check password, we will be using user manager. We have helper method there with the name of check password async. It is an asynchronous method, so make sure you await that method. There we have to pass the user and their password is inside login request DTO.password. We will check here if user is null or if is valid is false. That means the combination is invalid. In that case, we can return new login response DTO, and inside there we can set user is null and token will also be empty. But if the user was found, we need to generate the JWT token. Before we generate the token, let me populate the user DTO right here, and I will also have the login response DTO. Inside there, we will pass the user object and token. For now, we will keep that empty, but we will generate the token here, and once we generate that, we will assign that token right here. Finally, I will return the login response DTO, And I believe that looks good. With that configured, let me consume that in the Auth API controller where we have the login endpoint. We will say variable login response is equal to await underscore auth service dot login. We need to pass the login request TTO. We will get that in the from body here, and we need to pass that model. Then we can check if login response dot user is null. That means the authentication was invalid. I forgot the semicolon there. And if that is invalid, we will set the isSuccess to be false, set the message, and return back a bad request. But if that was successful, we will set the result to be login response and return back an OK. With that, let me run the application and see if that works. We go to login here, try that. Invalid combination. Let me see. Perfect. Let me change that to be string at string.com. Password admin123 star. And great. We get the user back here. That means the login was successful. Now the next thing that we need to work on is when the login is successful, we need to generate something very special, which is a JWT token. Login is working as expected. But now when we log in the auth service, we want to create a token. Now creating a JWT token might seem difficult if you are getting started, but we have helper methods that makes everything super simple. We want to generate a token for the logged in user. Rather than clustering everything in the auth service, let me create a new interface here. We will call that IJWT token generator. The token will be a string, so that will be the return type. Let me call the method name as generate token, and the input to generate that token will be the application user that we will pass right here. Let me create the implementation for that inside service folder. I will create JWT token generator, and that will implement the IJWT token generator. Implement that interface. When we generate token, we will be configuring our token with secret, issuer, and audience. For that, we will require JWT option, and if we examine program.cs, we configured that right here. And because of that, inside the service here, we can retrieve that in constructor using dependency injection. We want to inject the JWT option here. Let me do that. And perfect. That way the underscore JWT option will have all the key values assigned from the app settings. And before we implement the generate token, let me go to program.cs, and I will also register that service builder.services.add-scoped IJWT token generator and its implementation. Great. Now we need to generate token based on the application user. We will do that by using the JWT security token handler. Let me add a new variable for that, and we need to extract the secret key. We will say variable key is equal to, we will have to encode the key, so encoding ASCII2.getBytes, and there we need to pass the secret key that is inside JWT option. We can access the secret key that we stored inside app settings. Now inside token, what we typically have is some claim. Like let's say you want to store the email ID, username, maybe something else in the token. We can store all of them in a key value pair by something known as a claim inside token. So JWT token will be comprised of multiple claims. Let me create variable claims is equal to new list of claim, and that is inside system.security.claim. When we have to add a new claim inside there, we can use a string, like if we want to add with the key name of name, and the value we can go in application user dot name. With that, we have created our first claim in the token. Now this name is fine if you want to use that, but typically there are predefined claim types that we should register. That way it integrates perfectly with the .NET identity. And rather than adding magic string here, we have that inside the JWT registered claim names dot we have email. If you hover, then you can see it is a constant for email. And let me add that with application user dot email. Add a comma there, copy and paste that 2 more times. Next we have something called as sub for subject, and there we typically store the user ID, so application user dot ID. We also have a claim type with the value of name, and that if you hover, you can see they are basic constant here. And inside name, if you want, you can store name of the user, but in the default implementation, they store the username, and we can convert that to string. Now all of them are string, so that we can skip, and I believe with that we have added 3 claims inside the claim list that we have. Let me rename that. Perfect, that looks good. Now we have the secret key, we have the claim list. Final thing that we need is a token descriptor that will describe or that will have some configuration properties for a token. So we can say variable token descriptor is equal to new security token descriptor. There we have to configure multiple properties. Like you can see, we have the audience that we have in the JWT option. We have the key value for audience. Next we have the issuer that also we have configured in JWT option dot issuer. This will be issuer and not issued at. Let me fix that. And then all the claims that we have added in the claim list, we have to add that in the token descriptor, and that will go in subject. So subject is equal to new claims identity, and we will pass our claim list inside there. We can set the expiration, and that will be datetime.now. We will add 7 days. Finally, we need sign-in credentials. For that, we will be using the secret key that we added on line 22. Sign-in credentials is equal to new, and we have to generate a new symmetric security key. We will pass our key there, and finally we need the algorithm. The common standard is security algorithm HMAC SHA 256 signature. That is the default standard, and we will use that. Perfect. With that, we have created a token descriptor that has all the properties that we want. Finally, we need to generate the token. We will say variable token is equal to, we will be using our token handler. There we have a method create token. If you examine, it expects a security token descriptor that we have created and configured right here. So when we have to return back, you can return token back, or you can use the token handler. It has the method write token. When you pass token inside that, it will write that and it will return you the final token that is needed. Our generate token looks great, and we have implemented all the functionality that is needed to generate a JWT token. We have added the method to generate token in the JWT token generator. Let me consume that inside our auth service. We will have to inject the iJWT token generator. We already configured that in the program.cs file. So let me inject here with dependency injection. Where we have the login here, we need to generate the token. we can use the JWT token generator dot generate token. We need to pass the application user right there, and let me save that in a variable token. Perfect. Let me add a debugging point here and see what happens. We have an error. Let me see where that is. I forgot a comma there. And let me run the application. We have an error here. Let me see. It is with the JWT token generator. Examine that. And yes, of course, when we are injecting the JWT option, we cannot do that like this because there is no class implementation that we have registered. What we did is we configured the builder.services.configure with the options. If we go back here, when we are injecting, we will rather get an I option, and there we have to pass the JWT options. When we receive the JWT options here, we have to extract the value and assign that to our JWT option. With that, let me restart the application. Perfect, that works here. Let me try to log in. Let me enter my username here and password. And let me see. We hit our breakpoint, and if we examine, perfect. Something here has been generated and it is inside our token variable. Copy that, go back to the browser and open the website jwt.io. If you scroll down, we have the encoded. Remove that and paste your token. On the right hand side, you can examine all the details that got added. You can see it is adding all the claims that we had. It has the user ID, it has the email, we have a valid issuer and audience. You can see here how easy it was to generate a token and adding claims onto our token. If you want to add more claims in the future, that is pretty simple as well. You can directly go to the JWT token generator and add them right here. Right now, what I will do is where we have the API endpoint in Auth service, and if the token is successful, when we return back, we need to pass the token that got generated. With that, let me run the application again and try that one more time. Now the response should have a valid token. We hit execute here, and perfect, we get the token right here. We have configured our login and register. On top of that, I want to add one more endpoint when we want to assign role to any user. If I go back to the SQL Server and examine the auth table, you can notice we have ASP.NET roles table, but that is empty. First, we need to create a role in the ASP.NET roles table, and then we have a mapping table ASP.NET user role, where we can pass the user ID and role ID to assign some role to our user. What I mean by role is, let's say there is an admin role and a customer role. Customer can access few things as long as they are logged in, but admin is the only one who is able to, let's say, create a coupon or delete a coupon. And for that, when we register a user, we need to assign role to a user. Let me go back to the application for that, and inside the interface here, we will create one more method that will return a Boolean flag, and I will call that assign role. We will assign a role based on email and let's say the role name. So string role name, whatever role name we pass here, we will assign that to a user with the email address that we provide in the parameter. To implement that, we will go back to the auth service. Let me implement that interface. And if you notice in the dependency, we added role manager that will provide us with the helper method to create a role in our database. But before we do that, we need to retrieve user based on this email. So let me copy this line, paste it here. We will check the email. Let me do that. And perfect. That way we will retrieve any user based on the email. If the user is not null, then we want to proceed further. Before we assign role to a user, we need to make sure that that particular role is created in our database. To check if a role already exists or not, we will say not here underscore role manager. We have a helper method role exists async. Now here we are checking if the role exists or not, and we need to pass the role name. But in the if condition, you can see it will not work because this is an asynchronous method. To make that synchronous, we can call getAwaiter.getResult, and that way we do not have to write the await keyword. Inside the if condition, we need to create role because that does not exist. To create that on role manager, we have the create async, and that expects a new identity role where we need to pass the role name. Let me pass that role name here. I added an extra bracket here, and we will have to add the getAwaiter.getResult. That will create role if it does not exist, and then we have to assign user to a particular role. We can do that using user manager. We have helper method there, add to role async. Now when you are working with role, remember that you can work with one role or multiple roles. We want to add one role, so we will use add to role async, and that expects the application user and the role name. We will pass both of them, and finally we will return true. If the user is null, we can return false here, and that looks good for the assigned role. With that configured, let me run the application. And we forgot to add the endpoint in the Auth API. Let me do that real quick here. Copy the login, paste that one more time. Name, I will call that assigned role. We will assign role when a user will be registered from the front-end application. So let me expect the same DTO, registration, request DTO. Here we have assigned role. We need to pass model.email and the role name. Now we do not have role name inside registration request DTO. Let me add that here, save that, and we will pass model.row, convert that to an uppercase. That way we do not have any casing issues when we are creating role. Let me change the variable name here to assigned role successful. And if that is not successful, we want to display error message here, error encountered. If everything is successful, we return the response back. Let me run the application and see if that works. Let me register a new user right here. And when we are registering, let me give that a role of admin. Now, even though when we are registering, we are not using that, but I still added that right here. Perfect, user is created. If we go back here, ASP.NET users. Great, we have that. Now we need to assign that user a role. Let me copy the DTO that we have here. We are using the same one to assign a role. Paste that here. We only care about email and role, but if anything else is present here, we will ignore that. Let's see what happens. Perfect, the is success is true there. Let me examine the ASP.NET roles table. Great, admin role has been created. If I examine the ASP.NET user roles table, that role is assigned to a user that ends in number 8 And if we examine, that is admin@gmail.com. With that, we are able to assign role to a user successfully. Now you might be thinking that, hey, why did we not combine the assigned role with register functionality? You can do that if you want, but the reason I am keeping things separate is when we will be calling the endpoints from front end, we will register a user with the default role of customer. And then if a user is already logged in as an admin user, only then they will be able to register an admin account. That complexity we will cover in the upcoming videos, but right now the endpoints that we have in Auth API are working as expected. We have the Auth API that is functional, but now we want to consume that from our web project. Let me close all the tabs here, and we will be working on the web project. First, what we need to do is we need all the models in our web project as well, because from there we will be sending in all the requests and getting all the response back. Let me scroll down to the models of Auth API, DTO. I will copy all of them other than the response DTO that we already have in the web project. We need to change the namespace here to be mango.web.models. Let me copy that namespace. I will update all the other ones here. Paste that, login, paste that. Perfect, that looks good. Let me build the solution, and perfect, that works. We also have to configure the URL for Auth API. I believe that is 7002. That is correct. Inside the web project, we have utility, static detail. Let me create an Auth API base for the URL. In app settings, I will copy this, paste that again. For the Auth API, that will be 7002. We need to configure that in the program.cs here. Copy and paste that here. It will be for the Auth API base and service URL Auth API. Now we have configured the Auth API base URL and we added all the DTOs that are needed in our web project. Inside our web project, we need to create the auth service similar to the coupon service. Let me add the interface here, new item. That will be iAuth service, and in there we want 3 endpoints. All of them will return the response DTO. The first one, let me call that login async. When we are logging in, we need to pass the login request DTO. Copy and paste that 2 more times. Next we have the register here, and we have the assigned role. In register and assigned role, we will be passing the registration request DTO. Let me do that. Copy that and paste it here. Perfect, the interface looks good. Let me add the service here, auth service, and that will implement the interface. Let me examine the coupon service. We need the base service using dependency injection. Let me add that here. And let me go back and copy one of the post calls that we have. And I will paste it right here. We need to add the asynchronous keyword. Let me add that. Perfect. Now what will be the endpoint? That is API/auth, and the base will be Auth API base. Data that we have to pass is the registration request DTO, and perfect, that looks good. But when we have the URL along with auth, this is for assigned role. Let me double check the name that I am using. We have assigned role, add that here, copy this, paste it 2 more times. Next one is the register. We go back, we have register, copy that, paste it here. Let's go back, we have the login. Let me close that, and I will pass it right here. We will have the login request DTO. Final thing that we have to do is configure our program.cs in the web project, where we need to add the HTTP client for the auth service, and we need to add the scoped implementation for auth service as well. Perfect, that looks good. With that, if I run the application, well, we need to configure all the 3 projects. Everything should work exactly the same. Right now, we are not calling the API, but we have configured the auth service in our web project. And perfect, the web project should work exactly the same. Next thing that we have to do is add a controller for authentication in the web project, and we have to configure login and registration page. Now we want to build the registration controller in the web project. In controllers in the web project, let me create a new controller. I will have to stop the application there. It will be an MVC controller. Name of that controller will be auth controller. We will be using our auth service for login and registration. Let me inject that with dependency injection. We do not want the index action here. We rather want the login and logout. We do not want the index action here. We rather want an action method for login, and there we will be passing a new login request DTO. When we return back to the view, we can pass that, and let me use the new syntax. Let me copy this and paste that one more time for register. And with that, we have the register view model, or rather, we can just keep that empty. That is okay. We have added the get endpoints for login and register. With that, we have added the endpoints for login and register. Let me go to our nav bar in view _ layout. And right there after the UL here, let me create one more UL element. We will have a list in there. Give it a class of nav item. And in the first one, we will have the login link. Let me copy the anchor tag, paste it one more time. It will go to the auth controller. We do not have ASP area. Remove that. Action name will be login, and it will be login. Copy that, paste it one more time. That will be for register. Let me do that. Perfect. We want the login and register to be displayed if a user is logged in. With the .NET application, we can directly use the Razor syntax here and check if not. We have a user object that gets populated using the claims of the logged in user. On there, we have a property for identity, and there we have a Boolean flag if the user is authenticated or not. If the user is not authenticated, we will display login and register. In the else part, if a user is already authenticated, we will display them to log out. We have not added this action, but I will add that in the auth controller. Let me add that right here. Log out. And perfect. That looks good. And perfect. With that, we have added 3 action methods in our auth controller. Let me run the application here, and we should see the login and register on the nav bar. We have that, but the designing is off. Let me see. Where we have the UL, we will give class of navBarNav, and perfect. That looks good. If you click on any one of them, we have not added the view, so you will run into error message. Let me work on adding the views in the next video. Let me work on creating views for our endpoint. We only have to create them for login and register. Let me stop the application, add view, empty view. This will be login, and we will create one for register. Let me do that. Perfect. Let me work on the login first. The model here we will receive will be the login request DTO. We will add a form with the method of post. Inside there we will create a div with the class of container, border padding 4, and another div with an h1 for login. Then let me add a div, give it a class of row, text center. We will be displaying all validation. For that we have the ASP validation summary. We want to display all the validation here, and class will be text danger. After that we will add a class of row where we will have the input fields for username and password. We will add a div, give it a class of column 6, offset that by 3, and padding bottom of 2. First input tag that we want will be ASP for username, and give it a class of form control. Placeholder will be username, and I believe that looks good. Let me copy and paste that one more time. We have the password. Let me paste that one more time here, and for the last one we need a button. Type will be submit, class will be form control, and btn success for the green color. Let me give that a value of submit here, and we will display login. I will also add btn class. That looks good. We do not want to waste much time in the designing here. Let me run the application and see if that works. We go back to the login. Perfect. That looks much better. Perfect. That is looking great. I will make one small modification. On the small screen, I will make that column 12, but on the medium or larger, we will add the offset. Let me copy this and paste that. Go back here, and it stays the same. That looks good. Let me design the register. Go back and copy this. Paste that in register. And we need the model. Model will be registration request DTO. I will change the H1 here to be register. And we need email here. Let me add that. Placeholder will be email. Copy and paste that 2 more times here. We have the phone number. Well, we should get the name before that. And we have phone number. We have the password. That looks good. Let me add the individual validation for all of them. We can remove this div here. We have email, paste that, name, phone number, and password. We will have the register button here. Save that, and let me go back. Perfect. The view is looking good. Let me add some padding here. Padding 3. Great. With that, our UI is looking great for login and register. Right now, when we are registering a user, we have not defined what is the role of a user. Let me add a drop down here because right now we are still configuring things, but we will remove that later on. I will stop the application. In static details, let me add 2 constant here. for role admin and role customer. I want to retrieve both of them and create a list of select list item. We will call that variable role list is equal to new list of select list item. We want to create the first one, select list item, where text is sd.roleAdmin and value will also be the same. Copy that here. We need the closing bracket. Paste that one more time. Next one will be customer. Let me do that. Perfect. Now we need to pass this role list to our view. We can do that by using viewBag. Let me create a property with the name of role list. That is the key name of the viewBag. If I go back to the register view, I can access that viewBag right here. Let me copy this div, paste it one more time. We will add a select statement where we will have ASP4. We will store that in the role property that we have for our model. And the class name we will give that form select. That is what we have for dropdown. And the list of all the items that is inside the viewBag. Let me copy the key name to avoid any spelling mistake and paste it right here. Within the select here, we will add a default option of select role. Let me run the application and see if the dropdowns are populated. We will go to register and perfect. We have the dropdown. Now in the next video, let me work on the post action method. That way when we are posting here, it actually calls our API. We want to work on the post action method for register. Let me copy this, paste it one more time. When we register, we will be getting a registration request DTO right here. Let me call that obj. And this will be HTTP post action method. When we retrieve this object, we need to invoke the auth service. We will get a response DTO back, so that will be equal to _auth service dot register async, and we need to pass our registration request DTO, add the await keyword, and we will make this a synchronous method. Perfect, that looks good. The response DTO that we will get here will basically create or register our user. Once we register the user, we need to assign the role. Let me call that as a result here, and let me create one more response DTO for the assigned role. We can check here if result is not null, and if result dot is success, that means the registration was successful. We can check here if obj.role, and we can see string.is null or empty. If that is null or empty, then we can assign obj.role is equal to sd.customer. But if the role is populated, we want to create a role whichever is selected from the dropdown. So here we will be using assigned role is equal to await. On auth service, we have assigned role async. We need to pass the obj there, and that will create the role if that does not exist. If it already exists, then it will assign that role to the user. We can add a check here if assigned role is not null, and if assigned role dot is success. We want to display a temp data that registration was successful, and then we want to redirect them to login. So we will say return redirect to action. That will be name of login. Let me do that. Perfect. That looks good. In the else part here, if there are any error, we need to populate the dropdown again. So let me copy this, paste it here, and we can redirect back to the view with the OBJ. Perfect. I believe that looks good. Let me add a debugging point and restart the application. Let me go to the web project here, register. We have a wrong placeholder here. Let me go back to register. This will be password. Let me select the role of admin and hit the register button. We hit our breakpoint. Result, that is successful. Let me see. Role should be populated as admin. Assigned role is also successful. And if we go back, perfect. Registration was successful. Let me register a customer user to see if that works. We will select that role, hit the register button. Perfect. Let me go to database before we move forward. In the ASP.NET roles table, I do not think we have customer, so that should create a new role. Press F5 here. It was successful. If I go back to the database, the new role has been created. With that, we can see the register functionality is working as expected. With that configured, the register functionality is looking good. In the login, we have incorrect placeholder. Let me correct that. And perfect, that looks good. Now let me work on the login functionality. We have the register post. Let me copy that and I will paste it after the login get here. Rename that to be login, and with that we will have the login request DTO. Service will be login async, and we have the response DTO. We do not need to assign any role there. Let me remove that. If that is successful, I want to deserialize that, and we should be getting a login response DTO. Let me remove everything else here. We want a login response DTO. We need to use JSON convert .deserialize object. That will be of the type login response DTO, and we will have to convert to string the result .result. And I think the name is not that good here. Let me modify that in just a second. I will call that response DTO and fix that. Perfect. So we will deserialize and see what response we get back when we invoke login async. If we do get that, then we want to redirect them to the index action of the home controller. But in the else part here, we want to display that error message. Now if you notice in login, we have the display summary all. Because of that, we can add a custom error to our model state. Add model error. We will be adding a custom error right here. And the message will be inside response DTO dot message. If that is not valid, we want to return back to the view with the OBJ that we receive. Let me remove everything else here, and I believe that looks good. Let me save this and go back to the application. Let me try something invalid here. Perfect, it is invalid. Let me try the valid password. And great! You can see it redirected me back to the home page. Let me try that once again and add a debugging point. We go back here, examine the login response, and great! The main thing that we care about is token, and we are receiving that right here. When we are logging in, we receive the token. We have to save that somewhere in the application, because when we are accessing Coupon or any other API and they request the token, then we have to pass that along. We can store that in multiple places, like you can use a session or a cookie, whatever you prefer. I will be using cookies to store our token. Let me implement a service for that. In our web project where we have the services interface, let me add a new interface and I will call that iTokenProvider. First method here will be a void. I will call that setToken and we have to pass token in the parameter. Next one here will be getToken to retrieve a token, and the last one here will be to clear the token. Let me implement this interface in the services folder, add a class of token provider, and that will implement the iTokenProvider. Let me implement that interface. And when we are working with the cookies, we need to inject the HTTP context accessor. I have already configured that in the startup class file, well, the program.cs not startup right here. So with that, we will inject the HTTP context accessor. And first we need to set the token. On context accessor, we have the HTTP context. On response.cookies, we want to append a cookie, and for that we will have to give a key value pairing. To store the key name, let me do that in static detail. Let me create one more constant. I will call that token cookie, and we will call that JWT token. When we are appending that, we will say st dot token cookie, and the value is inside token. When we have to clear the token, we can call cookie.delete, and we need the key name. Finally, where we have to retrieve the token, let me create a string, and I will create a boolean has token. We will check our context accessor.http context, and this time we will not go to response. We want to request a cookie. So we will say request.cookies. We have try get value. I will pass the token cookie right there. What that will do is if it has a value, it will assign that to has token. When we return back, we can say if has token is true, then we pass the token, else we will pass null. And here, because of the null reference, we will have to explicitly check is true. Perfect. That helper functionality looks good for managing all the token. But before we see that in action, we have to register that in the program.cs. Right here, we will have builder.services.add_scoped. We have the iTokenProvider, token provider. Cut that and paste it with all the services. We have added token provider, but where will we use the token provider that we added? We will do that in the auth controller of the web application when we log in. Before that, let me inject that using dependency injection. So private read-only iTokenProvider. We will get the implementation here. And let me inject that. If you scroll down to the login here, we are getting the login response DTO. When we get that back, we can set the token provider using token provider.setToken. We will pass the login response DTO.token. Now with that, if you run the application, let me see what happens. We go back to the application, log in here, and we are redirected back to the application. Let me inspect the element. We will go to application, scroll up here, and we have the cookies. Let me expand that. Perfect. You can see we have a token right here. That means we are logged in. But why does our application does not treat that we are logged in? Because if we go take a look at underscore layout, we need to set something that will say that this user identity is logged in. How can we tell .NET that, hey, our user has actually logged in and this authenticated is true? How do we define that? We can do that in the auth controller. Actually, let me create a new method here. It will be a private async task. Let me call that sign in async. Let me call that sign in user, and we will expect a login request DTO. Call that as a model. Right here, we want to call the HTTP context. There we have a method sign in async, and that is inside Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.Authentication. It is a built-in method, but that expects a claim principal. We have to build that claim principal, and if you examine the other constructor that we have, we can also define the authentication scheme. We are using cookie here, so we can say cookie authentication defaults, and there we have the authentication scheme, which is basically a constant for cookies, and next we need to pass the claims principal. Let me create that here. I will call that principal is equal to new claims principal. And when you do that in the parameter here, you can see we have an option to pass the identity. In that identity, we have to add few claim types. When you add a certain claim types that are registered with the .NET identity, then it will have the authentication checked in. When we were generating the cookies, you remember we had few JWT registered claim names. We will have to do something similar right here. Let me create a new handler here for JWT security token handler, and we will install the NuGet package for that. Let me stop the application here. After that, we will need to read the JWT token. So on handler, we have a method read JWT token, and there we will pass the model.token. I do not see that here because it will be login response DTO and not the request. There we go. That will basically read the token, and from that token, now we want to extract all the claims that we added. Let me create a variable identity that will be new claims identity on the authentication scheme of cookies. Then on identity here, we want to add a claim. What claim do we want to add? Let me open the Auth API here, and let me go to services. We have the token generator. There we have these three claims. Copy that, save that, and let me paste it right here. The first one here is the email. Let me move it inside the bracket here, new claim. That will be email. And how do we get that? In the JWT, we have the claims, and there we can use first or default. We will say u goes to u.type is equal to. We need the same constant. Let me paste that right here. When we get that, we will say dot value, and that will extract that particular claim and add that inside our identity. Let me break that in a separate line here. And we are missing a closing bracket. That looks good. Now let me copy this and paste that 2 more times. Next, what we want is sub. Copy that. Add that here. And we want the name claim. Now these are the default claims for email, subject, and name. But when we work with .NET Identity, we have to add 2 more claims. So let me do that. Copy this and let me paste that 1 more time. Now rather than JWT registered claim, we also have claim types .name. If you hover on that, it has the identity claim for name and there we have to pass the email. So right here we will pass email, and that way the claim types.name will be populated. Finally, where we have the principal here, we will add identity, and with that all the steps will complete. Well, where we are signing in the user, we need to pass the principal. That will sign in the user using the .NET identity. These are the basic and the default steps that are needed to sign in a user using the built-in .NET identity. Now with that configured, let me go to the sign-in method that we have in login. Right here. Before we set the token here, we will call our sign-in user and we will pass the obj. Well, not the obj because that is a request. We want the response, that is login response TTO. Perfect, that should sign in the user. With that, let me run the application and show you one error message. Let me try to log in here. And when we hit the login button, we will see an exception. We see no sign-in authentication handlers are registered. Try to Google the error and see if you can figure out what is going on here. I hope you were able to figure out the solution. We are using authentication in our web project, but did we register that in our services or in the pipeline? We have not done that. Because of that, it is giving us a hint here. Did you forget to call the add authentication.add cookies? And we obviously forgot that. We will go to the web project here, program.cs, and on builder.services, we will be calling add authentication. What will be the type? That is cookie authentication defaults dot authentication scheme. That is basically a constant for cookies. And on there we will say add cookie and configure few options. I will set few options here, like from hours, we will set that for 10 hours. Login path, if a user is not logged in, then it should redirect to auth controller, login action, and if access denied is found, it will go to an action method of access denied. Now I have not added that page, but you can add that if you want. When we go to our request pipeline, we also have to add app.use authentication, and that will be before authorization. With that configured, let me run the application. Let me go back, try to log in here. And perfect. Now you can see it knows that we are signed in and it is automatically displaying us the logout button. So that is great. But we need to set the functionality of logout. Let me do that real quick. Where we have the logout here, we will say await on HTTP context. Similar to sign in async, we have the sign out async. On top of that, we will have to clear the token. Do not forget to do that. And once we do all of that, let me redirect to action. That will be index action and home controller. We are using await here. So let me add a task. And perfect. That looks good. Let me go back. The hot reload should kick in here and hit the logout button. Perfect. If this does not work, make sure to restart the application. Sometimes when you implement things with cookies and HTTP context, you might have to restart the application. So let me show that again. We signed in here. It is working. When we hit logout, we have login and register. Our application is looking good right now, but let me try one thing. Let me try to log in using our API here. Try that out. We will get back a token. Let me copy that token. and we will go to jwt.io. Let me examine that. Here we have quite a few things, but we do not have a role of the logged in user. That is very critical when you are working with authorization. In order to add that, we will first have to add that at the API level inside the Auth API. Let me close all the tabs and open the Auth service. Here, when we are assigning the role, we are passing the role name. But when we are generating the token, in the token generator, we are not passing role of the user. Now, right now, our user only has one role, but it is possible that a user can have multiple roles. Because of that, we will add an IEnumerable for roles. Let me continue editing, and I will open the implementation. Where is that? Right here. We will get an IEnumerable of roles. When we get that, we have the claim list here. So on the claim list, we can add range. What we want to add is roles.select, and we will use projection. Role goes to new claim type, and then rather than using the JWT registered claim names, we will be using the .NET type, which is claim types.role. That will make sure that when in the project we are accessing role or we are checking if user has a role, it will automatically do that mapping. So on claim type of role, that is the key name, value will be the individual role. Let me add the semicolon, and that looks good. Now when we are calling the token generator, we have to pass the role that is inside Auth service. Where is that? Right here. We need to get all the roles of the user. For that, we have a helper method. Let me call variable roles. Await on user manager, we have a helper method get roles async, and we need to pass the application user. It will retrieve us all the roles, and we simply have to pass that to our token generator. With that configured, let me restart the application and see if that works. We are in the Auth API. Let me try login again. Execute that and copy the token. Let me examine that. Perfect. You can see role of admin is added in our token, and that is great. Now our token has a role, but when we are decoding that token in the web project, we need to extract that role and assign that in the web project. We will do that in the Auth controller right here, and we want to extract one more claim. Let me copy this, and that is of type claim types.role. And here what will be the type that we saw? It was a string with the value of role. With that configured, let me add a breakpoint here, save that, and try that out. Well, let me restart the application to be sure, because I'm changing few things in the token. Let me log in as admin here. We hit our breakpoint. Let me examine the identity, claims inside there. And perfect, you can see the claim of role has been configured. Now the reason I am using claim type.role here is because with the .NET integration, if you have added the claim type of role, then let's say in one of the controller, if you add here the authorize attribute and you say role is equal to st.admin, this is automatically taken care of because that claim is assigned when you are signing in the user inside the HTTP context .signin async. And because of that, it is critical to add that line. Now let me do one more thing here. let me switch back to the application and let me sign in. Well, we will have to continue, of course. Perfect. When a user is signed in here, I want to display email. That is pretty simple. Let me go to the layout here and let me add one more li element here. We do not want any link here, so href, we can keep that as empty. But rather than log out here, we want to say hello and then the email. If we examine the user, it has identity, not identities. Identity dot we have the name, and if you examine the claims when we were populating that, we added email address there. With that line, if we go back, perfect. You can see helloadmin@gmail.com, and that is looking great. If a user is logged in, we will see that. If they are not, we have login and register. Before we continue here, let me add some validation on the required fields in register and login. I will go back and we will have to go to models. We have the login request DTO and registration request DTO. We will add required properties there. Email, name, phone number, and password are required. Correct that. And with the login, both username and password is required. With that, let me restart the application and see if we have the validation. I do not believe I added them, but let me go back and let me open the view for login and register. We added the ASP validation for, but we forgot to add the script. So let me do that here. In login as well, let me add that script here. And let me go back, try register, perfect, login, great. You can work on designing that. I am going to keep things super simple. Now let me try to register a same user. When we try that, nothing happens. So basically it is going, but it is not creating that. Let me see if I am displaying error message. If the is success is false here, in the else part, let me display temp data of error. And we will display the result.message in toaster of error. Save that here, and perfect. Now we can see the validation. If the password is secure enough, let me see what happened. Perfect. The username is already taken. Let me try to log in here. That does not work. For anything invalid, we have the validation, but we can move that to toaster as well. If I go back to login here, let me get the individual validation for username and password. Remove the validation summary from here, and where we have the auth controller, copy this, and in the login, paste it right here. Want to return back to the view with the obj, leave that here, and this will be response DTO.message, and rebuild the application. Let me try login. We have the validation. If something is not valid, perfect, we get the error message. Now our validations with login and registration are working as expected. Let me show you something odd. Let me close the application. Where we have the coupon API, let me open that here. We have the coupon API controller right here. Let me add an authorize keyword. That way only authorized user can access coupon. If I run the application again and try to access coupon after signing in, we will see a different error message. Let me sign in first. And now if I click on coupon, you will see internal server error. Why do we see internal server error and not the error message with authentication? Well, the reason is simple. When we take a look at our coupon API, let me close everything else here. We are working on coupon API for this video. In the program.cs, we have not defined that authentication will be handled by this API. Right here, we will have to say app.useAuthentication, and again that will be before authorization. Now when we are authenticating, we are validating three things. If you recall, we have the secret, we have the issuer, and we have the audience. We will have to validate our token using all three of them. So if we go to the API project, let me copy the settings here. I can remove the JWT option. I want to use the simple route here. Let me paste it and remove the JWT option. Directly in app settings, we will have secret, issuer, and audience. We need to add we will have to add authentication in program.cs, where we have the builder.services. First, let me retrieve the secret. That will be using builder.configuration.getValue. We will define the type here. And then we need the section name, API settings, paste that here. And the key name is secret. Add a colon and paste that. That will retrieve the secret. Similarly, we will get the issuer and the audience. Then if you remember the secret, we were encoding that by ASCII2. So we will add that code here. And finally on builder.services, we will add authentication and we will configure some options there. We will define what is the authentication scheme and the default challenge scheme. Both of them will be bearer and it is a constant with the bearer value. Then we have to configure the JWT bearer token. Let me do that here. And when we are validating the token, what are the validation parameters? So x.token validation parameters, and we have to create the object and define what exactly we want to validate. Let me add the using statement here. Perfect. And first thing we want to validate is the issuer signing key. Set that to be true. We have to define what is the signing key here, and that will be new symmetric security key. We will pass the key right here. Next, we want to validate the issuer as well. Set that to be true here. And we have to define what is a valid issuer. That we have in the variable. Similarly, we will say valid audience and validate audience will be true. You can define way more parameters if you want, but these basic parameters are looking good for our authentication. On top of that, we also want to add authorization in our API. So let me add that. With that, we have added authentication in our API. If you run the application, now you will not see the internal server error message anymore. Let me show that. We go back here, try coupon, and perfect. Now we see a valid error which says unauthorized. Before we work on accessing coupon from our web project, let me go to the API project that we have, Coupon API, and here if we try to access coupon, it will not work. We get a 401 not authorized. How can we add authorization or authentication using Swagger that we have in the API? For that, we have to configure the Swagger gen and add some configuration right there. Let me go back to the program.cs of the Coupon API, and we are adding the Swagger gen right here. There we have to configure few option goes to, and first we have to define option.add security definition. We are using bearer here, so we will say name is bearer, and we have to define the security scheme, which is a new Open API security scheme. Add the using statement. In there we have to define few things like name, authorization, description. You can write anything you want. I have added something meaningful here. And what is the location for the bearer token? We have written that it will be inside header, and scheme is bearer. This is the default setting, so do not panic on what we are writing here. Think of it as something that is needed by default when you are adding authentication to your Swagger documentation. Finally, on option, you will also have to add the security requirement, and that is Open API security requirement object. We need to configure that as well. Now that will expect a new Open API security scheme, and inside there we have to give a reference. Now again, do not panic on why we are writing such ugly code. What is all of this complexity? It is one of the basic things that is needed to enable authentication in Swagger Gen documentation. This will be new Open API reference here, and we have to define two things. Type will be reference type, dot security scheme, and what will be the ID? That will be bearer. Rather than having magic string as bearer here, we have that right here. So copy and paste that here, as well as right here, it will be bearer. Along with the Open API security scheme, we have to give a list of values. We don't want anything here. Let me pass an empty string there. With that ugly configuration that we have, Swagger Gen is configured. Let me restart the application, and now you will see a lock icon next to the API, and perfect. Now how do you authorize this token? If we go back, whatever we wrote here, it is basically adding that in the description, and we have to give the bearer token. To get that token, we will have to go to the Auth API, and let me log in here as admin@gmail.com. Get that token here. Copy that, go back here. When we paste it, you can see I entered in the description. You have to write bearer, leave a space, and then the token. We will write bearer here, paste that token, and authorize. Perfect. With that, if you try to execute, we see an error message where it says bearer error invalid token. Error description, the audience is invalid. Why is that? Let me see. Let me go back, and where we are validating things, we have audience. That looks good here. Let me add a debugger and rerun the application. I want to see all the value, and of course, you can see we are getting the secret but not the issuer and audience. I believe the reason behind that is first we will have to get the section and then all the values. So I will say settings, section is equal to builder.configuration.getSection. We want to get the complete section of API settings here. And once we get that, on this section settings, we want to get the value. Here we will only pass the value, save that, and let me restart. We are getting all of them here. That looks good. I need to validate everything again. Let me log in first. Get the token from there. Add that to our coupon API. authorize, and let me try the get here. Perfect. So you can see if audience or anything is not valid, the token is considered invalid and API does not return back the result. Now we want to switch back to the main application, and there when we are trying to access coupon, if a user is logged in, we want to access all the coupon. Right now we get unauthorized, and that is because when we are calling the API, we are not passing the JWT token that we saw when we were calling the coupon API. We added the bearer token. We already have that token in the cookies. If we examine, we have the JWT token. So when we are actually making the API call in our base service, we have to pass that token to our API. For that, we have to modify the base service. Let me close all the tabs here. Open the web project. We have the base service and the interface. Right here, let me add a boolean. I will call that with bearer, and default value will be true. Let me add that in the base service as well. With bearer will be true. And right here, if with bearer is enabled, then we want to set our token. To get the token here, we have the token service, which is token provider. Let me inject that here. We will have a private read-only iToken provider. iToken provider here. And perfect, that looks good. We can retrieve the token here using underscore token provider dot get token. Then on the message dot headers, we have to add an authorization header. If you make any spelling mistake in the authorization here, things will not work. And when we add the bearer token, we need the bearer keyword. So again, do not make any spelling mistake here. I just did that. There we go, we have bearer. And then we will leave a space, add the token. Perfect. With that configured, let me run the application. Let me go to the web project here. We will log in. Try to access coupon, and great. If you log out and try to access, it displays unauthorized. With that, we are successfully passing the token. What will happen is by default, we are setting that to be true. But we do not have to pass token when a user is registering or they are logging in. We can go to the auth service here and we can override that with token with bearer will be false here. Copy that. Well, when they are assigning the role, let me pass that. But when they are logging in, let me remove that for now. We save that, and if we go back, let me try to log in here. Everything should work exactly the same. Before I wrap up the video, I want to clean something up in the coupon API. Let me go there. Minimize this. Coupon API program.cs. You can see it is getting too clustered here. This authentication code that we have here, let me move that to a different file, and that way the program.cs will not be too cluttered. I have to create a new folder. Let me stop the application. In Coupon API, we will create a folder for extensions. Inside there, let me create a new class file with the name of Web Application Builder Extensions, and there we will basically be extending the Web Application Builder. For that, we will have public static Web Application Builder, and let me call that add app authentication. When you are adding an extension method, static keyword is required, and this keyword is required before the Web Application Builder. What we can do is program.cs let me cut everything that we selected and paste it right here. We have the builder object, and on there we will add authentication. Once we add that, if I go back, I can also copy the add authorization, but I will leave that outside. Here I will return back the builder. Let me run the application, and that will not work. We did not call the extension method. We have an error here. It will be a static class. That should work, and we need to call that right here. In order to invoke that, we will say builder dot the method name add app authentication. With that, let me run the application again and see if everything is functional. Let me try to log in, access coupon. That does not work. We will log in here. Coupon should work. So perfect, that looks good. Now let me try something different. If a user is an admin user, only then they can create or delete a coupon. But if it is a customer, let's say for now they can access the coupon right here. For that, we will go back to our Coupon API and Coupon API controller. Everything is authorized, but where we have the post action method, right here, let me add something different. We are saying authorize, and we want the role of admin. Now I know we have magic string here. If you want, you can create a static detail and hold that constant. I will keep that as it is. And we will add role of admin for put, post, and delete. With that in place, let me go back, log out, and let me log in with the customer account that we created. Now if I go to coupon and try to create a new coupon, perfect, we see access denied. So our roles are also working as expected. Let me go with admin here, and I should be able to create a new coupon. Perfect. That is working. Delete is also functional. With that, you can see we have all the functionalities with authentication and authorization in our API as well as the web project. Coupon is working as expected with our project and the API. Next thing that I want to work on will be more of an assignment, because it will be exactly similar to what we did with coupon, but that will give you hands-on practice on how everything comes together. Let me close the application here, go back to our service, and there let me create a new project, web API project. I will call that mango.services.productAPI. We will select .NET 8 here. Let me hit the create button. Inside product API, we will be performing CRUD operation on product itself, and it will be exactly similar to what we did with coupon. First, let me create a model for that. In the folder here, we will have models, and there we will have the product model, and inside there we will have properties for our product. I will create 6 columns in the product table. First one will be the product ID, name of the product, price, we will have the range validation there. Then we have description, category name, and image URL. Right now when we are working with image URL, we are going to use online image and not work on uploading a new image in our API. We want to focus on learning microservices for now. So I will keep things super simple. You enter a URL inside the image URL property, and that image will be displayed for that product. I will create the same properties for product DTO, because when we are working with API, we do not want to expose the core model. In models here, we will create a folder with the name of DTOs, and I will make it uniform. Keep that as DTO, and there I will add a new class That will be product DTO, not DTOs. Rename that to be DTO. Perfect. In there we will add the same 6 properties that we added for the product model without data annotation. That looks great. With that configured, next what I want to do is from the Coupon API, edit the project file, copy all the package references, and I will add them in product API. That way we do not have to worry about adding the NuGet packages. That looks good. Finally, what I can do is copy the data folder here, paste it right here, and modify the namespace to be product API. The DB set that we want will be product here, and let me call that as products. When we are working with the product here, I want to seed some records in the product table. Rather than typing all of that based on my model, I have provided snippets in the project resources, and in section 6, we have seed product. Copy everything from there, we will paste it inside the on model creating, and perfect. You can see we have the product ID, name, price, description, image URL is a blank image with the pixel size, and that looks good. With that configured, I have the base setup that is needed for you to continue the assignment. Let me walk you through the assignment in the next video. It is time to practice the API and everything that we have learned so far. What I want you guys to create is set up the product API database and table. We created the product model and seeded the data, but we have not added connection string or created that database. So you need to create database, populate table using the apply migration in program.cs. And for that you will add the DB context, and we already have the code to seed our product table with 5 records. You will also have to set up AutoMapper in the project and perform CRUD functionality in the product API similar to what we did in Coupon API. Finally, you need to set up authentication and authorization in the product API, where create, edit and delete functionality, admin role can perform those, and read functionality, any authorized user can perform that. That is similar to what we have done with our Coupon API. Now the 5 steps that I have here will be part 1 of the assignment. Once you complete the part 1, in the next step, you have to consume the API from the web project. When you consume that API, the product API port number should be updated to port 7000, and you have to implement the product service and controller in the web project. Finally, you will have to create views for the product CRUD operation. To be uniform with the naming here, this is the naming that you have to follow. We will have a view for product create, product delete, product edit, and product index. I have also provided you snippets for the product index and product create. Product edit and product delete will be exactly similar to the product create. So good luck with the assignment, and I will show you how to do all of that step by step from the next video. But before you move on to the next video, I want you guys to pause the video and try this out. Everything that we will be doing with product API, we have done in the Coupon API, and my main reason to have this here is for you to practice and get familiar with how the data is flowing from web project to the API project, and when you build that yourself, you will run into error message. That way you will get experience in solving those exception and error messages. So make sure that you try to complete the assignment before you move on to the solution in the next video. First thing that we will handle here is making the product API up and running, and it is exactly similar to what we have in the coupon API. For that, we will copy few things from coupon API and modify the namespace. Like the extensions folder, let me copy and paste that. For the authentication, update the API here to be product API namespace, and that looks good. Let me also copy everything from the program.cs in the coupon API, paste that in the product API, add the using statement for DB context here, and we need the mapping config. Let me copy and paste that in the product API, update the namespace here to be product API, and when we are working with the product API, it will be product DTO to product. If you do not want to write it over, you can use .reverse map. That will do the reverse mapping as well. Perfect. Program.cs, add the using statement, and great. Let me see what else is pending. In the DTO, we need the response DTO. Let me paste that. I accidentally build. Let me copy again, paste it here. Update the namespace to be product API. Perfect. Let me close that here. And we need the app settings. Copy that. Paste it right here. We need to update the database name to be mango_product. Then we also have to update the port number in launch settings. Which number do we want? That is 7000. Let me update that. Looks good. Final thing that we have to do is add the controller. Let me copy the coupon API controller, paste it here, and let me remove the weather forecast. We do not need that. Open the coupon API, rename that to be product API. Perfect. Let me add the using statement for app.db context and response DTO, and remove the coupon API references. We do not need that. Update the namespace to be product API. The route here will be product. Let me fix that. And basically wherever we have coupon here, I need to replace that with product. I will only have that file open here. Press Ctrl+Shift+F. We will go to replace in file. I want to find coupon. Replace that with product, not in entire solution. Make sure again you select the current document only. Replace all. Looks good. Let me see if anything is pending here. Add the using statement. Get looks good. When we are working with product, we do not have get by code. Let me delete that. Perfect. We have the DTO, product, and I believe that looks great. Let me do a Ctrl+F here and see if we have coupon. We do not. That looks good. With that configured, let me remove the authorize keyword for now. And where we have the authorize by role, let me remove that. I want to see if everything is functional. I do not want that project. Let me stop here. Set the startup project. Not that. I want the individual, so let me select and set that as a startup project and run the product API. We have few errors here. Let me see. Remove that and run again. We have the globalization invariant error, and we will go to the project file for that. We will remove this here, and then we need to add migration. We will go to Tools Package Manager here, Default project should be product API, add migration, add product and seed table. It should create the product table and it should also insert data. That looks good. All we have to do is run the application. Apply migration will already be taken care of from the program.cs file. Let me execute here and perfect. We have all the product here. That looks good. Let me try to create a new product here and see if that works. Execute that. And perfect, success is true. Let me try to get all again. And we have that product as well. If I try to delete that, let me see. ID is 5. Try that. And we get the success. If I try to retrieve all, perfect. Product ID 5 got deleted. So our product API is looking great and that is perfect. What we can do is if I go back here, inside the product controller, let me bring back the authorize that we have. Perfect. And with that, we need to work on the web project to call our product API. Next part of the assignment is to consume our API from the web project. First, we have to add the service similar to the iCoupon service. Copy and paste that here. This will be iProduct service. Let me copy that name, replace it where we have coupon. I will have to replace that with product. Where we have the coupon DTO, it will be product DTO. And we have to add those DTOs as well. We will go to the product API. In models, we have that DTO. Copy and paste it right here. Make sure and again make sure to change the namespace. Perfect. That looks good. Let me replace here to be product DTO. And perfect. Interface is looking good. Let me copy the coupon service, paste that here, and rename that to be product service. Then inside the product service, we will do Ctrl+Shift+F, replace in file. We will replace coupon with the product, all lowercase, and we do not want in the current project, only in the current document. Make sure to select that or else you will mess up everything else. Once that is done, let me do the uppercase coupon with the uppercase product. Replace all. Perfect, that looks good. I need to create the product API base. Let me do that in static detail. Copy this, paste it here. And copy that name, product API base. Then let me go to the app settings. We will have to add that URL here. That will be product API. The port number is 7000. We will add that and configure program.cs with the new URL for the product API base. That is product API. We will have to add the HTTP client here for the iProduct service. Implementation is in product service. We will also have to add the scoped implementation. So iProduct service and product service. That looks good for all the changes inside program.cs file. Let me examine the product service. API product, that URL is valid and this looks good. Let me close all the tabs here. Our service is looking good. Before we add the view or anything else, let me create a controller. We can copy the coupon controller, paste that here, rename that to be product controller. Let me update all of that here as well. Replace in file. We will replace coupon with product, all lowercase, in the current document. Let me see, this is not coming up here. Close that and let me open that once again. For some reason, you can see the find and replace is not working for me. Let me manually update that. Product controller. We will have to go with the hard route of updating that manually. Call that as product service, and it will be product service. Copy that here, product service, and let me add that in dependency injection. Then let me copy this product service and replace that in all the places. Rather than coupon here, it will be product. Copy that. I will try to replace where I can. I am using the capital case. So let me update all of that. Perfect, we update this. It will be product DTO. Let me replace that in all the places here. Perfect, that looks good. Let me see what else we have. We have the get all products async. Deserialize that, looks good. Product create looks good. This will be product index. Perfect, we will display product created successfully. Copy that. We will rename that to be product DTO. Copy and paste that here. We have product ID inside there. Perfect. And product DTO. Let me do Control F and try to find coupon here. We have product ID, replace that. And we have product deleted successfully. Add that here. And perfect. We do not have any more instance. Product controller is also looking great. Let me add a debugging point here to see if the response actually works. In order to see everything in action, in views, we have to create the product index. Let me add that view here. Will be product index. Now the view here, I have provided that in the snippet. So let me go there. We have the product index. Copy that, paste it here. We need the model here. That will be IEnumerable of the product DTO. If you scroll down here, where we have the tBody, we need to add a for each loop for all the item in our model. Close that right here. We need to display the name that is inside item.name. Category name will be inside item.categoryName. Then for the price, we have item.price. Convert that to a currency format. Where we have the pencil icon, we want to add the ASP action. That will be product edit. And when we are editing, we want to pass the product ID. So we will say product ID is equal to, and that is inside item.productID. Perfect. Then we have the delete here. The action for that will be product delete. ASP route, we will pass the product ID again. And that will be item dot product ID. That looks good. Final change that I want to do is inside underscore layout. We need to add one more link here, content management, copy the ally element here, paste that one more time for product. It will be product index action, and perfect. I believe everything looks good with that. Configure the startup project, and we will start all the project. Let me see what we have accomplished so far. Let me log in here as an admin, and we click on product. We go to product index, press F10, response. Perfect, we got the response back. Let me go back to the view, and great. Our product list is coming up, and that is great news. In the next video, let me work on the remaining functionalities. We are able to display all the product. If we log out here and try product, you will notice that will not work. We get the unauthorized. So our authorization is also functional here. Let me log in back here, and we want to perform the other CRUD operations on product. Now I have provided the product create here. You can copy that, or you can use create from coupon here and modify the property names. Let me do that with the coupon. I believe that might be simpler. Where we have the views, let me first create all the views. Add view. We want the product create. Go back here, copy product delete, add view. And then in the product controller, similar to product delete, we will be adding the edit functionality as well. Let me copy the product edit, paste that here, rename that to be product edit here. When we edit, we will receive the product ID, and I believe this looks good for the edit as well. But when we are editing, we want to call the update product async, and we will pass the complete product DTO. That is successful. We will say product updated successfully, else we have the error message. Let me copy the name here, add view, add product edit view. Finally, we want to create all the views here. Let me copy the coupon, create view here, copy that, paste that inside, which is this one. Let me see. It is product delete. We want product create, paste that here, and this will be on the product DTO. Action will be product create. Let me copy the product here, create product. There we will have name of the product, add that here. Then we have the category name, copy and paste that here. After that we have the description, copy and paste that. Scroll down. Let me copy and paste this 2 more times. We have the image URL, and we have the price. I believe, yep, price. Let me do that right here. Perfect, that looks good. This will be product index, and great. That looks good. Copy the product create, paste that for product edit, update that to be edit product. Everything else will remain the same. Yep, that looks good. Here it will be product edit, and we have the product delete. Let me paste that here. When we are deleting, everything will be disabled. Let me add that. and we will remove the validation. We do not need them. One thing that I forgot is for description. This will be a text area. We need the closing tag here, and we will add rows. Let's say 5 row. Let me copy this, paste that for the other description, remove the disabled, and perfect. Let me save this and run the application. Now I am going super quick with the product here because we have already done that for our coupon. Let me go, and when I create a product, nothing happens. Let me see what link I have in the product index. I forgot the ASP action. That will be product create. Change that, and perfect. Let me try to create a product here. That works. Let me try to edit that. When we try to edit, you can see it is rather creating a new product. So something is not valid there. We will go back to the product, and the reason behind that is we do not have the hidden property for the ID. Let me try that. Let me add the product ID as the hidden property here and try that once again. We will change that to be 2. That works. So that was the root cause, because we did not have the hidden property when we were posting the form. It was setting the product ID to be 0. Because of that, entity framework created a new record. Let me see delete here, and in delete we forgot to change. Let me go back. This is create. Let me open delete here, and it will be product delete. Delete product, and btn, let me change that to be danger. Value will be delete. Perfect. Save that. Let me hit delete, and we get the error. It does not delete the record. Let me see why that is. In the product controller, let me close all the tab here. It gets confusing super quick. Where we have the delete, HTTP post, add the debugging point, and try that. It hits my breakpoint here, and I do not have the product ID. That is why it was failing. Let me open the view again, product delete, and similar to product edit, we will require the hidden property. Save that. Let me continue here. Go back. Try to delete that. We should have the ID. That looks good. And perfect. Product has been deleted successfully. With that, all the CRUD operations are working as expected. If we log in as a customer here, you will notice we will not be able to create a product. Perfect. Access denied. So all of our validations and product API is working as expected. We have about 3 services and we are consuming them in our web project. What I want to do next is on the home page, let me display all the products. And for that we will have to modify the home controller. Let me close all the tabs here. I will open the home controller and product controller. In product index, we are getting all the products. That is exactly what we want in our home controller index view right here. We need to inject the product service. Let me go to the product controller and copy this. Paste it right here. We do not need the logger. And modify the controller name. Action here, we will have to make that async task of iAction result. With that, we should be able to retrieve all the product here. Let me run the application and see if that works. If I examine the list here, we have 0. Something is not right here. Let me continue. And of course we have unauthorized. For now, what I will do is when we go to product controller, well, we will have to go to API controller here. Remove the authorized tag. We want get to be accessible. Post, put and delete. We have authorized with the admin role. That looks good. Let me go back to the application and refresh the page. Hot reload will kick in, but I forgot to add the debugging point here. Let me do that again. And now we have list with the 4 product. That looks great. Our controller action method is looking good. Let me add the index view. It will be an empty view, and actually I think we already have that view. Let me right click, go to the view. We have the home page here. Let me design this in the next video. We want to display all the product on the home page of the application rather than typing the HTML and CSS. Inside the snippets folder, we are in section 7. We have the homepage UI. Copy the HTML and CSS, paste it right here. Let me create a model here. If we go to home controller, we are passing a list of product DTO. You can have a list here or an IEnumerable for the product DTO. With that configured, let me run the application and see what is the default UI that we added. Perfect. If you examine the landing page here, we have one product. We will have to add a for each loop and modify that. Now here I have column 4. Let me make that column 12. If it is medium, let me make it column MD6. For large, we will give it 4. You can see that looks much better. Now let me add a for each loop here, and we will iterate through our product. I will add the for each right here. For each variable product in model. The M will be capital here, and let me close that right here. We need to display name here. That will be product.name. Then we have the product image. That will be inside product.image URL. We have the price here. I will convert product.price to the currency format. Category name will be inside product.category name, and description will have some HTML content. So right here, let me say html.raw, and I will pass product.description. Where we have the details here, we need to add ASP action. Let me call that details action. And when we click on the details button, we need the product ID. That will be inside ASP route. Let me call that product ID is equal to. That will be inside product.product ID. I believe that looks good. Let me align all of that. And perfect. Let's go back to the home page here. Perfect. We have all the products that are being displayed right here. Our home page is looking great with all the products. Now on the details page, we want to display individual product. If I go back to the controller here, rather than retrieving all the products, now I only want to retrieve certain product. Let me copy this, paste it one more time here, and that will be details page. Inside here we are passing the product ID. That name must match what we have in the ASP route, that is product ID. And perfect, that looks good. Based on that, we do not want to retrieve all the product. We want to get product by ID and pass the product ID here. The result that we will get back will not be a list. That will be a single product DTO. Perfect. And this we will modify to be a product DTO. Call that as model. Copy and paste that here. And perfect. That looks good for the details action method. On top of that, I want to add the authorize keyword here. That way, only if a user is logged in, only then they will be able to view the details page. The action method for details is looking perfect. But rather than details here, let me rename that to be product details. Copy that name, add that view, select the empty view, and paste that name, add that. We will also have to modify in index here where we have the details. The action name is product details now. For the UI of the product details, I will go back to the snippet and there we have details.ui. Let me copy everything, paste it here, scroll to the top here. We need to define the model. That will be product DTO. Before we do anything here, let me run the application and see the UI. Perfect. Let me log in here. We have the authorize keyword there. And let me go to details. Perfect. Let me replace everything with the dynamic content from the product DTO. Name here will be model.name. Next we have the price. And for that we will convert to currency format. Scroll down, we have the image URL. Let me replace that. We have model.image URL for that. For category name in the template itself, I had model.category name, so we can leave that as it is. Where we have the description, we will have to convert that html.raw, and we will display model.description. That looks good. Back to list here, we will go back to the index action. Let me define that here. And let me save everything. Go back to the project. Perfect. We have the text, price, description, appetizer. Back to list is also functional. And image is also being displayed. On the details page, we have an input field. There we want to populate the number of product that we want to add to the shopping cart. But if we examine the product DTO that we have, we do not have anything to store that count. If you want, you can add that to the product DTO because we are not adding that to the actual model in the database. This is only DTO for the web project. Right here, let me create a variable with the name of count and set the default value to be 1. Going back to the view here, scroll down, we have the input field. We can add ASP4. That is for count. Whoops, that will be count here. Perfect. And then we should add validation. If I go back here, I can use the range data annotation to make sure that it is 1 to 100. Inside the view, we will add the span with validation, and at the end here we will have to add a section for script, include the validation scripts partial. Let me save everything here, and we will have to restart the application. Let me try to go to details here. We will have to log in. And then when we are logging in, we can always redirect them back to the original URL. But perfect. The count here is looking great. When we hit the Add to Cart button, we want to add the product to shopping cart. Now shopping cart can be of two types. One, you can store a local session where you can hold the shopping cart, and the other route is to store a shopping cart in the database. The advantages of storing shopping cart in the database is based on what a user has in the shopping cart we can send them promotional email and have many more functionalities. You might have seen when you are shopping and you leave something in the cart, couple of days down the road, you will get a notification in your email with something like you forgot to check out, and we can add all of those promotional logic as long as we are storing the shopping cart in the database. And for that we will have to create a new API for our shopping cart. Let me do that from the next video. We need to create a new project for shopping cart API. In the services, I will add a new project. That will be ASP.NET Core Web API project. Call that to be mango.services.shoppingcart.api. Default configuration looks good here. Let me create the project. Before I continue here, let me copy the project file from product API, copy the packages, paste them in the shopping cart API. That way we do not have to spend time in adding the NuGet packages. Perfect. So our new API project has been added to work with shopping cart. Before we configure the DB context, we need to create the tables to maintain shopping cart. Now when it comes to shopping cart, there are two things, or rather two tables that we have to configure. First will be a shopping cart header, and next will be a shopping cart details. Header table will contain information like what is the user ID, what is the coupon code, what is the cart total, and if any coupon code is applied, what is the discount. The details on the other page will contain list of all the products that are added for that user in the shopping cart and what is the count of that product. In the project here, let me create a new folder for models, and I will create two class files. We will have the cart header and we will have the cart details. It looks good. Let me add that, and first let me work on the cart header. We need the primary key of the table, and that will be integer cart header ID. For one user, there will always be only one record inside the cart header ID, and for that we will also store the user ID. That way we know it is unique. Then a user might apply coupon on the shopping cart. Let me store the coupon code here, and if a coupon code is applied, we will also have some discount. We need to store the grand total. Let me do that here, cart total. Now discount and cart total, we do not want to store them in the database. We only want them for display purpose. Like when we are retrieving a shopping cart, we will dynamically calculate them based on the shopping cart and cart detail. So right now, let me not add both of these fields to the database. I will add the not mapped for both of them. After that, we need the cart detail here, and there we will have a primary key that will be cart details ID. It will be a primary key. Let me add the data annotation, and we need the foreign key here for cart header ID. I will add the navigation property there for cart header. Now inside shopping cart detail, we need to know what is the product ID. Store that here, and then we will have to populate the product details somehow by calling the product API. I will do prop here. We need to add product DTO. If you do control dot here, it will tempt you to add reference to the project. But do not do that. All of the microservices project will be isolated. So rather we will copy the product model, product DTO, and let me close this here, paste that in the models folder, rename the namespace here to be shopping cart API. Perfect. And that will be inside DTO folder. Let me create that. and move the product DTO. Let me see the namespace. That looks good. Now we can press Ctrl dot here and add the using statement that will be inside the same project. Product DTO property, let me call that as product, and I will add not mapped. We do not want to add that to our database. We have product, we have cart header, and finally we want count of the product. Right here we will have count. That way we will track how many quantity a user wants for a certain product in our cart detail. And with that, the header and detail are looking great. Based on the model here, we will also have to add DTO because when we are working with API, we will not expose the root model. We will only expose DTO. Let me add a new class here for cart details DTO and cart header DTO. Let me copy the property from cart header here, paste them in the cart header DTO. We do not need the not mapped there or the data annotation. Go to the cart detail here, copy this. I have a spelling mistake, it will be DTO. Rename that. We will remove the data annotation. Cart header will be cart header DTO, which can be null here. Product ID, product DTO, let me add the null as well, and we have the count. We have added few DTOs right here, but I will add one more DTO that will basically have the shopping cart. Let me call that cart DTO, and inside there we will have one cart header and a list of cart details. Basically, when we want to retrieve a shopping cart for a user, that will have one cart header and it can have multiple cart details. That will be the DTO that we will pass when we are working with the complete shopping cart. And finally, if you examine the cart header, we are also working with coupon code. Let me get that DTO, coupon DTO, and I will also copy the response DTO that will be generic for all the API, paste them here, modify the namespace here to be shopping cart API, and we will modify the coupon as well. Perfect. With that, I believe we have added all the DTOs that will be needed for shopping cart, but if some new requirement comes in, we can always come back here and modify the details. Let me save everything and close all the tabs here. Now let me do the default configuration that we do for all the APIs. Remove the weather forecast, that is not needed. Let me open product API here for reference. I will copy the program.cs, paste it for the shopping cart here, save all of that, copy the data and extension folder, paste them here, modify the namespace for both the files. It will be shopping cart API, copy that, appdb context, shopping cart API. DB set will be cart header and cart details. Let me create those tables. Copy and paste that again for cart detail. Perfect. We do not need anything on the override for shopping cart. I can remove this method if I want as well. That looks good. Let me go to the extension here. Authentication looks good. Save that. Then let me copy the mapping config, paste it inside shopping cart here, modify the namespace to be shopping cart API. Rather than product here, I will add the cart header and cart details. Mapping config looks good. Let me close that. Actually, Let me edit that. I need to remove this globalization, or else I will get the error later on. Then let me copy the app settings with the connection string as well as API settings. Paste that here. Database name will be mango underscore shopping cart. That looks good. And with that, I believe the basic configuration is done for the shopping cart API. Let me go to program.cs and add the using statement. Remove the product API from there. Perfect. Looks good. Let me add the using statement again. And great. Last thing that we have to do is add a migration. Package manager console here. Default project, shopping cart, add migration, add shopping cart tables. Perfect, we are adding the cart header and cart details. Let me run the project shopping cart API, and that will apply the migrations automatically. Perfect, the project is running here. Let me go to SQL Server, where we have Mango, we have the Mango shopping cart, database. Perfect, we have the cart headers and the cart details, and great. Both the tables are looking good, and we can continue from the next video. We need to work on creating the controller or endpoints in the shopping cart API. Let me create a controller for that. Make sure to select the API controller here, and I will call that shopping cart API controller. We need to update the route here. Let me call that API /cart. We have the API controller. Now think about what will be all the services that we will require to inject here. Right now we will require AutoMapper because we will working with DTO, and then when we have to add items to the shopping cart database, we will require DB context. Our API will also return the response DTO, so let me add that as well. But rather than shopping cart API, let me call that cart API. That should be sufficient. With that change, let me add the response DTO, AutoMapper, and AppDB context using dependency injection. We want to work on the main action method. I will call that absurd, because no matter if we are adding a new item to the shopping cart or we are updating existing item, we will take care of all of that in one single endpoint. The model that we will receive here is a cart DTO. Let me add that. We will make that an async method, and the response that we will return back here will be response DTO. Perfect, that looks good. I can remove the action result. Perfect. That looks good for the endpoint. And the absurd action method, we will make that HTTP post because we need to retrieve the cart DTO from body. I can rename the action method or the endpoint to be cart absurd, and that looks good. We need to work on one endpoint that will be responsible for creating new shopping cart entities or updating any of the existing shopping cart entries. Let me walk you through the logic that I want in this action method. Initial example will be when a user adds an item for the first time in their shopping cart. Right now they do not have any items in the shopping cart and they add one item. At that point there will not be an entry inside the cart header or the cart detail. We will first have to create an entry inside cart header, and then we will have to create the cart details for the item that user is adding to the shopping cart. Next scenario will be if a user adds a new item to the shopping cart, but they already have some other items that are added to the shopping cart. In that case, there will be an entry in the cart header table. We need to find that entry, retrieve the header ID, and using that header ID, we have to create a new entry in the cart detail. Final scenario will be if a user updates quantity of an existing item in the shopping cart. In that case, we have to find out the cart details and we have to update count in cart details. We will have to implement all three of these functionality in the cart upsert endpoint. Let me do that in a try catch block. That way, if we get any exception, we can set the response.message is equal to exception.message.toString, and _response.isSuccess will be false. Now initially what we have to do is we need to find if an entry exists in the cart header for that user ID. In the try block, we will access _db.cartheaders.first.default async, and we will retrieve that based on the user ID. So if user ID is equal to cart header.user ID, then we retrieve that cart header. If that is null, that means we have to create the cart header and details. But if that is not null, that means that there is an entry in cart header for that user. Then we have to check if the cart details has the same product or not. Let me add that check first. We will say variable cart details from db is equal to await _db.cartDetails. We have the first.default async, and we will check based on the product ID is equal to cartDetails.first.product ID. Now the reason I am using first here is because cart detail will only have one entry, because the only way to add an item to a shopping cart is from the details page of a product. So it will not be possible that they will add two products at the same time. So we can check the product ID here, and on top of that we need to make sure that that entry is only for the user that we are working with, because it is possible that a different cart header ID might have the same product in their shopping cart. We do not want to retrieve that. So I can say u.cartHeaderID is equal to cart header from db.cartHeaderID. That way we will find out if the same user has that same product in the shopping cart or not. If they do not have that, so if cart details from db is null, that means that we have to create a new entry for cart details. But in the else here, they already have that product in the shopping cart, so we have to update count in cart details. The if-else logic that we have here covers everything that we have discussed in the PowerPoint right here. So that way we have the skeleton laid out. Now we need to work on creating or updating our tables. Let me work on one thing at a time here. First one that we have, we need to create the header and detail. We need to convert from DTO to the model object. I can say cart header here, and let me call that cart header is equal to _mapper.map, and we will map the cart header DTO dot cart header. Once we do that, we will say _db.cartheaders.add, add that to the database here, and we need to save the changes. Now the reason I am saving changes here is because I want to retrieve the header ID, and that header ID I want to populate to the cart detail. So cart DTO dot cart details dot first, and I will populate the cart header ID. That will be cart header dot cart header ID. Header ID will be populated here because we are saving changes on this object. Now that we have the cart detail, we can save that to the database _db.carddetails.add. Again, we have to use the mapper here to convert that to card detail entity. Card detail here, and we will pass the card DTO dot card details dot first. After we add that, we can say await _db dot save changes asynchronous. I can use the async method here as well. Let me do that. Perfect. That looks good for the initial scenario that we have. We have the initial scenario that is covered here, where we have to create the cart header and cart detail. If we scroll down here, we need to create cart details when a cart header already exists and if they are adding a new product to the shopping cart. For that, I can copy the lines here and let me paste them. We need to populate the cart header ID, and that is inside cart header from db.cartheaderID. Once we populate the cart detail, we can add that to the database and save changes. In the final section here, we have to update the count. We can say cart dto.cartdetails.first.count plus equal to cart details from db.count. On top of that, we can also assign the cart details ID and the cart header ID. Perfect. That looks good. Finally, rather than add, we will be using update, but I can copy and paste that. I will rename add to be update. That looks good. We will await _db dot save changes. After all of that here, we will say _response dot result that is equal to the new cart DTO. That looks good. We have error and we are not returning. After we catch the exception, we will return the response back. Perfect. That looks good for the cart upsert method, but before we do anything, we need to validate if this is functional. We have the startup project as the shopping cart API. Let me run that and see if that works. You will see something weird, but let me walk you through all of that. Here we have cart header, we have cart details, and we have the product details as well. We do not care about the product details. Let me remove all of that. Then in cart details, we have cart header. That is also not needed. The model that we care about is right here. If you want to modify the DTO to be like this, you can do that, but I'm going to keep things as it is for now. Let me paste the model here. That way we can reuse. User ID, let me add something temporary right now. It is a fake user ID, that is okay. Coupon code, I will empty that. Cart total, let me change that to be 100. Cart details ID will be 0, cart header ID will be 0. We are adding product ID 3 and count of 33. Let me execute that. We scroll down and perfect, it is successful. Let me go to the database here. If I execute that, we have the cart header ID, user ID. Let me copy the details here as well. And perfect, count is 33, product ID is 3. If I go back here and let's say I want to modify the same cart header ID of 1, cart total, we don't care about that, but when we are modifying that, let me say product ID 3, I want to add 3 more count. Execute that here and we will see an exception. Perfect. You can see the instance of entity type cart details cannot be tracked because another instance with the same value of cart details ID is already being tracked. This is a typical error message that you encounter with Entity Framework Core when you are updating an entity that is already being tracked by some other request. And what I mean by that is if we go up here, we are retrieving the card header and we are retrieving the card details. When we retrieve a particular card details, it is already tracking this card details from DB. But then what we do is when we are updating few things here, we are updating the card DTO and we are passing that right here. Entity Framework Core will get confused because that same ID it is already tracking right here. That is why we see that exception. To solve that error message, when we are retrieving the shopping cart here, we do not want to update the cart details from DB directly. We are updating the cart DTO and not the object that we retrieve here, and because of that we can tell Entity Framework that the object that we are retrieving here, I do not want you to track that, and we will set it as no tracking. That will make sure that the object is not tracked here, and we will not see the error with multiple tracking. We can also add the same as no tracking when we are retrieving the cart header right here. With that configured, let me restart the application. We will try to post here, and let me copy our model, paste that here. Header ID is 1, user ID, let me go and copy that, paste it here. We don't care about the code. Header ID is 1, product ID 3. We want to update the count by 3. Right now we have 33. If I execute it here, we get a weird exception. Let me see what that is. Add a debugging point here, execute, and let me see. It is retrieving the card details from DB. That looks good. Let me examine the card detail here. That is also looking good. Save changes. When we save the change, we have an issue with the header ID. Did I type that incorrectly? Let me see. The cart header ID should be 1. How come it is 3? Let me execute and debug that once again. Let me make sure that is 1. And let me see the DTO. For some reason, it is passing the cart header ID as 2. And that is my mistake. I added that. You can see it should be 1. Let me replace and try to execute that and see what happens. Verify the card details here. And it is 2. Whoops, I just noticed here it should be equal to and not plus equal to. Plus equal to will only apply for the count. With that configured, let me try that once again. Copy and paste it here. Cart header ID will be 1, product 3, count 3. And let me get the user ID from database. Perfect. Let me execute here. It should work now. Perfect. It is successful. Let me go to the database here, and the count should now be 36. And that is perfect. If I go back to the API, and if I modify the count to be, let's say -3, it will be back to 33. Let me go to database. Perfect. Now let me try to add a new product for this user. Product ID, let me change that to be 2. I want 5 count. Add that here. And great, it adds another entry in the cart details. Now if I modify the user ID here, and we will not pass any cart header ID, execute that. Let me see what happens. Perfect. It adds for the cart header ID 2, the product 2, and count of 5. With that, we have covered all the scenario to add items to the shopping cart. Before I wrap up, let me go back, and even if I added a cart header ID of, let's say, 1 here, and if we execute that, if you scroll down here, you will notice here that it was successful, but we had an invalid cart header ID because that user ID is actually cart header ID 2. In that case, let me do select top 1000 here. Let me get the header as well here, and perfect. You can see it actually went by the user ID and not the cart header ID. Based on the user ID, it updated the count here to be 10. That logic is good for now. If for some reason based on your business requirement you want to add more validation, you are more than welcome to modify the API that we are building. But what we have is working as expected based on my requirements. Now I want to add another endpoint to our API to remove any cart detail. Let me go back to Visual Studio here, and I can copy the absurd, paste that one more time, and let me remove everything that we have right here. Perfect. Modify the action name here to be remove cart, and when we are removing, we will be receiving an integer that will be the cart details ID, and we will get that from body. I will be explicit about that. We do not want to get that from the URL. Method name here will be remove cart, and for that we will retrieve the cart details from the database. Next, I want to check total count of cart items, because we are removing a cart items from the detail, and if that is the only item in the shopping cart for that user, then we can remove the cart header as well. I will check _db.cartDetails.where u goes to u.cartHeaderID is equal to cartDetails.cartHeaderID. Once we get that, we need to retrieve the count from there, and then we can check if total count is 1. That means that it is the last item that user is removing from the shopping cart. In that case, rather than removing the cart details, we can retrieve the cart header from the database, and _db.cartHeaders.remove, we can remove the cart header. But before we remove that, right here, I can go to cart detail and I can remove the cart details. Perfect. So we will remove cart details, and if that was the last item, then we will remove the cart header as well. We will say await _db.saveChanges asynchronous, and the result here, we can set that to be a Boolean flag as true. That looks good for the remove functionality. Let me see that in action. I will go to the database. Let me open that up. And this cart detail is the only record for the user that we have. So if I remove cart detail ID 3, it should remove the detail and header. Let me see that. We have remove cart. I will pass 3 there. That is done here. Let me execute. Perfect. It removed the cart detail as well as the cart header. Now we want to work on the final endpoint in the shopping cart API, that is to retrieve shopping cart for a user. We will go back to the project here, and let me copy one of the method. Well, rather than copying, let me create that from scratch. That will be the first one here. Paste the definition. And what will be the name? That will be getCart, and there we will be passing user ID. It will not be an HTTP post. That will be a getAction method. Call that as getCart here. we will pass the user ID, that is a GUID. I will add the try catch block there. In exception, we will set the success to be false and return back the response at the end. Right here, we want to retrieve a cart DTO. Let me call that as cart is equal to new. And first, we want to populate the cart header. Cart header, when we retrieve that from database, we need to convert that to cart header DTO. That should be the return type. Now we need to retrieve that from database, so _db.cartheaders.first u goes to u.userid is equal to the user ID. That will retrieve the cart header, and then we can populate cart details. Again, we will have to map that, but it will be an IEnumerable of the cart details DTO. We need to retrieve that from database _db.cartDetails.where u goes to u.cartHeaderID is equal to cart.cartHeader.the_cartHeaderID. Let me break that down in different line. That way it is easier to read. Perfect. With that, we are retrieving the shopping cart. But in shopping cart header, we have a property that is cart total. We can populate that with a for each loop. I will say for each variable item in cart.cartDetails, we want to populate the cart total by multiplying the count by price and then adding that for all the products. Finally, we will return response.result is equal to the cart that we populated. That looks good. Let me save this and go back to the endpoint. Hot reload does not kick in. Let me restart the application. Perfect. Let me go back to the database and retrieve the user ID here. Try that out. And of course, we will get the exception object reference not set to instance of an object because product is not populated. We do not even have product in the same API. Somehow from the shopping cart API, we need to call the product API to load the product details for the product in our shopping cart. Let me do that from the next video. We have been working with APIs for a while, but now is the first time when we will see how microservices communicate with each other. The scenario that we want to discuss right now is when we are loading the shopping cart, we need to retrieve product details. For that, we need to work on the link or the connection that you see on the screen, where our shopping cart will be interacting with the product API. And for that, we will have to set up HTTP client request in our shopping cart. That way we are able to make HTTP calls to our product API. Now we need to retrieve all the product in our shopping cart API. Let me go back to the project here, and where we have the shopping cart API, we will be adding a folder for service. In that folder, let me create one more folder for iService. Whoops, there we go. And the interface, let me add that new item. I will call that iProductService, and that will be responsible to load all the product from the product API. It will return an IEnumerable of product DTO. Let me add that using statement. Before I start consuming or writing the service, we need to add the URL of the product API. Inside the app settings, I will create a new section, service URLs, and we will add the product API, that is localhost 7000. Let me double check that from the web project. Yep, that looks good. With that configured, now we need to add an HTTP client for this particular URL. We have seen how to use the client factory. Let me show you the other way around here. In program.cs, we will say builder.services.add HTTP client. In there, I will give it a name of product, and we need to define the URL. We will set that by u goes to u.base address is equal to new URI. We need to create that, and the URL is inside builder.configuration. We need the key name. Let me go back. Service URLs, add a colon there, and it is product API. Let me paste that. That will add an HTTP client for product with the base URL right here. And when we have the HTTP client set here, we can implement our service, call that product service. That will implement the iProduct service interface, and let me implement that interface. In order to make the HTTP call, we will inject the iHTTP client factory. Let me see how this service is different from what we have in the web project. We have the product service. There we were using the base service, and we were directly using the send async. If I open base service, you can notice we were creating a client with one particular name. We have already defined that as product. So let me close the web project here, and right here we will create a client that will be _http client factory.create client, but the name here will be product. Based on the name here, it will examine in program.cs and it will get the base address. And if I go back here on client, I can call the method getAsync, and I can provide the route right here. I need to add the async keyword, and perfect, we will get the response back. Once we get the response, we will retrieve the API content from there, and then finally I will get the response back by deserializing JSON convert. We will have to add the NuGet package for that. .deserialize object. The response type will always be response DTO. We are uniform, and we will pass the API content. Finally, if the response is successful, in that case we will deserialize that again to an IEnumerable of product DTO. So we will return JSON convert dot, we have the deserialize object. I will deserialize that to an IEnumerable of product DTO, and before we deserialize that, we have to convert to string. Let me do that. The response dot result. That looks good. But if the response was not successful, we can return a new list of product DTO. With that, the endpoint is looking good, but in program.cs, we have to configure our service. Right here, I will add builder.services.add_scoped iProduct service. Implementation is inside product service. And finally, in our cart API controller right here, we need to inject the product service. Let me do that here, iProduct service, and inject that. After we retrieve the cart details here, let me load all the product in product DTO by calling the product service. When we are iterating through the cart detail, I can also populate item.product is equal to product DTOs .first.default. U goes to u.product ID is equal to item.product ID. Now the product ID has to be valid. When we were adding things in the table here, I used the product ID of 2 and 3. If this was some other ID like 10, it will not work. because in the table here you can see products. We have the ID 124 that we seeded. Because of that, what we have right now will work. With that configured, let me run the application. Well, it will not work again because we are only running the shopping cart API. Let me run all the project. Configure startup project here and multiple startup project. Let me start that and let me see. When I run the application, I see an exception. Port 7001 is in use. I might have accidentally configured to API to use 7001. That is supposed to be used for coupon. So let me go back to the application. And which one is this? It is coupon API. That is good. Let me stop here, configure the startup project, and let me examine the shopping cart API, what I have for that. Whoops, I used 7001. Let me go back to the document. That should be 7003. Perfect. Let me run it again and see what happens. We see the error again with 7001. I thought I fixed that here. Let me save that, clean the solution, and try that once again. And perfect, it works this time. Let me open the shopping cart API. I will try the get. We will go to our database, copy the user ID, paste it here, and let me see. Great. You can see it retrieves the header. We have the total based on the product and count, and it also retrieves the product as well. That is looking much better. With that, the get endpoint is working as expected, but now we are able to go to the product API. But now we are able to call product API from the shopping cart API. In our cart API controller, inside the shopping cart project, we want to add two more endpoints. Where we have the cart absurd, let me paste one more endpoint, that is apply coupon. Right here, I am not doing anything. I am expecting a cart DTO from body, and the method name is apply coupon. We have a basic try catch block. When a user clicks the apply coupon, we want to retrieve the cart from database. So cart from db underscore db dot cart headers dot first, and there we will say u goes to u dot user id is equal to cart dto dot cart header dot user id. I will update the cart from db dot coupon code is equal to cart dto dot cart header dot coupon code and underscore db dot cart headers dot update. We will pass the cart from db, and finally underscore db dot save changes. We are in the async method. We can use the async methods here, and we can do the same here as well if you want. We will update that, and in the response here we will say result is equal to true. That is apply coupon. Copy that, paste it one more time for remove coupon. When we have to remove the coupon, we will empty the coupon code, and perfect, that looks good. With that configured, let me run the application and see if that works. When we are retrieving the cart, we are using the user ID that you can see here. So let me switch back to the database here, copy the user ID, open the shopping cart API, and apply coupon. Try that out. I do not need anything with the cart details. So let me remove cart header altogether. The product here, we don't care. The only thing user ID. Coupon code, let me say 10 off. If I execute that, perfect, it is successful. Let me go to database here and we have 10 off. Let me try to remove the coupon, copy the body here, go to remove coupon, try that out, and we will remove that. Let me see that. Perfect. Now of course you can integrate the apply and remove coupon in the same logic by passing an empty string if you want, but I am keeping things different for now. With that configured, let me continue from the next video. As I mentioned before that we can integrate the apply and remove coupon in the same logic. Let me delete the remove coupon and I will only keep apply coupon. When a user is removing a coupon, we will pass the same cart DTO, but we will pass an empty coupon ID. That way it will automatically clear that. But now we have one more thing. When we are getting the shopping cart here, we are populating the product here. At the same point, if the coupon code is available, I want to go to the Coupon API, get that coupon code, retrieve what is the discount that they should receive, and apply that and modify the cart total right here. For that, we have to implement coupon service. Let me scroll down where we have the product service, copy and paste that here, and I will rename that to be iCoupon service. Let me modify the class name, and what will be the return type? We will only retrieve one coupon. So the return type will be coupon DTO, and we will say get coupon. We will pass the coupon code. Let me implement the iCoupon service. Inside service folder, add a new class. That will be coupon service, and it will implement the iCoupon service. We will have to use the iHTTP client factory. Let me paste that, and I will copy the product service. Let me copy all of that, paste it inside the coupon service. Perfect. This time we will be creating a client with the name of coupon, and I will configure that in the startup project in just a minute. But where we have the get async, we want to call the API /coupon. Let me go to Coupon API. We have the API /coupon, and then we have the get by code. Copy that, paste it here, and then we will pass the coupon code. Let me add the async keyword here. Perfect, we read that back, deserialize that as response DTO, and we will deserialize that again in a coupon DTO. Perfect. The else part here, we will return a new coupon DTO. Perfect, our coupon service is looking good here. Let me edit the project file here. Well, I want to go to the launch settings.json file, and the port number is 7001. Let me add that inside the shopping cart, app settings. I will add coupon API, copy and paste the path. That will be 7001. Lastly, I have to modify the program.cs, inject the coupon service, and we have to register the HTTP client with the base address. Name here is coupon. That is what we have used. And this will be Coupon API. With that, we have configured or added the Coupon API. We can close everything here. Let me open the Cart API controller, and I will inject the coupon service. Perfect. After we have retrieved the cart details here, We will add the logic to apply coupon, if any. We will have to check here. I will add a not sign, string.isNull or empty. If cart.cartHeader.couponCode is not null or empty, then we can try to retrieve that coupon from the coupon service. Coupon DTO coupon is equal to await. On the coupon service, we have get coupon. We will pass cart.header.couponCode. That will retrieve the coupon. We can check here if coupon is not null. And we need to make sure that the cart total is greater than minimum amount for a coupon. So cart.cartHeader.total that we have must be greater than coupon.minimum amount. If that is valid, then we will subtract the cart total minus equal to coupon.discount amount, and I will also populate cart.cartHeader.discount is equal to coupon.discount amount. With that, I believe everything looks good. Let me run all the project here and see that in action. Let me go to SQL Server and let me examine the coupon table that we have. We have two coupons, 10 off and 20 off. Let me go to Shopping Cart API. We need the user ID here. Let me go back, and where is that? We have the user ID, and there we do not have any coupon. So first we need to apply a coupon. Let me try that out. We only need the user ID here. We don't care about anything else. Well, the coupon code, we will make that 20 off here. Remove the cart header, product, execute. That is good. Let me go back to the database. And perfect, the coupon code is applied. Let me try the get shopping cart. I need the user ID for that. Copy the user ID. And let me see. Okay, we have an error in the get coupon and we have unauthorized. We have the unauthorized here. Let me continue. And for now, let me add a manual hack in the coupon API. Remove the authorized keyword and run that one more time. Now again, this is temporary. We will fix that very soon. Let me try the get here. Enter the user ID. And perfect, we have the cart total here. You can see discount is also populated. That means that the shopping cart is retrieving that coupon. It knows it has to give $10 of discount, and then the order total is 412.62. If I go to my database, and let me try one thing here, where we have the shopping cart, cart header, edit that, and let me give that a different coupon code of 10 off. If I go back to the API endpoint, the total was $412, but now with 10 off, it should only give $10 of discount, so it should be $422. And perfect, that is exactly what we see. With that, we can see our shopping cart can consume both the product services as well as coupon service. With that, our shopping cart service is consuming both the product API as well as the coupon API. Now we are on the fun part. We want to consume our new service for shopping cart in the web project. We have to add that URL. If I go back to the presentation, shopping cart is 7003. Let me double check to make sure that I modified the launch settings. Yes, that is 7003. Let me copy that. And here I will add one more. That is shopping cart API. And I will add the URL there. Perfect. Then we need the utility folder, static detail. Let me add that constant here. That will be shopping cart API base. Configure that in program.cs. Copy and paste it. We have the shopping cart API base and shopping cart API. Then let me add the service. In the services here, let me copy the iCoupon service, paste that. I will rename that to be cart service. And let me also copy the implementation, paste that here. That will be cart service. Let me work on the interface here. And let me copy the name, paste it here. Perfect. What will be all the methods that we want here? First one will be to get cart based on the user ID, and there we will pass the user ID. Then we want to add something to the shopping cart. We have the upsert method. I will call that upsert cart async, and there we have to pass the cart DTO. Now we do not have that DTO in the web project. Let me add that. I will go to the shopping cart, models, copy the cart DTO, paste that in the models of the web project. I also have to add the other DTO. Let me do that. We have cart details and cart header. Paste both of them here, and let me modify the namespace mango.web.models. Copy that, modify all the namespace here, and perfect. That looks good. We do not have any errors. Let me close all the DTOs that we have open. And let me work on the DTO. Perfect, upsert looks good. Then we have the method to remove anything from the shopping cart. I will call that remove from cart async. For that we are only passing the cart details ID. Let me add that. And finally we have the logic to apply coupon. That will be task of response DTO. I will call that apply coupon async. And there also we are passing the cart DTO. I believe 4 of them looks good for now. Let me go to implementation of the cart service. Let me copy the name here, modify the class name. Perfect, that looks good. Let me implement that interface. We have the apply coupon. Let me cut this here, paste that. That will be a post, that is fine. Make that async. Data, we will pass the cart DTO. And then we need the URL, that is API/cart. And let me double check. We will go to the cart API, API/cart. And let me go to the action method. We have apply coupon. Copy that, paste it right here. Apply coupon looks good. Let me remove everything else here. Right here we have the get. Let me cut that and paste it inside the get cart by user ID. Add the async keyword. And if I go to the controller here, we have the name of get cart. Copy that name. And I will add that right here, / and then we need to pass the user ID that we receive in the parameter. We need to change the static detail here. That will be the cart API base. Let me modify both of them. Perfect, that looks good. Let me remove everything else that is related to coupon here. Perfect. Now we have the remove from cart async. Copy the post 1 here. Paste that for both the methods. And add the asynchronous keyword. Let me examine the remove from cart async. Where we have that, we are passing the cart details ID. Let me go back here. We get the cart details ID. We have to pass that with the post data. The name here, let me copy that. It is remove cart and paste that. Finally, we have the absurd cart async. Let me go there, copy the name, paste that here, and we are passing the cart DTO. That looks good. With that configured, the cart service is looking good for now. Let me open the program.cs of the web project. I need to configure the service here, so let me copy and paste that. For HTTP client, I have the iCart service, cart service. Similarly, we will have the scoped implementation for the iCart service. Perfect. That looks good. With that, we have added the cart service in our project and configured our application with program.cs file. That looks good. In our web project, we need to add a controller for the shopping cart. It will be an MVC controller. Let me call that cart controller. And there we have to inject the cart service. Let me do that with dependency injection. The index action, let me modify that to be cart index, and we will make sure that this is only accessed by authorized user. Return type here, make that async, task of action result, and there we have to call the cart service, and there we have to call the cart service based on the logged in user. But rather than adding all the code here, let me create a new private method right here that will return a type of cart DTO at the using statement, and I will call that load cart based on the logged in user. Then where we have the index view, we will return whatever this particular method will return back. That will be a cart DTO. Now let me work on this method. All we need to find here is user ID of the logged in user. We can get that from the logged in user. We have added few claims. There, let me add a where condition. I will say u goes to u.type is equal to. If you remember, I added the JWT registered claims .sub. That subject will have the user ID. I will call first or default on that dot value. Let me hide this here, and perfect. That way we will retrieve ID of the logged in user. Once we have the ID, calling our cart service is super simple. We will say variable response is equal to await cart service dot get cart by user ID, and pass the user ID. We will get the response back. Response will be of the type response DTO. I can modify that here. Perfect. After we get the response back, we can check if response is not null and if it was successful. Then we want to populate a cart DTO. We can say cart DTO is equal to, we will have to use JSON convert.deserialize object. The object will be cart DTO. That is what our API will return back. And here we have to convert .toString the response.result. Let me return back the cart DTO, and if it was not successful, we will return a new cart DTO. With that configured, let me add a breakpoint here, and I want to see that in action. But we do not have a shopping cart. Let me add that in views, shared _ layout, scroll down. After the drop down here, let me copy one more li element and we will add that right here. Controller name will be cart controller and action name is cart index. Let me copy, paste that here, and rather than typing something here, let me add the bootstrap icon here for shopping cart that has the class of bi-cart. We have added everything that is needed to load our shopping cart. Let me run the application and see what happens. We will encounter an error message, but let me show that. Let me open the web project here and let me log in as an admin user. If I click on the shopping cart, we will see error message because the view does not exist. So let me go here and add a debugging point in the response, and let me click on the shopping cart, examine what the response is. If you notice here, you will see not found. I want you guys to pause the video and analyze on what is wrong. I have intentionally left an error in the code, so try to figure out on what is causing this error message. Make sure to pause the video and debug the application. I hope you have figured out what the issue is. But if not, let me do that together. Let me continue here, that is okay. Let me add a debugging point in the base service. And before we send the request out, right here, let me press enter. Press F5 to continue here. And let me examine the message that we are sending. If you look here closely, you can notice that we are going to API/coupon and get cart. This cannot be coupon because we are going to the cart API. That should be API/cart. Stop the application and let me remove the debugging point first. And let me examine the cart service. Where we have the get cart by user ID, I left coupon here, and that is why we were encountering not found. Once you fix that, if you run the application, you will no longer see the not found. I'll have to add the debugging point again here. Let me log in. And if I click on the shopping cart here, perfect, it hits the endpoint, but in our shopping cart, we do not have any entry for this user ID, so it will ultimately throw an exception and return a null shopping cart. Let me continue here. It goes into exception. I had a debugging point there. And if I examine the response here, you can see sequence contained no element, and then it returns a new cart DTO. Before we continue on here, let me work on the logic to add something to the shopping cart. From the home page, if we go to details, we have add to cart. We want to make sure that when we hit the add to cart here, we call our cart API and add item to the shopping cart. Let me work on that. I will close the application. Let me close all the tabs here. We will work on the home controller, and there we will have to inject the cart service. Let me add that with dependency injection, and we have the product details right here. Let me copy that and paste it one more time. It will be HTTP post. Let me add that. And along with that, let me add an action name here to give that the correct name, that is product details. Whoops. There we go. That looks good. Now when we are posting here, we will receive a product DTO. Let me add that. If I go to the view here, we have the product DTO that will be posted. In the view here, we do not know which product it is. For that, we will have to add that in a hidden property inside the form tag. That way, when the form is posted, we get the product ID. Based on the product ID, we will have to populate the cart DTO. Now cart DTO contains cart header and cart details. First, let me create that cart DTO here. And there we need to populate the cart header. That will be a new cart header DTO. Inside there, I want to populate the user ID. I can get that from user.claims.where, and I will add u goes to u.type is equal to. We need to get the subject. When we were getting the subject before, we used some other constant, but we can also use the JWT claim types that is inside identity model. We will say JWT claim types dot subject, and that will retrieve the user ID as well. When I am programming, I like to show you the different workarounds or different options. That way, you have multiple ways of getting the user ID. Now we have populated the cart header. We need to populate the cart details DTO. That will be a new object. There we need to get the count. That will be inside product DTO.count. And then the product ID. That will be inside product DTO.product ID. We have that in the hidden field. We scroll down here, we have the input for count, and that should populate the product DTO.count. Finally, we need to create a list of cart details DTO. Call that cart details DTOs is equal to new. And there we will pass the cart details. Let me call this cart details. And perfect. Now this cart details DTO, we can assign that to cart DTO. Cart DTO dot cart details. Perfect. That way we have populated header with the ID, and inside details we added one entity where we have the count and product ID. We have to call the response here, but that will be on the cart service. We have the upsert method for cart async, and I will pass the cart DTO. If the result is successful, we can redirect them to the index page. So return redirect to action, and I will say name of. We have the index action. Before I do that, let me display a temp data for success, and I will write item has been added to the shopping cart. Perfect. If it is not successful, we return back to the view with product DTO, and that looks good. Let me run the application and see if that works. We will log in here as admin. Let me try to add count of 4. Perfect. We can validate that by going to the shopping cart here, and we had that query right here. Perfect. New entry has been added, and that looks good. If I go back for the same product, if I add one more entity, count will be 5 now. That is great. If I add some other product, quantity of 3, it will add one more row in the details, and perfect, our add to cart is looking great. If we click on the cart here, it will retrieve the shopping cart. Let me see the result here, F5, and perfect. It has 2 cart details, so that is also working as expected. In the next video, let me create the cart index view to view the shopping cart. We need to add the cart index view. Let me close the application here, where we have the home controller. Let me close everything else. Well, I have to work with the cart controller. I will right click, add the view, empty view, and the name is cart index. Add that. Now for the designing, I have provided that in the snippets. If you go to the snippets, section 9 folder, we have the cart index UI. Copy that and paste it right here. It will be purely HTML and CSS, nothing related to .NET Core. Now in the cart controller, we are returning back a cart DTO, so that will be the model right here. Before we modify and make this dynamic, let me run the application and see the UI in action. Let me log in here as admin, navigate to the shopping cart here, and perfect. We have some product details, but we have to be dynamic. Based on the number of product here, we will have to iterate or multiply this line. And we have a link to continue shopping. And right here, we have a link to continue shopping. I will add an action method there. It will take us to the index action of the controller, that is the home controller. We move down here. We need to display the image right here. Well, let me see, I'm not missing anything. Yep. First, we need to display the image. But that particular div, we will have to iterate multiple times. I will add the for each loop there. I will say variable cart obj in model dot cart details. Now where will be the closing tag? Let me find that right here. We have the image that will be inside cart obj dot product dot image URL. We have the product name here that will again be inside cart obj dot product dot name, and we have the description. We will have to convert to HTML dot raw, and that will be cart obj dot product dot description. We have price of the product here. I will convert that to the currency format that will also be inside the product obj. And finally, we have count that will be inside cart obj dot count. I will scroll down. We have an anchor tag here to delete item. Let me call that ASP action is equal to remove. When we are deleting anything in the shopping cart, we have to pass the cart detail ID. We will pass ASP route, call that the same cart detail ID is equal to, and that will be cart obj dot cart details ID. Let me call this cart details ID, and perfect. That looks good for the cart detail. Let me go back here, and that does not seem to work. Let me go back here, add a debugging point here, and see what we get back. We have a response DTO. Based on that, it should have iterated. Something is not right here. Let me restart application to be sure before we spend time in debugging. Let me log in as admin here. Navigate to the shopping cart. It hits our breakpoint, continue, and there we go. We had to restart the application, but now we see both the product. If I click continue shopping, it takes me back to the home page. Let me continue to work on this in the next video. Let me continue working on our shopping cart here. We need to display the order total and discount total. Right now in our shopping cart, we have not applied any coupon. Before we work on the order total, let me work on adding the logic to apply coupon and also delete any item from the shopping cart. Let me go back to the code here, where we have the apply button right here. In that button, let me add the ASP action of apply coupon. So we have apply coupon here, and then if we go to the top, we have the form tag without any action. So when we hit apply coupon, it will go to this particular action. When we are deleting any item, it will go to the remove action. Let me create them in the cart controller. Let me work on the simple one here, which will be remove. I will create public async task of I action result. Method name will be remove. And what is the integer ID that we receive here? If I go back, copy that name, paste it right here. We need to get the user ID. Let me copy all of this, paste it here. For the constant here, you can use the JWT claim type, or we have the JWT registered claim name. We will retrieve the user ID. On the cart service, we have remove from cart async, and there we need to pass the cart details ID that will remove the shopping cart. If everything is successful, we will redirect them back to the cart index. So return redirect to action, and we will redirect them to name of cart index. Let me add a temp data here for success. I will add a message, cart updated successfully. If there is any error, let me return back to the view. Perfect. That looks good for remove. Next thing that we have is apply coupon. I will copy and paste that here. We have the apply coupon. The name here will be apply coupon. That will be an HTTP post here. And there we will get the cart DTO. When we are applying the coupon, we need the user ID as well. But we already have that user ID on the cart index. So in the form here, let me add two more hidden properties. One for the user ID and next one for the cart header ID. That way when the form is posted, user ID will automatically be populated. On the cart service, we have apply coupon. We will have to pass the cart DTO. With that in place, let me add debugging point on apply coupon and remove here. And let me examine the user ID to be populated. I will have to restart the application. Hot reload for some reason is not working again, and it is a blessing when it works, but right now also it is not 100%. Let me log in as an admin here. We go to the shopping cart here. For some reason the IntelliSense here is not working. That's okay. Let me apply the coupon 10 off. Apply that and examine the cart DTO. I need the user ID to be populated. That is great. If I continue here, continue there, it says cart updated, but I do not see the coupon. Let me validate in database. And you can see that did not work. Something is not valid. Let me try that again and debug to see what is going on. Let me examine the response here. It says that was successful. I will have to do a little more debugging. In the Cart API, where we have apply coupon, add a debugging there, and I will add a debugger in the base service. Right here. Perfect. Let me continue. And let me try that again. 10 off. Apply that. F5. And let me examine the message. It is going to API cart apply coupon. That seems right. It goes to the apply coupon. So cart API is being invoked. That is good. It retrieves the cart from the database, and for some reason the coupon code is not available right here. So cart header.coupon code is null, and that is the culprit. Debug, let me disable all the breakpoint and continue. I believe we are forgetting something in the cart index, where we have the input field. Let me see. Yes, of course. We do not have the ASP4 here. That will be cart header.coupon code. Simple as that. We will have to restart the application. Auth reload is not working. Let me go to cart and try the 10 off. This time it should work, and perfect. You can see cart updated, and we see the coupon right here. Let me try to delete something from the shopping cart, and that also works. Perfect. That is great news. Now let me display the order total and order discount. We have the order total here. I will display that in a currency format, and that is inside model.cartHeader.cartTotal. Where we have the order discount, we will display that only if the discount is greater than 0. I will add the if condition if model.cartHeader.discount is greater than 0. Only then we will display the order discount, and we will have the currency format model.cartHeader.discount. Let me save that, and then where we have the button to apply coupon, if a coupon code is already applied, we need to display button to remove the coupon. So let me add an if condition here. If the coupon code is not null or empty, we will display apply button. In the else part, I will copy all of them, paste it here, but the button action will be remove coupon. Add that here, and the coupon code will be disabled. I will call that remove here, and let me add that endpoint. Where we have apply coupon, let me copy this, paste it once again for remove coupon, and there we will set the cartdto.cartHeader.coupon code to be empty. With that, let me restart the application and make sure that everything is working as expected. Let me log in here, and if I go to cart, we have 10 off. Discount, you can see we have $10. Remove that. Perfect. That looks good. Let me try to add few items to the shopping cart here. That is working. And perfect. If I do 20 off now, that works. Remove that. Invalid code. You can see it applies that, but the total stays the same. So that is on user if they want to enter a valid coupon or not. I do not have the button text here. Something is not valid again. Let me scroll down. And of course, let me remove the value here. Add the closing tag for button right here. Auth reload will not kick in, but our cart is looking great. Let me continue from the next video. Now let me stop the application and let me close all the tabs that we have open. Then inside the Coupon API, let me open the Coupon API controller, and if you remember, we commented out the authorized tag right here. Because what was happening is when the Shopping Cart API was calling the Coupon API, we were not passing the bearer token from the Shopping Cart API. If I run the application right now, we will see an exception. Let me log in here. And then if I go to cart here, we get the exception right here. Now of course I can overcome that by checking if response is not null, and if response is success, then return back, else return a new coupon DTO. That will work, but again it is not a solution, because with that let me run the application and try to apply a coupon code. Let me log in here, and if I go to cart here, even though 10 off is applied, you can see the order total, we do not see the discount. And that is because our shopping cart API cannot access coupon code because it has to pass the bearer token. How can we pass bearer token that we already have in the shopping cart API to the coupon API when we are invoking that? Now that is a little bit advanced concept, but let me walk you through that. Here I will create a new folder. Let me call that utility. In that utility folder, I will add a class file, and I will be pretty explicit on what it is. I will call that Backend API Authentication HTTP Client Handler. Now that will implement the delegating handler. Now you might be wondering, what is a delegating handler? Delegating handlers are kind of similar to the .NET Core middleware, but the main difference is that delegating handlers are on client side. So let's say if you are making an HTTP request using HTTP client, we can leverage the delegating handler to pass our bearer token to the other request. And that is exactly what we want here. Now bearer token, we can retrieve that from the context accessor. So let me inject that with dependency injection. Then here we have a protected override send async that we can override to access the token and add that authorization header. We will not remove the send async because that will continue the flow, but before we continue, we want to get the access token and add that to the authorization header. We will get the token here by await. On the accessor, we have HTTP context dot we have a method get token async, and that will get the token using our default authentication scheme, and the name here must be access underscore token. That is where the token will be stored. Once we get the token on the request dot headers, we want to add the authorization, and that is new authentication header value. Let me add the using statement. We need to pass the bearer token there. Let me do that. Perfect. That looks good. Let me await here. And with that, we need to register the backend API authentication handler. I will do that in program.cs file. Right here, I will say builder.services.add-scoped. We want to add the backend authentication HTTP client handler. And on top of that, we are injecting the HTTP context accessor. Right here, let me add builder.services.add HTTP context accessor. Now here we have added the backend API authentication handler that we created. But when we are registering that to the service, at that point we have to add the HTTP message handler. So right here we will say add HTTP message handler, and what is the implementation for that delegating handler? That is our backend API authentication HTTP client handler. That will make sure that it will add the token, and I will pass that for both product API and coupon API. With that, let me save everything and run the application. Now again, delegating handler is a complex topic. You can research it a little more, but I have given you a brief overview on how to use that. Let me go to cart here. And perfect. Now you can see the discount order is visible and we can see the order discount. Our shopping cart is looking great now, but if I log in with a new account, let's say customer here, we do not have anything in the shopping cart. If I click the shopping cart, we get the exception. We have to make sure when we are iterating through each of the object here, we need to have items in the shopping cart. In order to fix that, let me zoom in a little bit. Right here, I will add an if condition, if model.cart header, if that is not null, and model.cart details dot, we have the count here. If that is greater than 0, only then we display the form. Let me close that right here. Else we will display, please add items to the cart. Let me run the project again and see if that works. Let me log in as customer here. Navigate to the cart here. Perfect. Please add items to the cart. If I add an item, great, that is working. Now if I apply 10 off here, it will apply the coupon, but you can see the discount is not applied because we have the constraint that minimum should be $20. You can see 10 off has a minimum amount of $20. If you add one more item to the cart here, then the discount is applied and perfect, that is looking good. When we are programming, we have been adding API methods and we have used await and async in many of the methods. But this async and await is different than asynchronous microservices communication. And the reason behind this async and await is when you are using an await key with any of the methods, you are basically telling that your thread must wait at this line until a response is being returned from the create update cart method that you see in the example. That means that if a particular method takes 20 seconds, the execution will not go to the next line until 20 seconds are passed and a response is returned back. In that terminology, even though we are using async await, it is kind of synchronous communication because until and unless that execution is not completed, the flow will not jump. But if this was an asynchronous communication, then the line will be executed and it will not wait for the response. But because we are using the await keyword, we are telling that you must wait for a response before you move forward. That makes it synchronous communication. I hope this makes sense to you and you do not confuse yourself saying that we are already using asynchronous communication with the await keyword. Now you might be scratching your head on what exactly and how will we implement asynchronous communication with microservice. Let me walk you through that in the next video. In this video, I want to give you a brief overview of synchronous and asynchronous communication. Synchronous communication is basically communication when clients sends a request and server responds back before a new request is sent out from the client. This is a straightforward approach in a typical application. But when we are using microservices architecture, it is possible that one service wants to call multiple services on one action without waiting for a feedback. That is not possible with synchronous communication because with synchronous communication, they always wait for a feedback from the server and only then move on to the next request. One positive thing about synchronous communication is that there is always a feedback or acknowledgement of the request being completed. But at the same time, that might not work with some situations in microservice communication. On the other hand, we have asynchronous communication, and that is when client does not wait from a response to the server. Basically, client will send request and then it will assume that request will be taken care of from that point onwards. It does not wait for an acknowledgement on if the request was completed or not. Because of that, in asynchronous communication, parallel service calls can be done at the same time, since we are not waiting for any feedback about the request completion. Now let me switch back to an example with the first one, that is synchronous communication. Now there are some disadvantages with synchronous communication. Let me assume in the architecture here, our web project is sending an email functionality where the email service has to send an email. But for some reason that logic is taking way longer than expected. If it was synchronous communication, then the web page will be spinning continuously, waiting to get a response back from the email API. But if this was an asynchronous communication, then it does not care about the feedback. And that is typically the scenario when we work with emails. We tell them that, hey, this is the email address, this is the content, you should send out an email. And that's it. Once we send that message, we are done with that and we move on to the next line of execution. When email service will have time, or when it will receive that message, it will start processing that and it will send out an email. That is a functionality that user or front end should not wait on while the email is being sent. In that case, only thing the sender is responsible is to send a request and forget about what happens with that request. Now you might be wondering where we have synchronous and where we have asynchronous communication in our architecture. Where you see the solid lines between microservices, those are synchronous communication and we will wait before we return back the response. But where you see the dotted lines here, all of them are asynchronous communication and we will not wait to return a response back. An example of synchronous communication is when we are on shopping cart and we have to load all the products. We cannot return a response back of shopping cart without loading the product details. In that case, the shopping cart API will wait for a response from the product API. Once it gets the response, it will build the complete model and return back. And then an example of asynchronous communication is when we are sending out an email. Once an order is placed, we will tell our service bus that, hey, we need to send an email and we will move on to the next execution. We will not wait until the email API picks that message and actually sends out an email. Main point to remember here is the order API will not wait for a response from the email API or wait till the email is sent. Customer will place the order and continue to browse the website, and email will be sent later when the email API processes the message. That means the order microservices is not dependent or waiting until the response is received from the email API. It will deliver the message and move on to the next task. That is an example of asynchronous communication. We will be implementing all of that, but I wanted to give you a brief overview and a general idea of how synchronous and asynchronous communication are different. Another functionality that we want to implement here is email card. What that functionality will do is it will typically send an email off the shopping cart. Now we will not be sending an actual email because for that we will integrate SendGrid, and there are some complexity if you are learning with a personal email. What I will instead do is when we hit the email cart button, we will have a separate service that will be responsible for sending out all the emails, and in that service, I will actually log the data inside a database. That way, if you have to process email, you can retrieve the record and send email. But sending email is not something I want to cover in the course because it is more prone to errors, and it also depends on what email sender you are using for your project. But I have given you a hint here that we will implement an email service that will be responsible to send all the emails across the project. Not only one service, but it will be responsible to process all the email. Before we look into that, let me open the architectural design that we have. When we were working with shopping cart, we used to retrieve coupon and we also had to retrieve product. Those services cannot be an asynchronous service because when someone wants to load the shopping cart, we need to instantaneously get a response back from the coupon API and product API to display the shopping cart. But now think about email service. When you are working on sending an email, it is okay if an email is sent out in 2 minutes or even 3 minutes. Typically, you do not have a constraint that you need to send it right away or else it will not work. And based on that, you can see our shopping cart does not directly integrate with the email service. We will have something called a service bus, and that is basically a place to store some messages. What we will do is on the button click, we will add a message in the service bus with all the content that email service will require. What service bus will do is it will capture that message and it will forward that to the email service. Email service, when it receives that message, it will start processing and it will log that email in the database. The advantage of that is, let's say email service goes down for some reason. In that case, the message will be preserved in the service bus, and when the email service is back online, it will start processing all the messages that are there inside the service bus. Service bus is provided by Azure, that way it integrates well with the .NET framework, but there are also other message broker services like RabbitMQ and much more. First thing that we have to do is we need to create service bus, and when the button is clicked, we need to send some message inside our service bus. We need to create something special, that is service bus. How do we get started with that? Service bus is provided by Azure, so you need to go to portal.azure.com. If you do not have an account, make sure to sign up for a free account. You get about $200 in credit with the first time sign up. On my home page here, I can see the service bus. But if you do not see right here, you can search for that right here, and we have service bus. I already have one service bus, but we will create a new one for our project. Similar to any other resource, you will select a subscription and a resource group. I will select .NET Mastery Live Project, and then service bus is something that is always online, and that will be hosted at a URL. You can see it is .servicebus.windows.net. We have to give our service bus a unique name. I will call that Mango Web here. You can select the location, and we need to select the pricing. Based on the pricing, you can see basic is super cheap. But with that, we have some limitation. Let me click the browse here to see all of that. You can see in basic, we only have queues. But when we go to standard, along with the queue, we also get topics. Now what is difference between them? We will cover them in upcoming videos, but let me select standard here because down the road we will be exploring topics. With that, let me hit the review plus create button. Validation is successful. Let me create that. Perfect. Deployment is complete. Let me click on go to resource and perfect. We are on the Mango Web Service Bus. If you go in Service Bus, we have the Mango Web right here. Inside there you can see there are two things in entities. We have queues and we have topic. Let me walk you through them in the next video. Now that we have a basic overview about queue and a topic, let me create a queue. We will go to queue here and hit the plus button. We will give that a name of email shopping cart here, and we have few properties that we can configure. Max delivery count is 10, but we can keep that as 5, that is okay. Now queue size, you can keep that whatever you want. 1 GB is way more than enough for our requirements. Next, there is message time to live. That basically determines how long the message will stay in the queue before it is expired. For some reason, if the service that is reading messages from the queue, if that fails, then it will hold the message in queue for 14 days. Then we have lock duration. Let's say there are more than one receivers for a queue. When we are in the queue, if a message is delivered to one of the receiver, then it is locked for 1 minute. After that, it can be sent to the other receiver. You can toggle that time if you want. And then we have some other features here. And then we have many other advanced features like forward message to queue or topic. In that, when a message is received in one particular queue, do you want to automatically forward that message to other queue or topic? If you click that, you have to select an existing queue or topic. We do not want that. We will keep things simple for now. Let me hit the create button and let me create our queue. And perfect. With that, our first queue has been created. If you click on the queue name here, we have a Service Bus Explorer there. There you can examine if there are any messages in the queue already. You can see right now it is 0. Dead letter basically means that those are dead messages. So if something does not work after the 5 delivery count, it will automatically be moved to dead letter. Now we have our queue. My goal is when we hit the email cart, I want to configure a message and write that in the queue. For that, we need to create an integration service where we can call some method to post some message in the service bus topic inside the service bus queue that we created. Now I want to implement a service where we will be able to send a message in our service bus queue. Let me stop the application and we will have to create a new service. That I will do inside the integration folder. Add a new project. It will be a class library. Let me search for that and let me create that. I will call it mango.messagebus. Let me hit the next button. Looks good. Perfect. Now the default class, I do not want that. I will remove that and I will select manage NuGet packages. When we are working with service bus, we have a NuGet package for that. So let me search for service bus. We have azure.messaging.servicebus. You can see in the description here, Azure Service Bus is a fully managed message broker. And using the package here, we can send messages to our service bus. Let me accept and add that. Perfect. In the project here, I will add the interface. That will be iMessageBus. And its implementation will be inside the class MessageBus. Let me go to the interface. It will be a public interface. And there I want to create one method. It will be an async method. And I will call that publish message. What will be the parameters? If you think about that, when we are publishing something to the queue, we need the queue name and the message that we have to publish. We don't know the type of the message, so we will keep that as object, and we need the name that will be string. I will call that topic underscore queue name. Because we don't know if it is a topic or a queue, when we are publishing the message, the logic will be the same. The only thing we want here is topic or queue name. With that, you might be wondering that can I have the same name for a topic and a queue inside the same service bus? The answer is no. If I go back to the code here, we have email shopping cart in our queue. Let me copy that. In topic, if I try to add the same name, it will not work. So name must be unique between topic and queue inside a service bus. With that, our interface is looking good for the iMessage bus. I want to implement the message bus right here. Let me make that a public class that will implement the iMessage bus. Press Ctrl dot and implement the interface. When we have to send a message to service bus, we will basically await, add a using statement, create a variable client, and that will be new service bus client. That is inside the using statement of azure.messaging.servicebus. Let me add that, and in the parameter, we need connection string for our service bus. If I go back to the portal here, let me go to Mango Web, and right there we have the shared access policies. We have the root policy here where they can perform all the operation. If you want a new policy, you can of course create a new policy with whatever access you want, but the default one is good enough. We have the connection string here. Let me copy that and I will paste that in a string right here. Private string connection string is equal to, paste that. Now typically what you will do is you will have the connection string in app settings of the individual microservice. And then when you are invoking, you can pass that as a parameter. But for our microservices project, we will only use one service bus. That is why I am hard coding that here. But I wanted to point out that ideally, you will place that in app settings, pass that down as a parameter, or maybe you can have this message bus service in the microservices as well, rather than a separate project. You can decide that architecture based on the complexity you have for your project, but I am keeping that as a shared project. That way we will simplify few things. Now here we need to pass that connection string. Let me pass that. And with that we have created a client on the service bus client. In order to send a message, we have service bus sender. Let me call that as sender is equal to. On client, we have to create a sender. And when we create a sender, you can see it expects a queue or a topic name. We have that in the parameter, which is topic underscore queue name. We can pass that. Before we append the message here, it makes sense to serialize that. So variable JSON message is equal to JSON convert. Let me install the NuGet package for that. We have the serialize object and we want to serialize our message. The message that we will send will be of type service bus message. Let me call that final message is equal to new service bus message. And there we can define encoding UTF-8.getBytes. We want to pass our JSON message right there. We want to pass our JSON message there. On top of that, I want to add something in the parameter here. That is a correlational ID. It is basically an identifier. And I will generate GUID.newGUID.toString. With that, we have configured the final message, and that will have the JSON message that we want to convey. In order to send that message on sender, we will call the send message async and pass the final message. Once everything is done, we will dispose our client. So client.dispose async. That way we are able to publish message to our service bus. We want to publish our message and there we want to pass our shopping cart. If I go back to the service here, where we have the shopping cart API, inside the cart API controller, let me create a new endpoint to write some message in our service bus. Let me scroll down here and let me copy this HTTP post, paste that one more time here. I will call that email cart request. That will be the name, and from body we will receive the cart TTO. That will be the message that we want to publish. Let me remove everything else here, and in order to get the message bus, we will have to configure our program.cs. We have the scoped services here. I will add iMessage bus, but if you press Ctrl. You cannot find that. We will have to add the project reference here, add, and we have project reference. We want to add the message bus. Let me do that. And now if you press Ctrl. Perfect. We have the using statement. Let me close everything else here. And in the cart API controller, we have to add that using dependency injection. Let me add that. Perfect, that looks good. I will scroll down. Not cart absurd. We have the email cart request. There we will say await underscore message bus dot. We have the publish message, and that expects two things. First is the message that we want to publish. That will be the cart TTO, and next we need the queue or topic name. We can have a magic string here with the name. Let me go back, that is email shopping cart. But that is not ideal. Ideally, it would be inside the app settings.json file. There, let me create a new section with the name of topic and queue names. Key will be email shopping cart and value is email shopping cart. Now the value here, make sure it is exactly the same without any spelling mistake. We need to access that from our app settings. We need the iConfiguration and dependency injection for that. Let me inject that here. And we have the underscore configuration. Let me scroll down. In order to get that here on configuration, we have get value. We will define the type here. And then what is the section name? Let me copy that to avoid any spelling mistake. That is topic and queue names. Go back here. Key name is email shopping cart. Make sure to separate them with a colon here. And that looks good. With that, it should be able to post a message to our service bus. The only thing that we have to do is invoke this endpoint from the web project. Let me close all the tabs here and open the web project where we have the cart services. Let me minimize everything else to avoid confusion. Cart service and iCart service. I will add a new method here, call that as email cart, and let me implement that. When we implement, we have to post. So let me get that and paste it here. We will get the cart TTO, make that an async here, and we need the method name. Let me go back to the API, cart API. Method name is email cart request. Copy that and paste it right here. That looks good for the cart service. Close all of this here. Open the web project. Inside the controller, we have cart controller. Let me open the cart index view and scroll down where we have the button email cart. We have one button here, so what we can do is go to the top where we have the form. I can write ASP action here and let me call that email cart. Then in the controller here, we will have to create that endpoint. Let me copy the apply coupon, paste it one more time. That will be email cart. We will receive the cart DTO, and on cart service, we will invoke email cart. If that is successful, we want to display the message email will be processed and sent shortly. Because what will happen is right now it will post message in the service bus. We have not written the API that will read messages from the service bus and process all email requests. That will be done shortly. But right now, with all of that, let me start the application and see if that works. We go back while the application is running and open the Cart API controller where we have the new endpoint. Let me add a debugging point and go back to the web project. Let me log in here as an admin. Let me go to the shopping cart and click the button email cart. Perfect. Let me examine the cart DTO here. We have everything with the cart header, but cart details is null. We can still publish the message here. Perfect, we see that. Let me go to the Azure portal and where we have the email shopping cart. If we click on the Service Bus Explorer, perfect. You can see there is one message in the queue and we can peek that message. There we have the cart header. Cart details is null, I will fix that, but you can see our message was posted successfully. In our cart, we need to populate the cart details. But on top of that, we also need the email address. That way we know that where this email should be sent to. Now if we examine the cart model, let me go to the web project where we have the cart DTO. Open that here in the cart header. We do not have anything to store email. In the future, when we place an order, we might have more details like what is first name, last name, phone number, email, and there might be more things that you want to capture. We can always add them in the cart header. I will make them optional for now, but if something changes, I will come back and modify that here. Let me add that in all the cart header DTO. Let me search them here, cart header DTO, and I will paste it right here as well. Perfect. Now let me go to the cart controller in the web project, where we have the email cart. Rather than using the cart DTO in the parameter because we might not have everything, I can retrieve the cart DTO using await. We have the method load cart based on the logged in user at the bottom right here. We are getting user ID based on the subject here. Let me copy that and I will populate the email address right here. For email, we have the JWT registered claim types.email that we populated, and I will add that in cart.cart header. Now we have the property to store our email. When we are calling the email service, make sure to call the cart object. That way it will be populated with all the records. With that configured, let me restart the application and try that once again. Let me go to the web project. I will log in again as admin. Navigate to cart and we have email cart. We hit our breakpoint. Let me remove and continue. And perfect. Let me go back to the Azure portal. And if I refresh here, great. Now we have two messages here and perfect. In the second one, you can see we have all the details about shopping cart, and that is much better. Based on this object, now we can deserialize that in a different email API and log our shopping cart in the email table. We have to implement one more API that will be responsible to read all the messages from the service bus and process or log the email that we want. That will be a simple API, but let me do the basic foundation that we have for the other API as well. Minimize all of this here, and I will stop the application. Create a new project, ASP.NET Core Web API, call that mango.services.email API. Let me copy everything from the product API. We will start by the NuGet packages. Copy that and paste it right here. Perfect. Next, what we have to do is add DB context in the email API. Copy the data folder, paste that here, and I will update the namespace here to be email API. We do not want to seed any data there. Let me remove that. In the models, let me create a model to log all the records. In the models folder, add a new class file that will be email logger, and it will have 4 properties: ID, email, message, and date time for the email sent. That should be good enough for now. We want to keep that super simple. Email logger, call that email loggers. We need to configure the app settings. Let me copy that. Copy the connection string. We do not care about API settings or authentication in this API endpoint. Paste that right here. The database name will be mango_email. Let me remove the weather forecast controller. We do not want them and the model as well. And I will open the program.cs in the product API where we have the default connection. Copy that and paste that in the email service. Add the using statement. And we do not need anything with authentication or auto mapper. Let me scroll down. Copy the apply migration. Paste that here. And invoke that. Finally, let me edit the project file here. Remove the invariant globalization. And let me add a migration. That will be API project, add migration, add email log table. Perfect, that is done. Let me set that as a startup project and run that. And once we run that, it should create the table. Let me see. We have Mango email with one table, email loggers. Perfect. With that, we have set up the base requirements for our email API. But before I end the video, the model that we receive here is a CRUD DTO. To deserialize and read the content, we will require a CRUD DTO in our project. Let me copy and paste them as well from the front end here, models. I will copy CRUD DTO, CRUD header, CRUD details, and paste them in the API models. Let me create a new folder for DTO and paste there. Update the namespace here to mango.services.email_API.models.dto. Copy that and apply that for all of them here. Perfect. If I build the project, it should work. Let me double check. And we need the product DTO as well. Let me copy that paste it here, and modify the namespace. Perfect, we do not need any data annotation. Let me double check, and that looks good. Let me build the solution. Build failed again. Let me rebuild here. Let me try to run this. We have an error here. We forgot the closing bracket. There we go. And perfect. And perfect. The API is functional now, and we have added the DTOs as well. In the email API, my main goal is to read the message that we receive right here and deserialize them. We want our email API to be notified automatically when there is a new message in this particular queue of the service bus. In order to set everything up, there will be a couple of videos, but let me do all of that right here. Minimize everything else. We are only working on the email API. I will create a new folder for that, and I will call that as messaging. In there, let me create a new class. I will call that Azure Service Bus Consumer. Name is self-explanatory here, but here we will be consuming the service bus and all the messages that are being sent. Email API will be the receiver of those messages. For that, we will require some configuration. One thing will be the connection string of the service bus. As I said before, the ideal approach is to store that inside the app settings. Let me create a key with the name of service bus connection string. Then I need another section here for topic and queue names. There we will store all the topic and queue names that we have created, and also one that we will create. If you navigate to the shopping cart API in the app settings, we have one topic and queue name, and we know that email shopping cart is actually a queue. So let me append the word queue at the end. That way it is more explanatory on whether that is a queue or a topic. I will also update that where we are using that in the cart API controller. Where was that? Right here. Whoops. Let me modify that, and perfect. Let me copy this topic and queue names and add that in the app settings. Now make sure that the app settings that you are adding is email API. I will double click that to be sure, and perfect. We have added our queue name in the app settings. I need connection string for the service bus. I can go back here, service bus, and shared access policies. Let me copy the connection string and paste that right here. Perfect, we have both the constant here, and we need to access them inside the service bus consumer. Let me create two constants here, and then in the constructor, we need to get the I configuration with dependency injection. Once we add that, we can populate our service bus connection string is equal to underscore configuration dot, we have the get value. We will define the type here, and then the key name. Let me go back here, copy that, and paste it. Perfect. That way, we will receive the connection string in the constructor here, and we also need to receive the queue name for email cart queue. Let me copy the configuration, paste it here. We have a section name there, and after that we have the key name. Copy and paste that, add a colon between that, and perfect, that looks good. Then we have to create a service bus client on the connection string. Let me add a variable for that, but in the email we will have to add the package microsoft.messaging.servicebus. We can install that right here. In the parameter, we have to pass the connection string. Let me do that. Once we have the service bus client, now on that service bus, if we want to listen to any of the queue or topic, we have to create something called as a processor. Right now we want to listen to one queue, and that is email shopping cart. We will have to create a processor for that. We will say service bus processor, and I will give that a name email cart processor. Let me add an underscore there, and we need to set up that email cart processor is equal to client dot we have a create processor that expects a queue name or a topic name. You can see if it is a queue name, it is only one parameter, but if it is a topic name, then along with topic, we have something called as subscription. Do not worry about that. Right now we only want to work on the queue name, and that queue name is email cart queue that we populated. With that, we have configured a processor that is right now listening to the queue for any new messages that the queue has to send. But on this email processor now, we have something called as process message async. You can see the implementation is mandatory here, and this handler is responsible for processing the message that is received from queue or topic. Let me implement that handler in the next video. We need to register our handler for the processor that we created. We can create a method here, but typically when we create a service, we will be registering that in the program.cs. So let me add an interface here. Let me copy the name first, and I will add a new item, interface, that will be Azure Service Bus Consumer. In here we will create two simple methods, start and stop. Both of them will be async here. Let me implement that right here. Azure Service Bus Consumer implement interface. In the start here, on the email cart processor, we have the process message async plus equal to, we want to map a method right here. Let me call that method on email cart received. We have not created that yet, but I will do that very soon. Let me also register another method to the processor, but this will be in case of any error. How do we want to handle that? Let me call that method as error handler. Let me press Ctrl dot on the error handler, generate both of the methods here. Perfect. Now in error handler, we will receive process error event args, and that will have the error message that it encountered. You can log that here. You can send an email to someone if an error was encountered. I am only going to do a console.writeLine and return task.completed. But typically you will send out an email. That way you are notified when an exception is thrown or an error is encountered. Main thing that we care about is on email cart request received. This is where you will receive the message. When we receive the message, that will be inside args.message, and we will have to deserialize that. But before we deserialize that, we will have to do encoding.utf8.getString. We will get that from message.body. If I go back to the queue here, and if I examine the service bus, the model that we have here is a cart DTO. Let me deserialize that here. Let me call that obj message is equal to, we will use JSON convert, add the package for that, dot deserialize object, and that will be of type cart DTO. Perfect. Once we do that in a try catch block here, we can try to log email. And once that is completed, we have to do something like args.complete message async that will mark or tell the queue that, hey, this message has been processed successfully and you can remove that from your queue. In the catch exception, you can throw the exception for now. Now try to log email. We do not have a service. We still have to add that service. Let me add a to-do for that. But that is great. We have configured the start method and we have registered our handler. That looks good. Let me cut the stop here, paste that here, and when we are stopping, we want to await underscore email card processor, stop the processing, and we will say card processor dot dispose async. With that, the start and stop is looking good, but we need to add that to the container and see how everything comes together. We have the start and stop, but when should these be invoked? The way I want to configure our API is when the API is running, start will be invoked, and if you stop the API, then and only then stop will be invoked. That means that API will constantly be listening to the queue for new messages. That is how we want to configure, and because of that, if you think about the lifetime with dependency injection, we can add that in a singleton lifetime. That way it will only have one copy. But we need to register the start and stop, and that we have to do that in program.cs. We have the application builder. I want to add an extension to that, and let me do that in a separate file. In the email API, let me create a new folder for extension. Inside there, let me create a class application builder extension. We want to add an extension, so that will be a static class, and that is on iApplication Builder. Let me call that as use Azure Service Bus Consumer. And for the extension, we have to use this keyword, and the first parameter will be the application builder. Now what do we want to register when the application builder is being configured? We want to add an implementation of the iAzure Service Bus Consumer. Let me copy that, and I will create a private static implementation. Call that as Service Bus Consumer getter and setter. Let me add the using statement there, and perfect. Now here we need to get the implementation. On the app, we can say application services.get service, and we want the implementation of iAzure Service Bus Consumer. We are asking for an implementation here, but for that we need to register in the program.cs. Let me add builder.services.add singleton, and I will add the iAzure Service Bus Consumer and its implementation. And again, that will be a singleton lifetime because we do not want a new object for different requests. After that, we want an implementation of the service iHost application lifetime that will notify us of the application lifetime, like when it started or when it stopped. So basically on the host application lifetime, when the application starts, we want to register a new method. Let me call that onStart. And let me copy and paste that again. Also, when an application stops, we want to add another method. Call that as onStop. Let me create both the methods here. And then we are on the final piece. On start, we will start our Service Bus Consumer, and when the application stops, we will stop our Service Bus Consumer. Simple as that. We need to make this class static because that is an extension, and that looks good. Now here, do not forget to return back app. We do not want to hold the pipeline. Finally, we have to add that in our pipeline. So let me scroll down here, and I will say app dot. We will add our extension method and add the using statement. Perfect. With that, it has been configured in the pipeline and it will automatically get up and running when the application starts. Now that we have configured the application extension to start our consumer, let me set the startup project as all the project that we have, including the email API, and let me see what happens. I will add a debugging point. Let me do that in the consumer. I have added a debugging point on the email cart request received. That way we will know when a request is being received. Let me log in as customer here, and I will add item to the cart. Go to cart, click cart email. Perfect, that is done. And when we notice in the background here, and then if you notice in the background, nothing happens. It should have invoked the endpoint. Let me see, something is not right here. If I go back here and refresh, we have 3 messages. That basically means that our consumer is not working properly. It did not hit the endpoint when a message was there in the queue. Let me go back to the application and stop the application. In the Azure Service Bus consumer, we are getting connection string, the queue. We have the processor creating that. On start, we are assigning the process an error. Whoops. Right here, we also have to start processing. That is a critical step. So basically, where we have the underscore email cart processor, we have to invoke the method start processing async. You can see in the description it says signals the processor to begin processing the message. So we need to invoke that, only then it will start processing the message. With that, let me run the application again and see if we hit our breakpoint. We already have 3 messages and perfect. You can see it automatically received it here. Examine the message. The message that we are on is the first one with cart details as null. Let me see, deserialize that. And cart header, we have that. We mark that as complete. Right now the first message is complete. If we go back here and refresh, the queue is now 2. Let me continue here. Now it will receive the second message, and that should have header and detail. Looks good. When we complete message async, at that point the message will be removed from the queue. Perfect. So with that, it is processing all the 3 messages, and if I go back, the queue will be empty. That is great news. Now our consumer is able to consume all the messages in our queue, and now we can add some logic to log our email. But with that, you can see how everything is coming together. We are posting a message to our service bus queue from the API, and then a separate API with no direct relation is able to consume the messages that are being posted to the service bus. Now we need to send email inside the Azure Service Bus consumer. The Service Bus consumer is a singleton and the DB context is a scoped service. We cannot consume a scoped service in a singleton implementation. For that, we will have to get creative and get a new AppDB context implementation that is singleton. Before we do that, let me create a new folder in the email API. I will call that services. In that folder, I will create a class. Well, it will be interface email service, and the implementation will be email service. Let me make that an interface here, and that will have a simple method to send email. I will call that email cart and log, and that will expect a cart DTO. Let me implement that in the email service. We have the email service. Implement that interface. Here we cannot use the application DB context using dependency injection because that is scoped implementation. For that we need to register an implementation for email service that is singleton. What I will do is first we will create a DB context option builder on the app DB context. Then on option builder we can say we want to use the SQL Server and we have to pass the connection string. Let me copy and paste that. After that on the builder.services we want to add a singleton implementation of the email service. So when we get the email service we want to pass the option builder.options. Once we have that, we will have to implement that interface in the email service. I selected that, so let me go to email service and perfect. We have the DB context option that we are getting right here. Let me rename that to be DB options. The private here, I will call that underscore DB options. And we will have underscore DB options is equal to DB option. Where we have the function here, we will receive the CRUD DTO. From that, let me create a message that can be used as a template for email. I will create a string builder and I will append few lines like email CRUD request received, what is the total, and some details about the cart. Now of course you can get fancy with all of the requirements here, but I am keeping things super simple. Let me create one more method here that will be private, async, task, it will be a boolean, log and email. There we will receive two things, what is the message that needs to be sent and what is the email address. Let me add a try catch block there. In the catch here we will return false, else we will return true here. I want to create an email logger object and I will populate email and message. Mail sent will be datetime.now. Once we have that, we want to store that in the database. I will create a local variable underscore db that will be new app db context and there we will pass the underscore db options. That will give us an object of the application DB context, and using that we have email logger, we can add the email log, and we will await underscore DB dot save changes. You can use the add async here if you want, and that should work. But perfect, with that we are logging the email. Let me invoke that right here, await log and email. We will pass the message and the email will be inside CRUD DTO.CRUD header dot we have email. The message here we will have to convert that to string. Let me do that and I believe that looks good. Finally, in the Azure Service Bus consumer we have to inject the email service. And let me scroll down. Right here we need to log that, so underscore email service dot email cart and log. We will pass the message. Let me await that. With that configured, let me run the application and see if that works. We have an error here. Let me see. I made a mistake there. We do not want the interface here. We want directly the email service that is registered with the singleton implementation. With that, let me run that and see what happens. Let me navigate to the web project that we have, log in here as admin, go to cart, we have few items, let me click email cart. Perfect, we hit the endpoint here. Let me go to the browser. We do not have anything in the queue, because most likely it has already been processed. Let me go to the database, and great, it already logged that email card and everything worked flawlessly. From the web project, it sent a message to our queue. Our email service received that message and it processed and logged that email. Now again, in a real world, you could have sent an email to the message and the email address, but you can work on the complexities there. Let me log out here and try customer for a second to see if that is working. Order total is $28. That worked here. And perfect. You can see we have customer at Gmail, and that is also working as expected. I hope you guys have enjoyed the free video and you had fun learning the basics of microservices with .NET Core. Your journey to microservices has not come to an end. I have an advanced course on .NET Mastery where we will take the application that we built here and we will add on to that. In that course, we will explore how to place order and order management once the order is placed. I will be using Stripe integration for capturing real-time payments using credit cards, storing the session ID, providing refunds if they cancel the order, and order management, where we will have multiple status for the order. We will also implement role-based management that admin can manage all the orders and a customer can place the order and view the order details of their order. Then we will explore advanced concept in Azure Service Bus, where we will see what is a topic, what is a subscription, and what advantages they have when you compare them to queues in Azure Service Bus. We will also implement a new API for Rewards API, and where we have the image in product. Right now we are using a URL. I will change that to a file upload and make our product API more dynamic. That way it will be able to handle image uploads. Then I will introduce you to gateways and what role they play when it comes to microservice architecture. And we will implement an Ocelot gateway to see how everything comes together. Final step that I will do is deploy all the application endpoints that we build on Azure. That way you can see how easy deployment is. And then as a bonus content, I will also show you how to use RabbitMQ as an alternative to the Azure Service Bus that we have used throughout the course. So you can see there's a lot more to explore and learn, and I hope you will join me in the journey to learn advanced concepts with microservices. But before we see each other next time, please take a minute to like the video, leave a comment, and also subscribe to the channel if you have not done that already. That way you will never miss another update from .NET Mastery.